Good morning. It is budget workshop time. It's about 10:42 on July 29th. City of Lamarck City Council Budget Workshop. A notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct budget workshops Monday, July 26, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned and resuming Tuesday, July 27th, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned and resuming Thursday, July 29th, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned by telephone and video conference via Zoom. Also in person at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, 77568, for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Robin, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District D. A.
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
Present. Let's stand for the invocation and the pledge. Today, we're going to invite Ms. Yancey to lead us in prayer. Ms. Yancey.
Dear God, we come to you this morning thanking you for your grace and mercy. We thank you that we got out of bed and we are able to see a brand new day. We pray for wisdom and we pray for direction as we lead the citizens of Lamarck. We pray for brand new blessings. We thank you, God, for what you are about to bless us with. And now we say thank you. Protect our families, protect our citizens, and protect our children. Help our leaders, help our directors, and help this council be the council that you have created us to be. We ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item, limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're participating via phone, you can press *6 to mute and unmute your phone. If you're participating via smartphone, tablet, or computer, in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, there should be a microphone icon that will allow you to mute and unmute. If you're attending in person, please approach the podium to my left, to your right. State your name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Kyle, are there any persons online that are wishing to speak?
There's Jamie Walker.
That's a husband and wife team. Rashard and Jamie, are you all listening in, or are you wishing to speak? Rashard and Jamie Loftus.
I'm here, but I'm not going to be speaking.
Jamie, are y'all just listening today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any person in the audience wishing to speak at this time? Hearing none and seeing none, we'll move on to item 5, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 departmental budgets and all funds. This morning, our schedule calls for us to experience a presentation from the Texas City Lamarck Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Corporation's budget. So at this time, we'd like to ask Paige and Leanne. Leanne is here, right? Jessica. Where's Leanne?
Leanne's at the office.
Okay, Jessica, I'm sorry. Paige and Jessica to approach.
Thank you.
Paige is the executive director of the Texas City Lamarck Chamber of Commerce.
Yes. And I have a presentation that we're going to have up there. And I just real quick, so you see me. We're back to masking though. So, and I'm going to introduce Jessica in just a moment. Do I need to get right here?
As much as you possibly can.
I will do that. So we really appreciate the opportunity to come here to talk a little bit and let you meet us. I took over as president of the chamber in January, and we've got, new faces, and it's just great to know each other on a personal level. So thank you for inviting me to bring this information today. So the first thing, and I have placed in front of you a copy of the presentation, as well as some of our 2021 publications, the Tech City Lamarck Community Guide and the Tech City Lamarck Chamber Business Plan. So let me forward to the next slide. There we go. The first thing, just to cover the basics, the chamber mission. Our entire mission is to serve members and enhance economic and community development. So we are a strong ally and partner for the Economic Development Corporation and really for everything that you're doing at the city, and with a particular focus on businesses. Our vision statement is there, and these are things that have come out of our board of directors planning retreats over the past 5 years. They have, the vision statement is we want to be recognized as a vital resource, and we provide relevant, innovative, impactful programs that produce a healthy business climate and enhance the quality of life. And as we do that, our values are listed right there. We advocate, we are community champions and cheerleaders, and we are member focused. We operate with integrity, and we're collaborative, and we always try to exceed expectations. That is our goal. We say we want to give people more than they know what to ask for. So when people come in for information, there's more that you need to know, and we really go the extra mile. The next slide, there's our logo. We have been merged. The Tech City Chamber and the Lamarck Chamber merged in 1969, and we've been stronger together for about 52 years. There was a big 50th anniversary celebration a couple years ago, and our chamber is accredited. That is something that less than 3% of chambers of commerce in the United States go through. It's a program available through the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and there's 8 sections that we get audited on: human resources, technology, governance, our property, our policies and procedures, government advocacy. And we have to reapply for that every few years, and we'll be reapplying next year. But we have a 4-star accreditation. You can earn up to 5 stars. So we want to get that 5th star next time. But we're very proud to be a 4-star accredited chamber, and the only accredited chamber in Galveston County. And hopefully you know where the chamber office is. We're next to Popeye's Chicken by the Mainland City Center. That's how everyone really knows how to find us. And so a little bit about myself. I'm originally from the East Coast. I am one of those got here as soon as I can people. I met my husband while I was living in Miami, and he's a Houstonian. We married and moved to Texas. I have 2 sons that are college age, one in San Marcos and one in Houston. And previously, before coming here, I was the president of the Brenham, Washington County Chamber of Commerce. And we also managed the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Economic Development Foundation in our building. And for over 18 years, I was there. And so I love to work on not only chamber, but tourism projects, promoting all the things, all the reasons for people to come here for tourism and business conventions and economic development. And I have family all over the globe. My mother was from Europe. I love to travel. I have siblings in Canada and San Francisco, and cousin in New Zealand. I also love movies and music and just hanging out by the water. So it was a very good move for me to come this way. We love to be near the water. And now I want you to meet and get to know better Jessica Spangle.
Good morning. As Paige mentioned, we're very excited to be here to present to you guys today. My name is Jessica Spangle. I'm the Operations and Events Manager at the Chamber of Commerce. So I oversee a lot of the day-to-day operations of the chamber, and then also our program of work, a lot of what is outlined here in your business plan. All of our events and programs that we do throughout the year, I organize and manage and execute those events. Little about me, also not a native Texan, but got here as soon as I could. I was born in Seattle, Washington, and grew up primarily in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Moved down to Georgetown for college and met my now husband there. After graduation, got down here to Galveston County. We resided in Friendswood, but both of my husband's parents, his grandparents, aunts, and uncles are all longtime Lamarque residents. His grandfather, Billy Spangle, was a longtime principal in Lamarque ISD. So lots of proud roots down here in Lamarque, so I'm just happy to be here to help serve this community. I have two children, an 11-year-old and a 9-year-old. And when I am not at the chamber, we are on some kind of ball field, football field, volleyball court, watching them. So we're a big sports family. My husband and I were both collegiate athletes, and ironically, the one sport I played, none of my children play. So thank you for having us, and I look forward to getting to know everybody more.
What's the sport?
Soccer.
Oh,
Yeah, too much running, both of my kids said. So, yeah.
That is true. Thank you. And Jessica is someone that a lot of people in the Marque work with on Bayou Fest and also the leadership program. So you'll see her a lot. And I always say there's a little cheat sheet on the staff on the back of this little booklet. If you ever wonder, who was that again? And our email addresses. So that's handy for you. And now I will go over, I'm going to go pretty quickly, and so leave time for questions. So I have on the packet in front of you and on the screen, the things that we provide, the services that we provide in exchange for the annual budget amount of $25,000. That's the current amount that we receive from the city. And we are continuously promoting and advertising the area attractions, parks, lodging, shopping, and events. We promote the businesses and all the great new developments that are happening. We coordinate Bayou Fest along with all of you. We also coordinate the Christmas parade, and I'm really looking forward to that this year. Did not get to do that last year. And we provide those lovely, colorful signs for your cars to drive in the parades. We coordinate the Leadership Mainland program, and that is really one of the key signature programs of this Chamber of Commerce and many chambers. If you've been in other communities, you know that cultivating and developing leaders for the future of our organizations is so crucial to all communities. And whether they are young professionals, or we often will have retired teachers go through the program, or business executives of any age, but they get to go behind the scenes and meet the people throughout the community, city government, healthcare, etc. That's a great program. We also are an active member of the Gulf Coast Area Chambers of Commerce Association, and we bring about 50 Chamber of Commerce executives from other locations to Tech City Lamarque in December. That's pretty much a tradition. We do that every year, and we show off the area and we send them out on tours afterwards. We produce the official street map for the community, and that's in the proofing stage right now. It'll be out in August. The last one was done 3 years ago. We produce the annual community guide, which is this larger publication that is distributed throughout the community, and online it's distributed globally. And we get thousands of hits on that every year. And that's all done through our Tech City Lamarque Chamber website, tclmchamber.com, and all of the social media channels. We have a very active presence on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn. We also provide legislative advocacy for the community. And I hope some of you are familiar in past years for the session, when the session's in, we have Galveston County Day at the Capitol. That did not happen for 2021 due to COVID, the pandemic, but we work behind the scenes at the state level with our legislators year round, and involving our mayor as well as other council members in both our cities. And we gather and track and maintain data and demographics, local statistics. We provide them for a report that y'all need every year, and we provide them in publications online that all kinds of developers utilize. We have also been active since March, a year ago, in the Galveston County COVID-19 Business Task Force. That is a group that our county judge put together, and we have representatives from all the 8 chambers of commerce in the community. And we have last year throughout, surveyed all the businesses, found out what every business needs, connecting them with the resources, the financial resources, the medical supplies. And then fast forward to today, we're working on the worker shortage. And we had a very successful job fair about a week ago. And that task force is back in action, concerned about the current surges. Currently, as I mentioned, the budget that we receive from y'all is $25,000, and we would like to request that same amount in your next budget. So how are you as the city council involved with the chamber and represented? Well, we have had representatives on our board of directors. The mayor is an ex officio member, so he will always be on the board. And we've had the city manager in the past over the years and love to have that representation in the monthly meetings. Mayor Bell was able to be our guest just yesterday at the meeting and shared a great update with us. Thank you. And in the leadership program, we always have folks from the city of Lamarque. Plus, we have a whole session where we bring the group here. And you probably remember it was just a few months ago. And we love that session. And also the mayor and others from the city sit on our advocacy committee. And we develop the policies and our positions in the fall before each legislative session. So about every 2 years, we take a really deep dive on what is facing the community. Then we live through the legislative session, and then we, of course, keep those relationships going between sessions. And then ribbon cuttings and grand openings. We love to celebrate the businesses, new and existing. We celebrate their milestone anniversaries, or if they expand or have new management. And then this year, one of our priorities is a diversity and inclusion task force. And the mayor has been sitting on that, and we have some exciting plans coming up. We have some educational series planned to help businesses get the certifications that they need, access to capital, help with their internal operations like bookkeeping and hiring and firing. And leading up to next year, we're planning a business expo that will have a diversity and inclusion theme. We're very excited about that. So on the horizon, we see a lot of development of small businesses occurring in Lamarque, and we're excited to partner on that. We, especially through the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force, will be working on cultivating entrepreneurs, working with Alex and Colleen at the EDC and our Amy Reed at the Small Business Development Center, the SBDC. We are a partner in helping to find small businesses that want to grow right here. And they need workers, so we are working on workforce development programs with the public schools, with College of the Mainland, and just that's a key area that we work in. The chamber is in business for business. That's our motto. So I know I went through that pretty quickly, and now I just have time for you to take the time you need to ask any questions about what we do.
Thank you for that, Paige. And let me say, being the person on this council that has worked most closely with you, and I said this yesterday for your folks, I want to say it for our folks. Paige, you're doing an outstanding job. I am so proud of your leadership with the chamber. You have been in and around the city of Lamarque, collaborating with us, meeting with myself, meeting with Colleen and Alex, and you've been really trying to do what's necessary, not only to promote economic development in our city, but also to promote our city in a positive light. So I'm really, really proud of the work that you're doing, and I'm really excited about working with you in the future. So I want us to know that we have a good person working with us from the chamber, a good team, if you will, a good team.
Definitely.
Working with us at the chamber, and the future's bright for our partnership. Council, who wants to go first?
So you're asking us for 25,000. Is that requested of Tech City as well, or are they asked for more?
It's more. It's been $50,000 a year for the past several years from Texas City.
Okay. So why is there a difference? I'm just asking, why is there a difference between
Well, I don't know the whole history since I'm new, but there used to be 40,000 or 45,000 a year out of their budget. And I think from what I know, I think probably the years that as Bayou Fest has grown and we've been able to organize fundraisers around it, we're able to raise $25,000, 23, 25 at Bayou Fest. And so getting the other 25 from the budget, that works for us. We don't do that service for Texas City. So they
Okay.
give us $50,000 a year directly.
Okay.
And the other piece to that, Kim, just historical knowledge. The other piece to that was there was a time when the council recognized that Texas City was twice our size in population.
Right.
And I don't know what that budget is, but definitely at least twice our size in budget. And so the numbers were a little skewed for us to be doing the same thing as Texas City. So that was the original intent behind the reduction, but the chamber has found a way to recoup those monies through the value.
I just want to make sure we get the same treatment.
Well, I
That's it, you know.
plan to. I hope you
Yeah.
feel that you do.
Yeah.
And we certainly, in our leadership programs and our publications, it's like 50-50 in our minds. There's no question with the population size and the number of businesses there, that the time demand may be greater. But in Brenham, for all the years I worked there, we were right next to the Twin Cities of Bryan College Station. I'm very used to that kind of a market. And Texas City, Lamarque, like, we don't know when we cross the lines. It's one community, two cities, but
Right.
one community. So yeah, that's how we feel. So it's hard to, like with your children, is it always 50-50? I don't know. You give each one what they need and whenever they need it.
My biggest thing for this, I love business. That's one thing. And business is all about who you know, networking, going to those conferences. And one of our largest landowners in Lamarque is the University of Houston. They have 900 acres that's not producing anything. And so we need our chamber to kind of push that for us. We want development. We want to be able for tourism to come here in a much larger way. So we want our chamber to help us in that area to get some of that tourism dollars that goes to Galveston. Austin is going to be the place where it's going to be the Southern Silicon Valley of Texas. That's where the millionaires are going to play. They're going to work. We want them to come here to invest and play. And so we want our chamber to really market us in a new way that you all haven't. That's why I'm excited about so much change that's happening in our county and new leadership with fresh eyes. That's coming with you being at the helm of it, because sometimes Lamarque was not always treated as the premier city. Yeah. And now with our new leadership and your new leadership, I really want us to create this unique adventure sorts to kind of, when I ran for office, it was Lamarque, the land of possibilities, right? And I believe we have everything we need to be that city. And I just really want the chamber to really market that.
Yes.
To bring that tech business that we need here to create more and more jobs. We have the people, we have the resources, we have the land, and we can get U of H to give us some of that land, right? So, to do something, so we can grow as a city.
Yes.
So I'm excited about this continued partnership.
Great. I am too. And one new thing that we're doing is partnering with the Bay Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. You may have heard of them, and they primarily focus on the area closer up to Clear Lake, but I've had a meeting with their executive director and the chairman of their board recently, and they're very interested in Texas City and Lamarque partnering more because we have several new hotels and the development on I-45. And what their goal is, one of their top goals is all of the traffic that's flying into the Hobby Airport to drive down to the cruises.
Right.
We want to capture those visitors on their way down and back up. And we have a lot here for it. We just produced a new publication. It's a small glossy rack card about tourism. You have some in your waiting room at City Hall. I didn't have any here, but that just gives a kind of a snapshot of how we're positioning so much fun on the mainland. That's what we say. There's so much fun on the mainland, indoor and outdoor. So yeah, new things. We're doing new things for tourism.
All right. That's all I have.
All right. Hi. I wanted to first echo what Mayor said, which is it feels like new energy, and it feels like really welcome new energy. And I also want to thank you. Paige, we got to meet at the town hall that we had about a month ago, and I think this is an exciting moment, and thank you. And I'm really glad y'all are here too. I had three quick things that one is, my version of Kim saying like, let's pounce on U of H. Mine is, I really liked hearing you, briefly mention that there will be even more renewed focus on how to best support the small entrepreneurs that are already here. Because, I do not profess to know everything that's been going on at the chamber by any means since I've been on council, but it does seem to me like that is such an opportunity that could just be seized so much more, helping so many of these small folks just enhance what they're already doing.
Yes.
In addition to obviously attracting new business, but the
Mhm.
people who are already here investing. And I'm really
Yes.
excited to hear that that's already obviously on your radar. I wanted to ask about the diversity and inclusion task force. And you said the theme of this expo that's going to come up. I just wanted to ask briefly, what are some of the ways that you guys are ensuring that diversity and inclusion concepts and ideas are part of you even putting together that, right? Because it could easily be like, hello, here is our beautiful all-white female staff putting together this great diversity and inclusion expo, and it might miss the point, And I'm not saying you are, but I'd
Right,
love
we're
to
not.
give you the opportunity to say, what are you doing
Oh,
to
right.
make sure that those concepts are there from the beginning?
Well, it's the people that were selected for the steering committee. So the people
Great.
behind the committee will be the people that will, in the next several months, will be all about outreach and getting
Okay.
out and meeting the people in the community. And we have Mayor Bell on the steering committee, and Councilwoman Yancey has volunteered to be added to the committee. Thank you very much. And we have Mayor Dedrick Johnson from Texas
Excellent.
City. We have Commissioner Thelma Bowie from
Cool.
Texas City on the task force. And we have a couple of small business owners who are from diverse ethnic backgrounds as well, who are current chamber members on the task force. And we're growing the task force. If
Cool.
you would like to join, every time we talk about this, I ask people if they want to participate. And the next activities will be all about outreach.
Cool.
And so at our meetings, we know these are people, you have representation on your city council. I know they know the people that are here. And I'm like you, I'm passionate about helping the people that are already here to grow because they have roots.
Right.
So they'll stick. We call it economic gardening. Grow your own people
Yeah.
up and they will bloom where they are. So it's really about the people behind the task force
Awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
That's the perfect
and their
answer.
connections.
And the last thing, again, this is the one that's my hobby horse. I personally, I would really love to see our city, as we seek more development, as our EDC, and as we work with you guys, have a focus on not only development, but a vision of conservation as well, and how that is also development. Like the idea that we have so many beautiful undeveloped areas that are part of our city limits and part of our county, and that those don't just exist as empty spaces to be developed. I think I'd really like for us to be progressive around some of these could be huge money makers and huge boons for the city by not being developed, and how can those work in tandem with development? I just think Lamarque is just rife with that opportunity, especially because we are bordered by, Galveston, which really can't develop a whole lot more. And, I've been in so many meetings in Galveston that are all about how do we walk back some of this stuff that we did that we wish we hadn't done because we destroyed all of these really groovy natural resources that we could have turned into really feckin' tourism elements. And I just can never get away from that. And one of the things I love most about Lamarque is how much old growth we have, trees, and
Yes.
and that it's not like a hippy dippy idea. It's actually, I think, a very fiscally responsible idea. So anyway, that's my hobby horse, and that's it. And I'm so glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Michael,
No comments, sir. No questions.
satisfied, huh?
Yes, sir.
After Joe, I do have something else.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One thing that we talked with our grant writer that was here earlier, Paige, was about the hubs and how sometimes the city manager don't understand about the 20% of the federal dollars. And I know most of the cities in Galveston County will be getting some of those funds from GLOW.
Yes.
that may be a way that the chamber can help some of our city managers to keep abreast of that. I know we did a study on that about 4 years ago with the NAACP. We contacted the city and their city managers, and we were trying to get a list of their hubs. And the response was, we don't have to account for that. And I said, yes, you do. Because if you're getting federal dollars, you have to account for that. And so I know that is a weakness that perhaps that this chamber can help our city managers along in the county to even just have a list of certified hubs
Yes.
that they could go to in order to meet that mandate.
Mhm.
The NAACP is watching this area because of all the funds that are coming due to it being a disaster area for so long because of the freeze and because of COVID now too, to make sure that those mandates are met. So we want to just make sure that we're in compliance with that. And I know they would love the help to make sure that that we're meeting that, and just to give those opportunities to those hubs. There's a lot of companies that are not hub certified that are here locally. So I know that is a great need. There are also some local chambers too that I think you and I talked about kind of partnering with to try to help with the diversity piece to make sure that we meet those needs.
Yes. Yes. That's one of the goals of the Diversity Task Force and the SBDC is to help identify the minority-owned businesses, women-owned, veteran-owned that can get these certifications that can then be in a database to be lists given to developers. Yeah.
You're on it.
Great. Thank you for being here, Paige. I've got several areas I want to cover. Explain to me if there is a relationship at all between the chamber and the Galveston County Economic Development Department.
Not directly. We work with our Galveston County Task Force and our representatives at the county office, but I'm working with the Marque EDC and the Tech City EDC, and they are then aligned with those others as colleagues. Yeah.
The data and the demographics, you said that's posted at the website? You mentioned data and demographics that you're providing to the city of Lamarck.
Right.
And that information is posted at the at your website.
I don't think, well, we have an economic profile publication there that if you flip through, the data is probably in there. The data for this annual report that the city turns in collects data about the school district and demographics. I don't know if the chart that we provide for your report is the same chart in our book, but we do track the demographics.
So
We don't have like an EDC type website. They have the good data easier to find perhaps.
Which is this report, Mayor, that she's referring to?
It's a financial report that you turn in every year, and we're just like your go-to partner. We call the schools and we get some of the data and just turn it in a nice little report. Just as a service. We make the calls.
I'd like to see the last one, at least, and get up. I'm not familiar with the product.
Paige, help Mayor Pro Tem. Do you turn that into, just so for his informational purposes, do you turn that into the EDC? Is that turned into the city manager's office on a regular basis? Or
Your city financial officer, why can't I think of her name right now?
Ms. Coop?
It's one of your assistants.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Misty,
Mohammed?
would it be Misty? No, Quincy?
So in any event, you turn it in on an annual basis and it goes to the finance department?
Yes,
Okay.
because you need that data for your financial report.
So Ms. Cool, would you at lunch or at a different time, check with your people to get us the most recent report?
And I can also email it to you when I get back to.
Let
my
me ask you
desk.
this, so that we can kind of clear up Mayor Pro Tem's question. Is there any reason at all that we give it to the finance director and not address it to perhaps the economic development director or the city manager so that it can be
I do
distributed?
not know the history of the relationship. It's really, I know that y'all have the same data probably. It's just a favor that we,
Moving forward, we love the report. Could we give one copy to Alex and one copy to Chase so that we can make sure that EDC has the information and Chase can disseminate that
Absolutely.
through the council? Yes, ma'am. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. No problem. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks. And just follow up, Mayor, you know this, and you and I have had these discussions, especially this new council here. We're trying to send a statement that there's nothing hidden. All information, we're 100% transparent.
Yes.
And so that's part of this process as I hear about these different resources.
Sure.
Thanks. The advocacy committee. I'm familiar with this. My dear friend Gina Spagnola of Galveston, who is a dear friend, and she's heavily involved in some of these things. She lobbies me on some of these issues.
Mhm.
It would be helpful and I don't know how you do it, but perhaps on a quarterly basis, or is at least to also get to council members items of immense interest. Because I, for one, keep a separate list based upon the Texas Municipal League now, right? The issues there. And if we see one trend out of Austin is that I find it surprising, this turnover, but we're seeing efforts by a particular party to impose a mandate upon local governments as to what they can and cannot do, which is inconsistent with the history of that party. And that's what I'm having great difficulty in wrapping. And I want our residents and our citizens to know that sometimes we get requests and ask for, let's do this or let's do that. And we can't, because Austin has already usurped that particular flexibility that a municipal government would have and has had in the past. And our hands are tied in some of these areas. So I want to combine lists, so to say, and then let our residents know as well about these issues that we're facing as a municipal government that ultimately may cost us more money because we cannot do something.
Yes. I will send to you the most recent list of priorities that we developed, and we worked with all the 8 chambers during this legislative session, as well as the city of Galveston, and Miss Sally Bacco at the city, and folks from Judge Henry's office. And those were some of the issues that they were also tracking.
And I want to switch there then as an extension of advocacy and go over to your COVID-19 efforts for small business individuals. The challenge now for small business, at least I keep hearing, as you know, you mentioned it, is finding staff. And so to the extent that we can be your cheerleaders in whatever language, by the way, let's make sure that we understand the realities of Texas. And that's to say that we have a lot of individuals who perform services whose first language is not English, that we go out and communicate messages with regard to what? Make sure you get, if you can, highest levels of COVID rates, positivity, happen to be with some of these communities. Let's make sure that you have access to a vaccine, if you so wish it, right? For your protection, if you so wish it. So that's an effort that I hope that we can collaborate on to be united in this messaging as a community to improve and make a stronger community. And then as part of that COVID, and Alex, this is part of it too, I believe we need to be more aggressive because small business individuals do not have the time to do the research on all the COVID related resources that may be available to them in this time. Like we have right now access to, at the federal level, our restaurant fund. And our own restaurant owners here in town don't even know about that. Or if they know about that, I don't know how to navigate this. I don't know how to submit. So to the extent that we can have navigators, and I'll volunteer for that. I do that every day, right? I want to help our small businesses complete the applications that are out there that will permit them to stay in business and be part of the communities
Yes,
here.
sir.
So that's a priority that I would like to see. And there's more. If Congress gets its act together and there's an infrastructure bill out there, that will also provide great benefits for our community as a whole in terms of outcomes. My last comment, and I was going to kind of save this for Alex, but it's relevant because you guys are not originally from the area. I want to paint a picture, and here's the picture. When the Lamarque that I grew up in after being born in Galveston in the early days, going to school there, and both Catholic school and public school, and then coming over here to Lamarque, is a Lamarque where our roads were not paved. Our roads were shell roads, white shell. And if you remember, and Mike, you might remember these days too, over here, it was a white shell. And Laura, in some parts of the city, that's how it was. And the reality was that even that white shell was paid for by the developer or the builder. They didn't call them developers in those days, Alex. You were just a home builder, the home builder. And when the potholes, and God knows the potholes came about on those white shell roads, it was not up to, we couldn't call the city to get those potholes filled. It took the neighbors to get together to buy another dump truck, a load truck to come and provide some additional white shell to fill those potholes. And that was paid for collectively by the neighbors in that area. And then if you were lucky and somehow this picture of Lamarque is during the summer months, or when we had a lot of, we lacked rain, then that white shell became this cloud. You could hear Lamarque, you could see different parts of town, clouds of white because of the white shell. And so what was the response to that? The response to that was they would bring out an oil truck. And the oil truck would be open, Mike, you remember this too? And you'd open it and they would dump this oil sheen on the road, on the white shell road. And this morning thinking about that, I thought that's in the effect of an instant oil pipeline break, because we were creating our own environmental hazard there by that particular practice. But God knows we didn't know anything about that. That was the best thing to do to keep the dust down. And then ultimately, if you were lucky, and your neighbors could afford it, joining with the city then, you shared the cost in getting your road paved. It wasn't a full 100% responsibility of the city to do that. So I tell this story because people who complain today that Lamarque is not advancing don't know the full story. I know where we've come from. I know, and I hope, where we're going. And but it's going to take, and one thing that I know we're going and doing is empowering every one of our residents, at least on my part, every one of our residents, whether you're wake up and or positive or negative, you just want to talk, I want to listen to you. And we can do that collectively to overcome these stories that we hear about what economic development money's being stolen or not stolen, or what Chamber of Commerce is not doing or is doing. And I hope to be working with all of you in that particular effort of let's show that yes, in fact, Lamarque is progressing, both in terms of its commitment to excellence, as well as the families that now reside in this city, which was historically a bedroom community for the plants in Texas City as well too. And that is, in of itself has changed as well too, right? Those particular dynamics. Let me see, I forgot there was one other item that I wanted to make. No, that's all. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I have one more thing, Mayor. My company was I went through the Goldman Sachs Small Business Cohort. I was the first one, 2011. I would love for more Lamarque businesses to go through that program. It is still there. Can you help some Lamarque businesses do that program? It is an amazing program. They stay with you. Goldman Sachs could really help some of our local businesses. That application can kind of be tough. But if you could help some of our local Lamarque businesses do that application, I think it's coming up again. I think that would be great if the chamber could help them with that.
Yeah. We've pushed that out in the past. It goes out in our weekly newsletter, which of course members see. So that's why it's great to have the partnership if there are businesses that you know that don't get that.
And if you ever need a postal person, I'll come and talk about that, because I did it in 2011.
Yeah.
And it's now 2021, and they still allow resources for my staffing company, and I can just pick up a phone and they give me free information just like that. We really need to push that Goldman Sachs program to our businesses here locally, because once you're in, and they don't let you go.
So Paige, one of the things that you're proud of is this accreditation. Could you speak to us a little bit about, you talked to us a little bit about what goes into receiving that, but you also said something about there are very few numbers of chambers that reach the level of accreditation. Talk to us about that portion and what that potentially could mean for us as a municipality, because we are in partnership with a chamber that has that accreditation. Go.
Well, the accreditation is important to us because businesses are asked to join many chambers. If you think about especially the large national and multinational businesses that are here, they get asked to join many chambers. And no two chambers are alike. And some are good stewards of their funds and they have a track record of success and positive benchmarks, and some don't. And seeing an accreditation on a chamber's, publication would let the business know instantly that we have, good financial stewardship. That's one of the things. There's a cost to being an accredited chamber. There's an application fee, and some of the requirements are costly. Like they require us to get fully audited every year. And an audit costs the chamber anywhere between like $7,000 to $10,000. That's a big line item. And at my last chamber, we were only able to budget a full audit every 3 years. And we were not able to be accredited. We tried to operate by all the best practices, but it puts our chamber in a top league. It's something you can be proud of. I don't think our accreditation triggers anything necessarily for the municipal government, but it is something that you can be proud of and know that if dollars are being given to that chamber, that there is proper stewardship and personnel, et cetera.
And so Paige, that's interesting, right? So what we're suggesting potentially is that not all chambers are good stewards over the finances and the revenues that they realize. That's big for me. That's something that I haven't thought about. How prevalent is that? There are a lot of different chambers throughout our country, throughout our state. In your industry, in your business, how prevalent is the idea that chambers may not be good stewards of the revenues that they realize?
So less than 3% of all chambers in the nation are accredited. That's the first fact that we know. So it's a very small number. And typically, it's the bigger chambers that can get accredited. Like I said, I was at the Brenham Washington County Chamber for 18 years. We did not ever have we knew that we couldn't afford the annual audit. And plus, we had a great track record of success and positive benchmarks. So I don't think our board necessarily felt that was a direction. I think that you have plenty of chambers in small towns who it's out of their budget. You have to belong to this national association, then you have to have the audit, and there's some other things. So I want to cast a bad light on any small chamber. There are plenty of chambers where they're like a one-person operation. They have a board of directors, but this one employee does it all. And we have some like that in our county, and they are hardworking, and they work alongside us on our task force and our government affairs. So the fact that they can't necessarily afford to join and get the accreditation, I wouldn't immediately hold that against any organization. I think
Sure.
if you were in a major city, you would expect it. I think it might be more of an expectation, in the big cities.
Sure.
It is something that large businesses look for.
Sure, and to me, it's important because two things. Number one, we used to have our own chamber, and I don't know for a fact, but I'm almost sure that we weren't accredited, which meant, and this is the key for me, which meant taxpayer dollars went toward a chamber that wasn't accredited. And for me, in this age and era of transparency in government, and certainly that being part of my leadership and that being part of this new council's focus,
Yes.
it would be for me problematic to have a municipality invest in a chamber that was not accredited.
That's a great,
Because again, it's
good point.
taxpayers' dollars
Yes, sir.
going in, and we
Yes,
need to
sir.
have a way to say safely to our taxpayers,
Yes.
this chamber has been vetted
Yes.
by industry standards, right? So that's important for me, and it's good that you brought that up, because that for me puts this chamber in a category, right?
Yes.
That I think would bring some comfort to our community and to our taxpayer. In that accreditation, is there a ratio? Is there a formula? Is there a standard that would suggest that a certain amount of those monies that you receive can be expended on salaries versus maintenance and operations? You said that there are a lot of one-person chambers across this country.
Yes.
So the question is there a standard that says that if you're going to be accredited, 20% of your overall budget can go to salaries or
Right.
something of that sort?
That is not part of the accreditation process for chambers. I know that in the charitable organization world, for charities, there's a gold standard of, is it like 25% or less should go for, admin, and 75% gets put back into programming. Chambers are entirely different in the sense that, first of all, we are a 501c6. In the IRS code, we're classified as a business league, and all charitable organizations are 501c3. And when a business contributes to a 501c3, they get certain tax deductions for charitable giving that they do not get with a Chamber of Commerce. The chamber is like a marketing agency. And so the funds that a business provides to the chamber is a business/marketing expense. So it's a whole different in the tax code. And at the chamber, so much of what we do every day is done by personnel. The programs that we put on, the workshops, the hand-holding of businesses, we're the ER for businesses, they say, especially during COVID, helping them get a hold of these funds. And so really the staff are the the bulk of what's valuable at a chamber. You can operate without a business, but you couldn't operate without the people. Building, you can operate without a building, but you couldn't operate without the people.
So there may be in this country, there may be one person chambers in a scenario that quite possibly every dollar that is expended with those particular chambers goes toward the salary of that one person.
That could be true. And in fact, during COVID, a lot of small chambers closed because they had no funds and they could not afford to employ a person. And that person could not afford to work for free. They had to go, find other employment.
Just trying to bring to our citizens this information that would allow them to see the value in this chamber, and how important you guys are, and how qualified you are to receive taxpayer dollars. That's important for me.
Thank you.
Because it's always an issue,
Yes.
not an issue. That's a bad word. There's always a discussion about investments of this sort. So we want to make sure that our community understands that you are, in essence, in that top 3% of chambers in this country, and that those dollars that we expend are being put to good use. Now, here's another area that I'd like to question you on. We know that our big sister to the east of us has a huge convention center, and huge by our standards, not by the city of Houston. But because of that, the overwhelming majority of activity in the Texas City Lamarque Chamber ends up in Texas City, right at the Doyle Center, which no problem. I love going there, great place. But what that does is then that takes a lot of the focus away from Lamarque, because we don't have at this point a viable conference center. That's something that we can strive for, but we don't have it now. But one of the areas that we can make up is the area of events and tourism, right? Yes. And so Bayou Fest is our flagship tourism opportunity and event. But I think that I'm interested in us partnering with you and with the chamber for more events, because if we can't have the workshops and the banquets and the trade shows, because we just don't have the space for it, we can make it up in events. And so here's a couple of things that I personally am going to propose to this council during budget workshop, and certainly we would like to have you as a partner. We'd like to get Alex and Colleen in on this as well. One of the things that I'd like to see us partner with moving forward is July 4th celebration, an Independence Day celebration. Don't know what that looks like. I just know that we're getting ready to later on today look at the hotel motel tax fund, which is designed to bring tourism into our city. We would really love to establish a 4th of July celebration in this city and grow it. The other thing that I'd like for us to take a look at, partnering with you with, is a Founders Day celebration, a day that we would be able to celebrate the founding of our city, so that we can bring some excitement back to our city, some community pride, so that we can be reminded of how far we've actually come. Mayor Pro Tem talked to us today about the time when Lamarque had dirt roads. And to make the point of look how far we've come, right? I think that Founders Day celebration would help us to do that. And so again, love the fact that you're working with us on the Bayou Fest, the Christmas parade, but I would like to see us expand those collaborations until we get a convention center. And I'm sure Alex is working on a convention center right now. He's writing right now, getting the plan together. But until then, do you think that that's possible for us to partner? And we know that there may be some revenue sharing. We know that you all are very innovative in how you're able to help us pay for some of these things. And so I'm open to vendors and all of the cook-offs or whatever that looks like for you guys. I just want to see if we can work with you guys on at least those two events so that we can, again, grow some tourism in our city, grow some excitement around our city, and so that our city can see the chamber working in and around us more than just Bayou Fest and the Christmas parade.
No, I'd love to be on whatever committee looks into those and, don't know.
Do you think it's an opportunity for us to partner with you guys?
I don't know that we could look at all the details right now, but I don't know what's involved or what the expectations are. But I'm behind it every step of the way in terms of promoting the way we promote all of the events in the community. We do. As far as, the chamber organizing another event, you see our book of all the events we're already doing. So we would probably have to drop something to add something new. But I don't know, what exactly we're talking about in terms of time and commitment, but I love the idea.
Sure.
And when is Founder's Day?
I have no idea off the top of my head what day it is.
So can we pick the date or?
No, we're gonna do some research on it. I'm brainstorming up here. Paige, give me a minute now.
I hope it's not mid-October, but.
I tell you who would know. Colleen Martin would know. Colleen. No? So we'll get that to you. But again, it doesn't have to be anything major, Paige.
Right.
Just some support
Oh, yeah.
initially, and then we can build and we can see what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any other questions for the chamber?
I do have one page, one last. The city of Texas City, you will see a sign. And I think the one I remember most vividly, it's in various parts, but you'll see a sign on Palmer in 1764 that says All America City. City of Galveston has a similar sign as well too. And Alex, you may know about those or others. No, but there's that's a designation, and Mayor, this is something that, as you were talking with Paige, is a designation established by the National Civic League. And it was something that I was going to be proposing that we join in order to seek this recognition, which is a recognition, and speaking of the things that you mentioned, that it acknowledges the work. There are only 10 of them that are given per year, but it acknowledges the work of communities in using inclusive civic engagement to address our critical issues and to create stronger connections among residents, businesses, nonprofit, and our government leaders. So congratulations to Texas City and Galveston for earning that designation in the past. And I hope that we can too get on a track to be recognized for this area. And it becomes, I think, a tool to invite businesses as well, Alex, on that side.
Good deal. We'll end this page. I'll go back again and say to you about our events. Perhaps there are opportunities for fundraising for the chamber.
Yes.
With those events.
Yeah, sounds
Maybe.
good.
Maybe there's an opportunity.
I like it.
Does anybody else have any questions for the chamber? Any questions for the chamber? Well, Paige, we enjoyed you.
Oh, thank you.
We had so much fun. We're going to ask you to stay the rest of the day and then come back on Tuesday.
I would be honored to come and report quarterly or a couple times
Absolutely.
a year, as often as you would like to hear from us.
We would love to hear from you quarterly. That's another thing this council is working on. The idea that from not only from our partners, but also from our department heads, quarterly reports at least. And so we are going to be seeing you and we're going to be seeing Alex and Miss Susie and the library and all of our department heads and our partners on a quarterly basis for a report.
And in return, we've also talked about how we as a council need to make sure we are also being more present for chamber.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Ladies and
Enjoy the rest
gentlemen,
of
it is 11:45. Do we want to take 5 and give Alex and Colleen a chance to approach the podium, or do we want to just allow them to approach now and get right in it?
Get right in it.
I'm ready.
You ready to get right in it? You ready, Alex? Yes, sir. Colleen, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Colleen's scrolling. She's getting ready. Come on, Colleen.
When we were incorporated. That's how I know the Marque was spelled in the 2 words.
I used
Did you
to-
find the date?
I used to know that. I can't remember. As a history teacher, we did all that.
Well, the year was 1953.
We did the
There's a book in the
Butter
library that
Station, Big
has those dates
A
too.
lot of it is really.
Yeah.
not
The library.
clear.
It's
Amy
kinda-
Miller, do you know
I
the
just
date?
cannot remember it. Yeah.
You have it?
I think it's called The History of Lamarck.
History of Lamarck.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
I would like to find that.
Has anybody reached out? Esther Rice, some of you guys might know, she used to, and you probably know her out that name too, Alex. She used
Yes,
to
sir.
keep that, our, kind of like, she was our historian for many years here.
She was very active. Yes, I think she may be in that book. I think everybody wrote a chapter and you see some redundancy in there, but it's a very good start. If whoever hadn't read it, it's a quick read. But I try to read it every 3 or 4 years or so. It's a good read.
But I'm just wondering, her family has any of the resources that, her archives in effect, that might be helpful. Because I think there is, especially for this event that the mayor is proposing a Founder's Day.
Yes, sir.
Good deal. We are excited to have the Economic Development Corporation with us. Executive Director Alex Getty, Public Relations Specialist Colleen Martin. So they're going to present their budget to us today, but not only that, it's our opportunity, gang, to question them and to allow them to shed light on not only their activities, but other appropriate subject matter as it relates to what we are experiencing today in our community. And so who's presenting? All right, well, Alex, you can go ahead.
Good morning, barely morning, Mayor and Council. I'll give you just a brief summary of how we got here with the budget today, just kind of for your own edification and appreciate the opportunity to be here. So at the June board meeting, the EDC board approved a budget review committee, which is standard for us. So in June, Board Member Lane and Board Member Smith and I met to discuss the budget and go through line item by line item. Ms. Koo is always very helpful in this, where she sets us up a spreadsheet. She plugs in the knowns and we go through and plug in the anticipated knowns. And so July 20th, just a few days ago, the board met and approved from the EDC side of the house, the budget that you see before you today, which is a very conservative, balanced budget. We anticipate in reality revenues about 1.5 million. You'll notice that we're only in the budget looking at 1.2 million in sales tax revenues. There's a couple of reasons for that. One of which is as we all know, sales tax is a fickle beast, particularly when you have construction through your main thoroughfare. We've been talking about this for a couple of years now. We've been so fortunate since 2012, we've seen consistent gains, and we're still seeing those gains, even though we've been in construction for roughly a year. So we wanted to be conservative with our budget, and so it gives us about a 20% play in there in case there is a little bit of digression in the sales tax funds based upon, again, no other reason than the I-45 expansion project changing shopping patterns temporarily. And so that's a little bit about how we got here today. Be happy to answer any questions you have regarding to the budget or anything that you need today. We'll do our best to answer that this morning.
Who wants to start?
I'm not shy, I'll start. Alex, do me a favor, if you would, please. if there's one area as I've joined this council that I continue to get questions about beliefs that this is what EDC does and stuff, would you please start, if you know, if not, we'll get Ron up here, at some point and have him come. Establish the relationship, paint the picture. How did the EDC come about? What was the goals as we started discussing this? And then ultimately the structure and how you were hired by, not by us, but by the board of the EDC. If you could go into those areas.
Sure, I'll do my best. So in the 1980s, there was an allowance for industrial development corporations.
Speak closer to the mic. I want people to make sure they.
I'm tall, so I don't want to be leaning over for too terribly long. So in the 80s, they allowed for industrial development corporations. There was no mechanism for funding yet, however. That changed in the early 90s. And so by a vote of the people, there was a 0.5-cent sales tax approved by the people. So before that, there was a 7.5-cent sales tax in the city of Lamarque. After that election in 1991, I believe it was, there was 1 additional cent or 1% added to the sales tax rate in Lamarque. So 1/2 cent went to fund economic development projects. Well, the other 0.5 cent went to buy down or pay down the ad valorem cost for the citizens. When we first started, there was roughly, and this is from Chairman Crowder's history, that was generating about $350,000 a year. As just stated previously, we're now at about 1.5 million are anticipated real revenues off that 0.5 cent sales. So anytime you go to Sam's or Walmart or any business in Lamarque and you make a sales tax qualifying purchase, 8.25% now goes to the state comptroller's office. They hold it, takes them 4 to 6 weeks to do what they do with it. They keep 6.25%, and then 2 cents or 2% is returned back to the city, of which the city retains 1.5 cents and the EDC gets 1/2 cent. So we were the second city, as I understand it, to approve this expanded 0.5 cent sales tax for economic development. So we've been at it almost the entire time. And so the people understood and had a vision for it. And so we've been doing that since then. Yes, to answer your question, I'm an employee of the Economic Development Corporation. We are a government nonprofit. I am hired and fired by the board of directors. Colleen is also an employee of the corporation. She is hired and fired by the board, as well as Ms. Randall, our EDC receptionist. We have 3 employees currently. Any other questions or anything you'd like me to touch on?
And on a daily basis, to be clear, this council is not your boss. We're not telling you guys what to do. We're not things of this nature. You know where I'm going, I guess. You've got your boss is your board. You've got your mission that's set forth by the council in the creation, and then we try to produce positive outcomes for our community. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir. The board that I work for is appointed, of course, by city council, and that's the direct link. I often say that we're first cousins or closer because everything we do is to help benefit the city. If we're not in lockstep and all paddling in the same direction, we don't do it. We just flat out do not do it. We want to make sure that our goals and objectives align with council. I mean, make no mistake about that. While I report to the board, we work for the benefit of council and the city.
And in terms of the relationship, the city of Lamarque provides you certain bookkeeping services, like accounting services. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that is a budgeted item. You'll see that we pay for those services. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're paying for those services. So that's another item I hope that our residents understand, right? That you could be entirely within your prerogative of the board, the EDC board, to say, by the way, we're going to go out and contract with another third party to do these particular services.
Yes, sir. We can legally do that.
But we're keeping it here in terms of the city and on that side. Is there, other than the bylaws, Alex, is there in effect, sometimes they're called in the nonprofit world memorandums of understanding, maybe in the governmental world, they're called interlocal agreements. Is there an interlocal agreement between the city and the EDC that sets forth the relationship?
There's some state law that does a lot of that, but it's a great question. And yes, we used to have one. And that was, just to kind of give you a little history real quick. We bought what is currently City Hall, the EDC did. It was one of the first purchases through an RTC sale. And then, as I understand it, and was told to me, then the city had a need for a City Hall. And so they approached the EDC about obtaining that. And so at that time, the EDC and the city entered into an MOU, for lack of a better term, and an agreement to house the EDC director for a period of time and provide the copy machine and, conference room and just different things that the corporation would need in order to operate efficiently and effectively. That agreement has run its course. So a couple of years ago, the same question, we're like, do we have anything? And so we worked on it. We approved it through the Economic Development Corporation. We brought it to council. And for some reason, it did not get approved. It got tabled or something, but we did our part to bring it to council. And that was during 2 administrations ago. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we tried to get there, but we're not there. Yes, sir.
It was actually pulled from a council meeting with their board, a signed agreement from the EDC.
It was pulled from a council meeting. Do you remember? Don't need names, but do you remember positions?
Yeah,
Was it city administration? Was it
higher up than that.
higher up than that? It was one of the previous mayors. Okay, that's all. We doesn't matter. Okay,
But we have approved and signed an agreement.
Sure.
To answer the question. Yes, sir.
I would ask that we bring that back to council, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
I want to see our agreement. I want our residents to feel comfortable that there is a clear document that exists here. And so.
let me interject this, Joe, really quickly, because we need to start bending things back to the truth, right? And we need to be as transparent as we can be. The mayor, whoever that mayor is, if it's Grafton Austin, I'm sorry. That mayor has the power to control the agenda. Doesn't make it good, doesn't make it bad, doesn't make it good decisions or bad decisions. But I said that to say that many times the rest of the council is unaware of that. We don't know. I mean, that's the mayor's purview. And every mayor has their reasons, right? Again, I'm sure there was some legitimate reasons for why that happened. But I wanted to say that in these types of discussions so that we can absolve the council from even any knowledge of this, because I was here and I did not know what Robin just suggested. And again, not to demonize anybody, but more importantly, to educate everybody, right, on how this process works. And so Mayor Pro Tem has requested that we revisit that. I, as mayor, current mayor, am directing Chase to bring that back so that we can have this agreement brought to council so that the public can understand what that agreement is about. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks. Now, Alex, on the sales tax side, educate me a bit, educate all of us a bit. Texas has established by law this 6 1/4, 6.25% sales tax. That's by law. Everybody, wherever you live in Texas, you're going to get charged that if you go and make a purchase other than for groceries and certain medicines. There are exceptions on the list. Now, that remainder, is there, well, let me go back and say, we have then, in addition to that, here in the city of Lamarque, if you buy something at Walmart or any other business here, does that apply to food, by the way, to restaurants?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
The only time food is not taxed if it's just raw food. If you buy a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk or, maybe even some meats and things that have not been prepared for you.
Right.
Those are not sales tax, but everything else is. Yes, sir.
And that additional amount, like to assist economic development, and then our hotel and motel, that's separate, right?
Yes, sir. Separate, totally separate.
That's a totally, and how much is that?
I don't see that.
You don't see that at all. Okay, so we'll get into that discussion later. My question to you is, does the city, if you know, does the city have an opportunity at some point to say, we want to increase our sales tax collections here by another half cent?
I'd have to look into that, but I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
I think 8 1/4 is the cap, but we
is
could
a
talk.
cap for everything.
I think I could find out for you, but I don't believe that.
I believe you're right. I'm just wondering if I've missed something, because I know Galveston's cap is that as well too, with things of that nature. So now, if you could also then walk me through, Alex. I'm a business person. Now, I'm going to put it in 2 categories. I'm a big company. I'm an Amazon. I'm a Walmart, a Sam's. I'm a Saks Fifth Avenue, whatever it could be, Nordstrom's. And I want to perhaps take advantage of the fact that we have the largest area of freeway I-45 frontage, and I want to build a store. Who do they approach here in the city? Is the first call usually you, or is it the Texas City Lamarque Chamber of Commerce? Is it the Galveston County Economic Development Group? Who? I'm just curious. Who do they call?
That's a great question, and the answer is it depends. I mean, it really depends. Sometimes they may call the chamber first. Sometimes they may call me first. They may call permitting first. You really don't know, and it really does depend on the sophistication level sometimes of a business, because sometimes you just have an idea and a dream. And so you're just calling to get information, or you could be a global corporation. So it really does just depend. In the larger ones, sometimes they might come visit you and you don't even know it. They might walk through your doors, send somebody to come talk to some people and see how it goes. And that may have been your chance. You just never know.
And I guess along these lines, and for smaller businesses, they may walk into City Hall here, right?
Yes.
And say, look, I've got a dream and I'd like to start a business. So, Mr. City Manager, what happens when that small business person walks in our doors?
We refer them to Alex.
All right, they're told, go over there. Okay. And now we have established businesses, the small established business. Would you please let us know what the Economic Development Council has done up to date, up to now, with regard to COVID-19 resources and services for our small businesses?
Yes, sir. So when the pandemic hit, we were one of the first to act. Unfortunately for our businesses, we had the capital available to do some things that others could not. And so it was a great benefit. And so essentially we're in the first pandemic in 100 years. Things have changed since the last one, right? So we had to develop a program pretty much on the fly. And a good friend of mine taught me this, and I'm gonna borrow it right now, but he said we had to build the plane while we were flying it. Mm-hmm. And that's a true statement for this, because we didn't exactly know how to do it. We did our research and we watched others and we did the best we could on the fly. And so we ended up having one round of grants and emergency grants, and it went really well. The first round was tough. It took a lot of time and effort to get it going, and finance did a great job. The EDC board did a great job. Council did a great job. And we were able to get help in their hands quickly. So another 4 or 6 weeks passed, and Mayor Pro Tem at the time, now Mayor Bell, he suggested, hey, is there something else that we can do? Can we do something else? Can we do more? And floated the idea of a round two. We said, yes, absolutely, we can do that. And so round two was a lot easier, right? Because we'd already plowed that field. And so we were a lot more efficient. Even though we were efficient the first time, I'm talking about the hours it took to get it going internally was a lot smoother. And so at the end of the day, we ended up helping 124 Lamarque businesses. We allocated $974,000 of reserve funds directly infused into our Lamarque businesses. And it saved a lot of businesses. So when you look at return on investment, that would be the first place that I'm going to point you to, because while we may not know the exact dollar 10, 15, 20 years from now, but we do absolutely know that businesses were saved by those efforts because we've been told that directly by the owners.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank you guys for doing that.
Well, thank you all for your support. I know it was a great win for everybody.
So, and this is also under that category. I'm trying to clear up beliefs. You know, unfortunately, sometimes we're caught up in this wheel that whatever's posted online is fact. And I want to keep saying again, the online are opinions. Very few people are actually posting facts. You know, if you're going to post a fact, post your source. Not I heard this or I did that, but this is under the category of I've heard. The effort to bring or Amazon, what role, if any, did the EDC have in that?
So we work directly with the landowner. And just historically, we'd worked with the landowner on 4 or 5 different opportunities over the years. This one finally came to fruition. And so during this negotiation, it was all Zoom time, right? So this was in the pandemic. And so we met with their realtor and their owner of the real estate 5, 6, 7 different times to try to lay the groundwork for a deal. But ultimately, and fortunately, very good for the city and the EDC, Amazon never asked for any incentives. And so there's no reimbursement or any type of agreements that the EDC has agreed to. And so once the real estate deal was heading in the right direction, that was pretty much the limit of our involvement directly in regards to the nuances of the deal.
And if you know, and this is if you know, on the first day we had our outside tax collection attorney here, Marque Chevalier, and he made the comment with regard to these developments like Amazon are somewhat sophisticated from a tax perspective, because I'd asked the question, what is it going to represent in possible new income for us, right? And so I guess that would be one question, if you know. But second, was there an actual, did an entity, either Amazon itself or some subsidiary of Amazon actually acquire that property?
I'm not 100% sure who actually owns the real estate at this time. We'd have to do some deed research.
Okay. At some point, that's going to be on public records. So
Correct. When they update the tax rolls.
On the tax rolls on that side. Okay. All right. I think you covered what I needed to cover, and under this guise of let's clear up a lot of misconceptions about EDC, and you're our mechanism to be out there very visibly, being apart and separate from members of this council and our staff every day, being cheerleaders for this city and on all sides. That's all. I have.
Yeah, when we can get the name of that company, that information was given to me by Pastor Hallam himself. And apparently there is maybe Amazon has a subsidiary. And part of their process is for their land holdings to be designated to this company, but it is Amazon. Don't understand what that looks like. Maybe it's tax purposes. It's part of their business model. But whatever that company's name is, and we'll get the official name, I'm willing to bet that that's a subsidiary of Amazon and is done that way for some sort of tax purpose that's way above our pay grade. But we'll definitely get that officially. I wanted to say this, and then we'll take other questions. Just jump in here for a minute. Say this. It's clear to me personally, being here for the amount of time that I've been here, that the Economic Development Corporation is indispensable. It's clear to me that that's the case. It's clear to me that the work of Mr. Getty and Ms. Martin is invaluable. That's also clear to me. It's clear to me that they've done a tremendous job for our city. They're very hardworking, well-meaning people who have represented us well. Both of them have passion and drive, and we could not have reached the point in our economic development that we're at have it not been for their efforts. That's clear to me. And I want to make that clear to all of us. It's clear that if I'm not here tomorrow, or Alex or Colleen or any of us, that somebody else would have to step up and step in like Mr. Carey is doing. And they would, have to figure it out. But more importantly, the folks that we have there now are doing an excellent job. And there's some things in this report that would suggest that. The Marque Economic Development designations for 2021, there's an excellence in economic development from the TEDC. Mr. Getty was recognized in the CPM program enrollment, and Ms. Martin was recognized in the CPC program enrollment. So I want to make sure before we get into the rest of these questions from the mayor, we know how valuable these folks are. And we know what they mean to our city, and I am in full support of them. Again, we would not be where we are in economic development if it had not been for the work that they've done for us. So I'll get back to my questioning after that, but I wanted to point that out while Joe was making the points that he was making, that I know that you're valuable, and I want the public to know how valuable you are.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from the council?
Ditto. I mean, you guys work so hard and you're a really small staff and you accomplish a lot, and it's really impressive. And I'm really grateful for you taking us through that, Joe, because it is, I think, a difficult concept for lots of folks to wrap their head around how the EDC functions with the city and what our relationship is. And I think that we as council can do better in fostering more understanding around that, because you guys are really important and you do such vital work. And I'm grateful to you. That's all I have. Oh, except I will say, man, I really want us to find a way to help move that city wayfinding program forward. I mean, that was like one of the first things that I remember Colleen bringing to us when I stepped on council, and man, we need to do better on that. So small point, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson?
No question, sir.
My only question would be the second chance agreements. If we could, when we're courting businesses, that we ask them about the second chance agreements, that those are the agreements that they would hire people that are felons. Because we have a lot of people here that are nonviolent felons and things of that nature that can't get hired. That's one of the things that TWC has been having some issues with staffing. That's because some of the new businesses that we have don't have those second chance agreements. And of course, you guys know how I feel about you guys. I think you guys are amazing. I think we need to expand your office if we can, since we are the second fastest growing city in Galveston County. And you guys are still doing the work, even though we are still growing. You're still doing the same work to get more businesses here. There was something that, the shot on Lamarque. I think that has really helped to push back against some of the negative imagery. So kudos to you, Colleen, on that, and being just keeping that rolling and coming out with that. I really like the last one too. That was real good. When Kyle was telling us about the PEG funds, and I immediately, reached out to our principals to let them know that would be a good thing for our kids to partner with here in the city to do, because kids like entertainment and YouTube and all that. To hopefully we can get some type of studio going for them, since that's supposed to come from the PEG, the educational fund. My biggest thing is I want to help make Lamarque beautiful, because I served on that committee, Joe and I did, for so long, and want to help us to beautify, the streets that we use a lot, Bayou Road, some signage, Lake Road on my district side needs some help, trying to bring affordable housing. I know you all do a lot of economic business development, but we also need to focus on housing. I saw that was in here as well. And again, the entertainment district, I would love for us to have. So I know you and I talked about the Rainy Street that's in Austin, having something that can compete with Texas City's 6th Street, which we know they're building that street up to be the next place to go and visit, because they've spent $500,000 just on lighting in Texas City. So what is Lamarque doing? What are we doing? I know it's going to take this council, the city, and EDC to come up with some creative ideas to look at our city and restore it, revitalize it, and come up with some innovative ways and grant monies to, because we have an amazing history here where we can put those dollars and find the grant monies. And we have one of our best grant writers here, and Joe too, that knows how to find that. And so we can do it. We've got some of the best brain power at the table that we've ever had. So we just want to, whatever we can do to help fulfill some of these goals. But other than that, I think you guys are rolling, and whatever I can do to help, I'm willing to help. I'm still reading. I'm reading.
Well, yeah.
This is my 3rd read, so.
Yeah, no. And after, when I get done, if you have any more, just jump right back in.
Okay.
Ms. Jensen. Let's get to this. Let's start to bring some things into context, right? One of the things that people like to talk about is money, and who gets paid what. So, Mr. Getty, I don't need you to tell us what your salaries are, but I would like for you to share with us if there is a process in which the board arrives at what your salaries are.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you. So we are evaluated every year by the board. All 3 of us are. And there's a couple of different ways that they look at the salaries. We're a member of the Texas Economic Development Council. They're the largest entity of its kind. There's 900 members or so throughout the state of Texas. They put out a biannual salary survey, and that is given to the chairman. And then also over the years, I've been here 12 years, from time to time, the city will do its own salary surveys, and those are given when we get those as well. So it certainly is looked at in a couple of different ways.
Okay. So the way that the board determines y'all's salary is through a process of receiving a salary survey from the Texas Economic Development Council. Those things are factored in. The board goes through those processes and they arrive at a salary that they set for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things that people don't know, and this has nothing to do with you, and then I want to kind of shift to Colleen in a strong way, is for years, and God bless her soul, Carol Butler. She's not dead, y'all.
I know, that's
Just
what I'm
saying, God bless her.
Wait a second.
Walk that back.
Miss Laura, that came out real weird, didn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Let me say this. Let me say it in a different way.
Okay.
And God bless her wherever she is in retirement.
Yeah.
She because of her philosophy and her love for our city, she actually suppressed the salary of the city manager. So for years, the city manager was capped because she refused a raise, and that suppressed the salaries of the rest of our staff. And so I want to make that an important point, right? Because one of the first things people like to do is they like to look at first what the city manager makes, then they want to look at what the economic development director makes. And again, apples and oranges. These are two totally different job functions with two totally different skill sets. And in fact, one of those positions was suppressed, well-meaning, but suppressed. And so again, I wanted to bring that point out as it relates to the salaries of our economic development director. Let me talk about Colleen. There's been a lot of stuff in social media about the salary of our public relations specialist. Let me say this. First and foremost, she is in fact a public relations specialist. Number one. I believe she is completing her master's degree in, is it communications, Colleen?
I have a master's degree in
Already.
digital media. Yes,
And what is it again?
digital media studies.
Colleen Martin has a master's degree in digital media studies. And you have been telling us, you're all excited about it, about your work with TCU.
Yes, sir.
And tell us a little bit about what that is.
So I just completed a certification program through TCU. It's called the Certified Public Communicator. This program is developed for municipal communicators. So cities, governments, as including federal, state, county, school districts, anyone who communicates with the public from a municipal government standpoint can take the certification program. And the deliverable is a 3-year communication program, which I have on my desk right here. I hope to bring it to council in August or September. And it is a strategy that has been developed specifically with the best practices in municipal communication for council's consideration.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to make a comment, but then I'm going to ask you what the condition of our public relations program was and how you found it and what you've done to bring it to where it is and where it needs to go. Because I want people to see the amount of investment that we make in you. I want them to see how it has already paid off. And then I want them to see how it will continue to pay off. But here's the big thing that I want people to know about you. Colleen Martin is actually doing 2 jobs at one time. She is paid by the Economic Development Corporation. Is that right, Alex?
Yes, sir.
She reports to Alex Getty. He is her immediate supervisor. Is that right, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And yet she spends 90% of her time being the public information officer for the municipality, which means she's being paid by, first of all, sales tax. It's not property tax. It's not coming out of Joe's property tax. It is coming out of the taxes that people generate when they spend money to purchase items in our city. That's what she's being paid by, right? It's not coming from my valuation, right? She's being supervised by the economic development director. But again, 90% of her time is spent serving the municipality. Those are 2 full-time jobs in one body. So while we're looking at how much somebody's car allowance is and how much somebody gets paid, let's start bending this to the truth again. The truth is most of our people are working 2 jobs. They're getting paid getting paid for 1 job, but they're actually working 2 jobs. There is no greater example of that than Colleen Martin. And I am really, really getting exhausted that we continue to nitpick over misinformation in this city. And we continue to pick on some of the most valuable people that we have in our city. It is unacceptable. If we're going to make comments, I would suggest that we make those comments toward this council, this elected body. And I would suggest that we get the facts before we begin to make those comments. I'm proud of you, Colleen, for working 2 jobs. I'm proud of you for driving your little car, and it's all over the town. It's all over. It's on every pothole. She's caught every pothole in our city. I'm proud of you driving that little car all around our city and working with the video folks to try to bring positive stories to our city and spin stories in a positive light. I'm proud of you for answering misinformation. I'm proud of you for trying to support this council. I'm proud of you for trying to support this city manager and previous city managers. I'm proud of you for the work that you have done. I'm proud of you for what you're trying to do. And I will not allow anybody to continue to spread misinformation as it relates to our public relations specialist or our economic development corporation or our economic development director. It is unfair for us to do that. It's unacceptable for this council to allow that. And I think we need to move past it. If you want to know why Colleen makes as much as she makes, do the job that she does. You work 80 hours a week, 90% of that with the municipality. And then you see how much you think your value is. Now, off my soapbox, I'm not gonna let them do that to you, Colleen.
Thank you,
It's not
Mayor.
fair.
I appreciate that very much.
Now, in your words, tell us where you came, when you got here, what it looked like and what you've tried to do to bring it to where we are now.
Can y'all hear me, Kyle? Okay. So the Economic Development Corporation and the City of Marque Council entered into a process the 2015 to 2022 strategic plan. That process began in 2014 and the plan was implemented in 2015. It's on the city website. I encourage all the citizens to go take a look at it. Any interested parties, please read it. There was 12 critical issues identified in that plan. Most of them concern, like some of the top ones were blight, and the council entered into programs to address the blight. Some of them were infrastructure needs, and those infrastructure needs through Chase and his Department of Public Works and the support of City Council have been addressed. We've been addressing those, and today we stand with grants that will make lasting and forever impacts on the betterment of our city and our future because of that strategic plan. In that strategic plan, also communication was identified as critical issue number 7. And all throughout that plan, you will see that our perception and the fact that we were considered an ugly city and this and that and the other, just negative perception was riddling our city. And so directly from critical issue number 7, which was identified as a need for better communication, the Economic Development Corporation hired a public relations specialist. My job is to make the perception of Lamarque better, actually just to make it fair, because our perception in Lamarque is not necessarily earned. Do we have issues? Of course, every city has issues. But I want to tell the good news. I was hired to tell the good news and share the opportunities that are here, highlight the businesses that are here. We have longtime Lamarque businesses that still invest in our community. We have longtime Lamarque families who are still here. We are a beautiful city. The people of this city are beautiful, and the employees that we have are dedicated. And we just didn't do a very good job of showing the good side. We let the bad overtake us. And so that's why I'm here. And I was hired in 2016. I've almost been here for 5 years. In that time, we have restarted Inside Lamarque, which is our community newsletter, which was also in the strategic plan. Let me just say, every goal and every tactic and every outreach objective that I do is in the 2015 to 2022 strategic plan. I use that as my structure for every program that I implement. And it's just to help Lamarque shine. I want to help facilitate and support all the objectives set by City Council. I listen to every meeting. I listen to the boards and commissions and what they want. And we just try to help Lamarck shine. As everything the EDC does, we just want to help the city, because the brighter the city shines, the easier it is for us to attract new businesses and create new jobs and make the businesses that we have here more successful. So we also implemented a brand style guide. We have implemented a social media policy. I think personally, I would like to know what you think. We've made substantial progress on perception improvement in the city of Lamarck. We've also implemented citizen engagement and outreach. We've started programs like Shine on Lamarck. We've done videos. This is Lamarck. This is Lamarck. What was the one that we did? The second one. This is Lamarck Public Works. Public Works was constantly getting beat up on social media. We showed that these are people. These people come to work every day and they love the citizens and they work really hard. We're folks that just are coming to work and we have a heart for Lamarck. It's easy to be mean to a city on Facebook, but it's a lot more difficult to rip people down who are just trying to help you. And we'll continue that work. When I got here, we had 400 likes on Facebook. There was no social media strategy whatsoever. And now we have almost 9,000. I haven't checked today. I really wanted to check before I came in here, but it grows every day and our citizen engagement improves. On top of all of those things, I also manage the advertising and promotion budget for Lamarck Economic Development Corporation. Those are things that the citizens in Lamarck probably don't see. Those are radio campaigns, national and regional print media buys, and economic development publications to try to attract and pull businesses from other areas to our city. We do social media outreach. We have a video budget. I've got it broken down here. We present that to the EDC board at the beginning of each fiscal year. So it's overseen by who council appoints, of course. And I'm always open for your input. I will say that the strategic plan we've accomplished a lot, not just in communication, but in so many aspects of that plan. Due to the leadership of this council and the council before, we have made substantial progress. And now I'm sort of at a time where I need some direction, which is why I wanted to go to the TCU CPC program and why I wanted to get a communication strategy and a plan set forth that we could work together. And how do we go forward from here? We've made a lot of wonderful progress. How do we go forward and how do we deepen our community engagement? Why do people love Lamarck? We hear why they're frustrated. I want to know why you love Lamarck. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, I do have this plan and I will bring it to you. It's got 4 goals. The first is to set strategy. The second is an external communication plan, an internal communication plan, and a crisis communication plan. So yes, sir, I appreciate, and I just want to move forward and do the best we can do for Lamarck. We're doing great. We can always do better.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me ask you all a couple things just really quickly, and then we'll open it back up. Just a few points to make, rapid fire, and then we'll get to something else that you and I need to share with the public. There are other grants available with the Economic Development Corporation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so those grants would look like, if you're a small business, you can apply. We can get signage for your business, or maybe even fencing.
Yes, sir. We have 2 different applications. One is the business improvement funds, and that's just really to try to help promote curb appeal. And so that's where we can help reimburse part of a sign or landscaping, et cetera. And then you have your 7-page, more heavy duty application for incentives there, that it just really depends on what the need is, what's the job creation. We don't really have a cookie cutter approach because every need is different. We try to meet them at the business owner's need. What is it that they need to be successful? And so we listen and learn what they may need, but those are the 2 main applications that we use for incentives.
So all of this is sales tax driven. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And it's designed to support businesses that are operating in Lamarck, or businesses that wish to or seek to operate in Lamarck. So all those grants and all that funding, again, sales tax driven, your salaries, but also designed to bolster, support, augment businesses in Lamar.
Yes, sir.
And then there's business training. You all provide, or you all are the conduit to provide business training. I know that the Small Business Development Center has been working with us. And so does anybody want to speak to what that looks like?
I would love to, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so as you mentioned before, I do the very best I can with the time resources that I have. I have many, many ideas and programs that I would like to implement, not only on the economic development side, but on the city side as well. One of them is to provide training to our small businesses. Ms. Yancey has expressed a need for wanting to help people find out how to become a hub vendor. Just simple things like, how do you claim your digital presence? Get your Google, get your Facebook, get your phone number correct. Set up a simple website. This is how you connect with the chamber. This is how you connect with the SBDC. I want to have sessions in the EDC building for small businesses to help them. We want to do that. We want to deepen that, but it's a time bandwidth issue, I call it.
Right. The other thing I wanted to speak to you guys about is how the other ways that you all support the municipality. One of the things that was brought out, I think, by Jude, is the city does accounting, the municipality does, but the corporation pays the part of the salary, at least, of that person that's doing the work, right? Are there other positions that you support? And when I say you, I mean the EDC support financially.
Yes, sir. Currently, there's two other ways that we do that. We provide some funding to the clerk's office for keeping our minutes and taking those minutes.
City clerk.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we created a position a few years ago, again, based back on the strategic plan. It's a blight reduction pilot program is what we call it, but we partially fund a code enforcement person to help with the administration. So that way the officers can be on the street and doing their job and hopefully make the department more efficient. So those are a couple of other ways that we help.
And so in the all of this on the foundation of economic development.
Correct.
So the city clerk's office keeps your minutes, and so we reimburse the city for that manpower.
Correct.
Same as finance.
Yes, sir.
And then there is a portion of one of our code enforcement officers that you all support financially.
Yes, sir.
And all of this is under the guise of economic development, a better looking city, a city that is more in line with code of ordinances. It's a city that will be more attractive to businesses.
Correct.
So these sales tax dollars are being used in various ways with the ultimate goal to promote business.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was another idea that we shared together in our retreat, an exciting idea, a proposal from you all to us as it relates to public information. Would you like to share what the board's decided to offer the council?
Yes, sir. Sure. So in the budget, you'll notice an increase in the salary and what we have done. And I think it's been touched on very well today. Colleen does a great job, but there's only so many hours in the day, and she's got a lot of ideas and things that we want to implement in order to be more successful on the economic development front. The city has a great need, and that's part of what stimulated us years ago to create this position. And we knew it would kind of be split, but we also knew that there'd come a day where there would be a need to grow that department, probably because it is so valuable and social media is not going anywhere. And so we continue to do that. So at the retreat, we offered up to $50,000 to help pay for a public relations person to be employed by the city. Again, along with the same theme and goals, is that we think it's going to help us on the economic development front as well. And there is a great need. And so that is reflected in the budget, as well as up to $50,000 for potentially a new EDC person, which was touched on by council a little bit ago, to help us with some of the things that we feel like we can do better and improve on and become more efficient.
Absolutely. Again, sales tax dollars.
Yes, sir.
right? And so at this point, we're going to try to alleviate some, and it won't all go away because of Colleen's worth, but we're going to try to alleviate some of the burden because her primary job is to attract businesses to Lamarck and to put the focus on the businesses that we have in Lamarck. And she's doing a lot of public information stuff on police shootings, and she's answering misinformation online and all other sorts of things, which I'm sure she doesn't have a problem doing. But at the same time, it distracts her from the ultimate goal, which is to grow Lamarck economically. I wanted to put that out again. This is us trying to be transparent and clarify some of the misinformation that's happening in our community via social media. The other thing I wanted to ask you to clarify for us is this. The EDC has the power to acquire property and with the goal of seeking a developer or an investor to then acquire that property so that it can be developed economically. So in the past, you all have bought properties and you've acquired them, and then at some point you sell them, right? So for example, in very, very basic terms, using very, very simple numbers. So at some point in the past, you've bought a piece of property, let's say for $5. You all have tried to find a developer for that property. Maybe it takes 3 years. And in that 3 years, the property value goes from $5 to $10. And so the property is bought for $5, sold for $10. Now you have $10. Talk to us about how that other $5 in profit, how you're able to, when you can, turn that money into investments that can help the city with things like trying to repair certain streets. How does that fit with economic development?
Sure. Yes, sir. So again, I've been here 12 years. We've been talking about this for a long time. We didn't have a vehicle to do some of the things that we thought we would want to be able to do to help promote and do well for the city. Eventually, just like you described, we had some surplus because of real estate sales. And so we started posing the question, and we ultimately brought it to our auditors to see if it would be feasible to use some of these non-first generation sales tax dollars, these surplus dollars, these dollars that we get once we pay ourselves back on the cost basis of the real estate in this example. And, you know, we've got $5 of cost basis that goes back into our general coffers. And then we got the $5 surplus. You know, could we use that dollars to do things that aren't necessarily maybe traditional economic development type A projects? And the answer was yes. And so we've been operating and saving dollars doing that over the last several years. And then we had some opportunities that arose that would really help the city with the county bond program. And so we were able to utilize some of those dollars to compound them, in fact, double them, to help improve and repair more streets throughout our city. So those are the channels we went through. The auditors were very responsive and thought they would work well. And in fact, since we've set this revitalization fund up, we've had clean audits. So we've had 4 or 5 clean audits in a row, not one blemish. All those proceeds and the way we're separating it out is reflected in those reports.
So now talk to us a little bit about, there was a county bond passed.
Yes, sir.
In 2017.
I believe so.
I think that we had about, we were able to realize about $1.75 million from the county. And then there was an opportunity for more. How did the economic development help us with that opportunity?
Yes, sir. So the original allocation from the county, and I don't know exactly how it was allocated based on population or whatever, but it was 1.73 million. An opportunity arose to where council at that time was told, or mayor at that time was told, that if you could, we could get an extra $1 million in the bond revenues if the city could match $1 million. And so fortunately, due to our work that we had done on the revitalization fund, we had $1 million sitting in there. And so we were approached and asked if we'd be willing to use that fund and reallocate it to the bond program. And the board, again, absolutely. I mean, if that helps the city and that's what we want to do, absolutely, we'll do that. And so the board approved those funds. And so we went from 1.73 million to 3.73 million, greatly expanding the opportunity to get streets repaired through this current issuance.
And so one of the streets that will be repaired is Bayou, which is a major thoroughfare in our city. Again, this is about transparency and rumor eradication. Bayou is one of the major thoroughfares in our city, and it has a lot of economic development up and down Bayou, right? So we're just trying to put everything together so that people can realize exactly what's happening, so that there are no more rumors in the community. Last thing I want to ask you, and then we'll open it back up to council, is this. There is a distinction between the Economic Development Corporation 4A, right, and B, right?
Yes.
We are an A.
Yes, sir.
Could you very, very clearly delineate what it means for us to be an A, what we can and can't do, and if we were, or maybe another city is a B, what they can and cannot do?
Sure. So the type A was the first, and I'd mentioned earlier today that we were the second, I believe, is what I'm told, to actually pass that sales tax. There was only an A. There was not a B. And so the A is, they're originally industrial development corporations, and our dollars are pretty limited. And I like to say that we're really good at things that are 6 inches tall and shorter, because we can develop a street to a business. We can develop the infrastructure to a business. It has to be tied directly to a project. Bs, on the other hand, they do have greater wherewithal, and you'll see some Bs, they get to the point where they deviate away from true economic development. Those funds get gobbled up in a bunch of other ways that I think move away sometimes from the original intent. And I think Lamarque has done a good job by continuing with an A, so that way we can best help grow and bring and expand businesses in Lamarque.
So we are the designation that is the most limited and restricted on what we can do.
Correct.
So we're already restricted by the state in our designation, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you just said to us, we're also audited.
Yes, every year.
Annually. And so basically, the operations of the Economic Development Corporation is limited by the state, and also has oversight in an annual audit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm done. What, Ms. Yancey, I thought maybe you said that you had another question, or was I mistaken? Okay, well,
Come back to me.
okay.
'Cause she
Joe and
answered
then
some of
Casey, are you
I
good?
have nothing to add.
Okay.
I'm delighted.
All right, go ahead, Joe.
I have a follow-up question. This council approved in 2018, as your cover letter here indicates, a social media policy. And that social media policy, Colleen, just help us all out. That's also applicable to our individuals that we as council persons appoint to our city's commissions and boards. Is that accurate in saying?
Digital media law changes often, sir. So we have a social media policy. I will say that when I came here, it was a little bit of the wild, wild west. And not only in social media, but everything down to our forms, for example. We had no brand, okay? So when I came, I tried to create a structure that everyone could understand simply and work through. Now that's been several years since that was developed. And I think it's time, and in this plan, there's a social media policy 2.0. To answer your question, not really. But I think that it's very important for us to develop guidelines for anyone who represents the city of Lamarque to operate under on social media. And then there's also strategies that we can implement that protect the city and mitigate risk as far as getting sued for First Amendment violations, et cetera. So in the new plan, I've suggested creation of an ad hoc committee to review this and to review. I did work with our previous legal counsel on a policy that will cover our boards and commissions, for example, and also cover creation of pages for mayor and each member of council, so that you are protected not only by the best practices in municipal communication, but also it can be archived, sir. That's the biggest thing. So archiving is so important because we are all, we can get an open records request at any time. And if you can just imagine, talk of Lamarck, for example, if you go in there and make comments and then you get open records requests, it can take you out for a week, like a staff person like me, because we'd have to go search, screenshot, etc. And if you archive these pages, it can be done in a minute. You just run a report and it's done. And it protects us, it reduces liability. But to answer your question, that policy was intended to set a stage for how we communicate online as the city of Lamarck. It was intended for the employees of the city of Lamarck, but I think it's most definitely time for us to incorporate something that fits your needs and your uses on social media and works well for you and council and for our board, people who represent the city as our board and commission members. I believe they should be held to a little bit of a higher standard and have some ethical guidelines they go by. I mean, they're representing us no matter where they are. And so it comes with a responsibility. We just have to write it down, sir. And I think I've implemented some suggestions how we can make that happen in the not so distant future.
And may I ask, first, I can't wait to see this. I know how hard you've been working on it, and we so desperately need it. And to go ahead and fully execute some of the things that we've already approved on your suggestion, but is as part of that like coalescing and professionalizing of these social media, just to start with, is part of that process that you recommend some type of training?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
So also based on your feedback earlier this week about the police PIO, I would like to add that element into the plan. It's in draft form right now. And so I'm planning to listen to everything you have to say throughout this budget cycle and try to incorporate all of the communication-based wishes into the plan. So if there's anything that you want to see, please just let me know. It was strategically done as a draft during the budget cycle, so we could incorporate those things for you.
Thanks, Colleen.
And just one more thing.
Go ahead, Carl.
Communication is so much deeper than social media.
Yeah.
There are so many people who aren't on social media, and it's very important, and it's not going away. And it is a modern engagement tool for our citizens, and I understand that. But there are tactics that we should probably think about implementing that reach people who aren't on Facebook. I mean, there is a huge segment of our community that's not there, and we're not reaching them right now. And there's simple tactics that we can implement. There's survey tools available to us that will reach all people of Lamarck. There's diversity and inclusion strategies in this plan as well. So I'm open ears. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to the people. I'm listening to you guys. And so we just want to do better and be more professional and move forward together.
Absolutely.
Follow up on that is that I have often found during my time on the initially Clean City Commission with Dave Bennington back there, and then Keep Lamarck Beautiful as we transitioned it into that program, is that the use of our water billing, utility billing notice was most effective because that really reached out to our homeowners. With these more than 6,000 connections that we have here in the city. And so to the extent that, and I don't know if this incorporates that, but that we can utilize that to convey messaging. Some of them I think need to begin perhaps back on the Keep Lamarck Beautiful, because I hear this out in Saltgrass and Delaney, is that folks don't blow your yard cuttings into our drainage system, okay? Because all these efforts that we're making to improve our drainage and our sewer system are going to be detrimental. This conduct is detrimental to that, to our new systems that we're developing and investing in. And so I appreciate the updates and the messaging on that side too. If you know, when we don't have a lot of apartment complexes in Lamarck, by the way, but those that we have do, and this is where I don't understand. Maybe Kathleen back there can help me out too, or someone. Are they being billed for their water in their rental amount, or are they having to individually seek a connection? Because I'm trying to understand the number of utility connections that we have at 6,000 versus the number of families that we have in Lamarck. There is a difference there.
Yes, sir. I don't know, but I think that just depends on the property.
Yes, sir. Property, every property is different. Some have individual meters for each, and then some have one for the total.
So when we do an insert in our utility building, then those individuals in the rental units are not receiving that message. Would that be accurate to say?
Yes. So in this plan, I'm so glad that you asked that. In the world of digital media today, people are bombarded with messaging. In my professional opinion, I think going back to some traditional marketing avenues would be extremely beneficial. Door hangers and letters, programs like, let's not only send letters when, people have high grass, but let's also send letters when a business paints the exterior of their building or does an interior remodel. Let's spread the love. Let's lead with love. This is full of those types of ideas. And I engaged with Keep Lamarck Beautiful Commission because they are PR gold. That commission does community outreach. They do cleanup events. I spoke to Alana Brown, the chairwoman, this morning. She wants to bring back the street teams for the fall cleanup event. That is a true and real opportunity for the people of Lamarck and the different groups, any kind of group, neighborhood, watch groups, just neighborhoods in general, Boy Scouts, Little League, come to the cleanup and clean up, take a street, and let's together clean up the whole city. Not only please also bring the debris that you need to clean out of your backyard, but let's bring back the street teams. If you want to engage with the community and you really want to make it better, there's a lot of opportunities that are already here and available to you. Just come engage with us. And we just got to do a better job of getting that information out there. And also, a lot of people have e-billing. They don't want water bills. Those are sent as a PDF to email, sir. And so that's spurred the idea of why don't we have a community outreach newsletter, e-newsletter. But again, I'm just one per human, and it's a bandwidth issue. But all of those ideas, and I want to hear more from council on.
So the text messages that I receive occasionally about events and things of that nature, those are coming from you?
Every single one.
And how does a resident enroll in that?
Connect.cityoflamarck.org.
It's on the website.
Okay, I know, I'm just reminding people how you go about.
Yes, sir.
It's
Please.
the message, and I learned this in my years of running a real estate group. A message is not conveyed one time. In old school times, we understood that we had to convey our message 7 times.
Yes.
When I ran a PR company as part of our efforts. But that's no longer the case. The last information that I looked at in this digital world was a message has to be repeated 22 times before it even makes an impact in people's minds. So repetition And then you're going to hear it if you think I'm going senile. He said that last week. There's a reason for that. Okay. And so this connect, say it again.
Yes, sir. So if you go to connect.cityoflamarque.org, there you can see all of our social media platforms. We have police, fire, library, and the city. If, for example, on Facebook, Keep Lamarque Beautiful has a group. They're all listed there. You can register for e-notifications. Please register for e-notifications. You can register for weather alerts, and you can register for agenda notices so you know when council is meeting. You can also report a concern there. There's a direct link, concern.cityoflamarque.org. If you have any problem in Lamarque and you need help from city staff, please concern.cityoflamarque.org. I know we've been seeing a lot of complaints being posted on Facebook, and we do our very, very best to address those as soon as we can. Facebook's not an official channel of the city of Lamarque. We have to put those complaints into our system so that we can dispatch our staff. And it also helps us to track the data. If you post a pothole on Facebook, there's no guarantee the city is ever going to see that. If you post it on Request Tracker, you've created a record for us. And we can pull reports and see that Edgar Street has reported potholes 27 times in the past 3 years. We really need to send some resources to Edgar Street. So I know Facebook it feels like things get done faster on there. But if you want to partner with the city, please utilize our Request Tracker tool. It's just more effective. It takes out a whole step. It's faster. The request goes directly to the correct department and the correct staff person, and the city manager is copied on every single one.
And it creates a time.
It creates a timestamp. It creates a record. If you enter your email address on there, as your ticket goes through the process, you get updates. Like code compliance, for example, they do an amazing job of utilizing Request Tracker. When they get a complaint, they put it in the system. The citizen is updated throughout the process. But we ask you to partner with us and use the tools that we have available. And we're listening to the people. I would love to implement a survey tool so we can reach the people that aren't just on Facebook, but every person in the market.
I have a question to ask you about. What does BRE stand for? When it says restart the BRE site visits, what is that?
Business Retention and Expansion, Councilwoman
Okay.
Nancy. So Alex and I, before the pandemic hit, we made a monthly list of people we wanted to go visit.
Okay.
So we would go by new businesses. A great example is when I went to the Bourbon Bayou food truck the other day. They just opened. EDC staff wants to go by, welcome you to the community, take you a little gift, give you the most recent copy of Inside Lamarque, give you a city map. The chamber does a great job of that. They're developing the map now. It has important phone numbers. Just welcome them and let them know if they ever need anything that we're here for them. EDC staff is here for them and we're a resource. We do that for businesses of all sizes. And, COVID made things difficult, but Miss Marcia helps us keep track of those. And we would like to restart that program. Again, bandwidth issue for me.
Yeah.
And we're still trying to get a luxury hotel.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We have been, our top 4 are grocery store, hotels, casual sit-down restaurants, and retail. Yes, ma'am. And we need entertainment for our families as well. We are listening.
Mayor, if I may, Alex, Colleen, y'all do an awesome job. And I'm so very grateful and thankful for y'all's support and help over the last 4 weeks. I couldn't have done it without y'all, so thank you.
Thank you, Chase.
Hey, Mayor, I have a few questions now. Colleen, job bumped my head. Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Carlson.
Very white.
The light came on.
And the lights went low.
Excuse the voice.
That's funny, Casey. Bear White. Go ahead, Bear.
I mean, I'm sitting next to you. Goodness gracious.
The social media sites that you I don't want to say promote, but what you maintain is just the city of Lamarque, correct?
No.
Which ones do you maintain?
Okay, so I update, I update the city website. That's the most important thing to think of because it's all departments, right? And so right now we have the City of Lamarque Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. We have Highland Bayou Park Facebook, the Keep Lamarque Beautiful Commission Facebook page, the Lamarque Bayou Fest Facebook page, the the Lamarque Economic Development Corporation LinkedIn, and then I partner with the following departments on these social media platforms. The police department has a Facebook and a YouTube and a Nextdoor, some of which are not active, and I would like to. I heard you talking about a police PIO. It's a huge unmet need in our city. I think it would advance us in our communication efforts exponentially, and it would really help improve citizen engagement and community pride, honestly. The library does an excellent job on their social media platforms. They just added a TikTok. I think that's so awesome.
Yeah.
But I do help them manage. They have their Instagram and a Facebook as well. And then I don't have anything to do with this, but I would love to partner more with the Lamarque Citizens Police Academy, Facebook and Instagram. They are not they're separately funded. They're not a city organization, but they're so important to us. And they're a beautiful group of people who are dedicated to Lamarque. And I would like the city or the police department, social media to partner more with them and help them realize their goals however we can. Help with enrollment, let people know when they have a new program coming up, etc. So that's the list so far.
Okay. I know you do an excellent job. You, like the mayor said, and everybody else, you're doing 2 jobs.
Thank you.
And I would really like to add a position when we start talking numbers.
Okay.
Because I would really love to, like what was mentioned about bringing a studio in, partnering with all these different ideas, but use Channel 16 to our advantage. Run programs, run PSAs, and that way it leaves Colleen to focus on the EDC portion. So when we start talking numbers, I would love to lighten her load per se, but give her that breathing room so she can focus on the EDC aspect of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. One thing to consider, it's a little nerve wracking because marketing people are always the first ones to get cut because we're expensive. We to hire a quality PIO. It's not, I understand the financial burden that you're facing. They also like PSAs, like you just mentioned. I have 8 PSAs that I think immediate need based on social media. I can't fund those through EDC advertising and promotion funds. So the EDC advertising and promotion funds are mandated by the state of Texas. And so there's also some confusion about why do we only see, Shine on Lamarque videos that promote business instead of some other things. But please consider funding a marketing budget or a promotion budget for the new PIO to allow some investment in some of these programs because videography is that people want videos and videos are expensive to produce. We have a beautiful partnership with KHEA Radio. They're a Lamarque business and they do the best they can to help us with that, but please consider that as well when you start thinking about that position. Give them the tools they need to do their thing.
Yeah.
Right. I have a question. The money that we give the Texas City Lamarque Chamber, the $25,000, does that come out of this fund or does that come from the city?
Hot tax. Hot tax, yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Hotel motel tax.
Okay.
Before we go, let me ask you to speak to something, Colleen. From your education as a public relations specialist and from your experience as one. One of the things that we hear online, and we try the best we can to resolve issues with community members online. But one of the things that we hear them say, and so I want to kind of deal with this, is we would not have gotten any results if we had not have took 17,000 pictures of this one pothole and blasted it online because we wanted to embarrass Casey, and that we're going to embarrass her into, I'm just using Casey because she has thick skin. We're going to embarrass Casey into getting something done, right? And people actually believe that that's what works, right? Could you speak to what we found and what I found? First of all, that doesn't work. What really works is request tracker and a phone call, text, or email to your local elected official, your representative, and your mayor. That's really what is effective in getting these things done. But more importantly, I found, let me keep it to me, I found that there are some individuals within every community, but let's talk about Lamar, that bashes their city. In other words, I live in Lamarck, and Lamarck is horrible, 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 horrible. Our streets are horrible. Our crime is horrible. Our trash is horrible. Alex's glasses are horrible. Susie's shoes are horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Every day, all day on social media. And then they point out some of the what they would consider the worst things about Lamarck. Look at this ditch. Look at that truck, right? And they think that they're actually making an impact. What I found is what they're making an impact in is they are preventing good and decent and young families from moving into our city, because the first thing that folks do is look at what's happening on social media. And so while they're thinking that they're improving the plight of Lamarck, they're actually destroying our future, because the younger families that want to move into this city to help no longer want to move into this city, because we have folks that are constantly complaining every day, thinking that somehow those complaints are going to make things better. Could you speak to that?
I would love to, Mayor. So personally, I try to lead with love. I try to build love into everything I do, and that I love Lamarck is a good example. So you can't help it. There's always going to be people who are upset, and some their frustrations are valid and sometimes. But I would just warn you that it's not just families who want to move here that check our Facebook pages, our groups, okay? Businesses, national retailers look at the Facebook groups to see the pulse of the community. And when you have nothing but hate and spite, they are less likely to want to develop here. So you're really hurting yourself and the rest of the community when you do that. If you have a concern, we want to take care of you. There's a way to do it. And they're justified in your frustration. We understand that. If you really are that passionate about it, come to a council meeting, call your council person, call me on the phone. They like to make those comments, and I post my phone number, and I've never heard from a one. So a lot of it is just stirring the pot, and they have the right to do that. They have a First Amendment right to say whatever they want. But if they really love Lamarck and they really want to see our future move forward, they'll find positive ways to make change. Miss Devine, she's sitting back here. Thank you so much. She started to post inspirational, positive messages into the groups. And I thanked her for that today, because it matters and it changes things. And we need change agents. We need change champions who want to see the future. Come with us, help us move forward. By the negative, you're just perpetuating the negative perception that we have. And if that's your goal, that's okay. But if that's not your goal, then come with us and tell us how we can help you. Let us find a solution together. There are avenues, official channels. that are available. Connect.cityoflamarck.org. That's all you have to remember. Go to the city website. How do I? If it's hard to find it, let me know. We'll make it easier. We want to help you. Also, there's been a fracturing in our digital media presence, which to me as a social media manager, where do people actually get their news? Do they go to Talk Lamarck, Uncensored Talk Lamarck? Do they go to the Real Talk Lamarck? There's like 6 or 7 groups, Lamarck, Yo Lamarck. So it's like we're segregating ourselves based on political views. And I wish that wasn't the case. I wish we could come back to a wholeness and to a oneness and love each other and find a way to work together. And if there's any way I can facilitate that, we're all ears. Let's do it together.
Start a group called We Love Lamarck.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor. Yes, let's do
Yes,
that today.
We can definitely get back to our I Love Lamarck program and support you in that. Let me say that the Penningtons are the back and certainly they have been instrumental online trying to post positive messages, trying to defend what we're trying to do here. And we want to thank them as well. Ms. Devine is a big supporter of the entire council. And so she's made herself available to try to be a conduit of positivity. So we thank her for that as well. Again, the moral of this story is the more we post negative, opinions and misinformation about our city, the more good folks and good businesses will stay away from our city. The more we post about things that are untrue and things that are ugly, the less folks that can come and help us move this city forward will be inclined to. So if we want our city to be better, then we need to begin the process of speaking better about our city. For example, and then I'm gonna give us an update and we'll go to lunch. For example, we can talk about the 100 potholes that are on Bayou, or we can be excited about the opportunity that we have to bring in new equipment to make our streets more drivable. The exact same issue, but the conversation looks totally different. And again, if we want our city to be better, we have to start speaking better of our city. That's the way it works. That's the way the world works. So I'm off my soapbox, but because we are transparent and this is done in real time under a high pressure situation, Robin helped us out. So Robin let us know that our Founders Day is October 10th.
Oh,
Ew.
yay.
1953, and she credits it to Grafton Austin. He gets the credit, according to Robin. I'm teasing. It is October 10th. It is October 10th. I'm teasing. And the other thing that Robin found for us, and maybe somebody helped her, I don't know, whoever helped her in the back, the research team in the back. The Amazon property is actually owned by a company by the name of ALM Lamarque LLC. They're out of San Antonio, Texas, and it looks like some sort of subsidiary of Amazon is all that it is. For some reason, all of their properties are assigned to apparently this particular LLC. So it sounds like some sort of business model situation. Those were the other 2 things that we left out in the open. Do we have any other questions for EDC? It's time to eat, guys. It is 1:20. We're going to take a lunch. Shall we return at 2:30?
Sounds great.
Yes.
We will return at 2:30 to get into our hotel motel tax. We stand adjourned for lunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Good afternoon. We are in our afternoon session of our budget workshop. Hello? Okay, we're in our afternoon session of our budget workshop. We were delayed a little bit because myself and Finance Director Susie Koo were on the phone with our tax assessor, Cheryl Johnson. We were getting some things straight about the budget process and about taxation. And so we are working simultaneously that part of the budget as well as the expenditure side of the budget. Having said all of that, we are now at our hotel motel events fund. And I guess Susie, are you representing that?
I guess.
Chase, who's
I
gonna?
can.
Susie and I will work on it together.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna step out for a minute, Mayor Pro Tem, to get some coffee. Susie, you can go ahead and get started. Chase, get
Yes, sir.
started. I'll jump in when I return.
Okay.
What page is that again, Susie?
That's gonna,
It is, let me see, page 128.
Page what?
Page 128. It's right in front of tab 10 because the double-sided, that's why I
Okay.
tried to put them, the tabs in the right places.
Okay.
128.
go ahead, Susie, or the manager, just give us all a history of this. What's, why does it exist? What is it can be used for?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead, Susie. You have, I think, more information on it than I do.
Okay. Average in history, we get roughly around between $80,000 to $100,000 of occupancy tax revenues from hotel motels. And we have, I believe, 4 that's been paying. Now, how many out there? I don't know for sure, but those that have been paying have been 4 that we've been collecting. So that's the revenue side. And then the expenditure side, even before my time, and the interconnect transit system have always been charged out of hotel motel. I do not know the history of that. I don't know why. It's just been charged to hotel motel since I don't know when. So
Interconnect is the transit.
The transit.
Through Gulf Coast Center. I mean, yeah, Gulf
Yeah,
Coast Center, yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
And then let's see here. Branding, we just put in $50,000 budget in case there is a need. I do not know if there is or not, but just in case there is, then we have that money appropriated for that reason. Promotion within Lamar, we just put 3,000. I don't know what council wanted. This page is one of the unknowns, waiting for council's directions. I put in some money here and there just in case there is a need for. Of course, the 25,000 was what the chamber was referring to this morning. Okay. Then the Christmas event, we just used 18,000 at a rough estimate number, what we need to decorate for Christmas or do whatever that's necessary for Christmas event every year. Again, that's a rough estimate. I really don't know, what true needs are. And then let me see here. Rick across America, yeah. Again, that $33,750, that's just a rough estimate too. That's one of a whole lot of unknowns in my head, and I just kind of want to appropriate some money for the different events just in case there is a need. And I do not know if there is a need or not.
That's the MWL sponsorship. Is that what you're talking about?
NWL. Okay, that's the Magical Winter Lights. That's
Magical
we stopped that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We don't do that anymore.
So, Mr. Mayor, you know the history of this
Okay.
hotel fund.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can help us out.
All right, what we asking?
Just what would kind of give us an overview when it, to the best of your recollection, when it started, what's the purpose?
The hotel motel? I don't know when it started, but the purpose of the hotel motel tax fund, first of all, I believe the hotel motel tax is law. And those monies can only be used for promotion inside of our city, for promoting events, promoting the city, and adding tourism to the city, so that it can then in turn bolster and facilitate more hotel and motel business. So historically, this fund has been used to promote the city. One of the things that you'll see in this particular fund is the interconnect transit system. One of the challenges we've had in our city, especially because we are senior laden, is transportation. We had historically had an issue with our members being able to get to some of the parts of our city based on, a lot of things, how it's shaped and all sorts of other things. And so we added that to the hotel motel tax, because there are certain stops that Island Transit or Connect Transit now make around our hotels and our motels, and at that point by the Gulf Greyhound Park. So it qualified to be utilized by this fund, or funded by this fund, excuse me. And so that's what you see in the interconnect transit system. That's the bus that goes throughout Lamarque, goes to Mainland Center Hospital, goes to Walmart, goes to some of the other areas around the Tech City Lamarque area, and it helps our people get back and forth to the doctor, to the city, to do business, things of that nature. And then Bayou Fest was added, and Bayou Fest, the budget for Bayou Fest ends up being about $88,000 roughly. And that's to promote Bayou Fest. It's kind of straightforward. The Christmas event, I believe, is the Christmas parade, Susie. And so that's also an event, tourist type attraction. Wreaths Across America is as well. Crawfish Bash and sponsorship is as well. One of the other things that came out of this particular fund this year was the Juneteenth celebration. It was started 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And it came out of this. And in fact, I believe Casey was one of the initial organizers of this event for the city. And so we have been funding, the city has, let me back up and say this in a clear way. The proceeds from the hotel motel tax, not Joe's property tax dollars, not Casey's property tax dollars, but when people stay in the hotel, when they pay that extra tax, that money is used to partially fund Bayou Fest, but that money is used to fund at 100% the Juneteenth celebration. So the Juneteenth celebration does not cost the city taxpayer one dime. I'm not for or against Juneteenth. I'm simply trying to provide the factual information that we need provided. And so basically, Joe, this fund has been budgeted at roughly $100,000 a year, and it's been expended. And as you can quickly see, there's more than $100,000 of expenditures in this fund. So that's where we are with it. Did I answer your question?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this is just from the tax controller's office. I had asked this previously. The assessing the hot tax, as they call it, is under our procedures right now, really just collected from hotels or motels in our city. But the law permits us to collect this 6 cents, by the way, it's 6 cents per 6% of the cost of the room to beds and breakfasts, condominiums, apartments, and houses that are leased, like the Airbnb and
There you go.
there's another one I know out there. There's a variety. I've never used any of them, but whatever the names are. And I would ask that we look at our current regs with regard to assessing this, to make sure that we include these other entities, because I think in some discussions with Gus, other entities just permit the Airbnb or the company that with whom our local resident has registered their properties to collect the tax and then remit it directly to the city.
Absolutely.
As opposed to the city creating a whole new bureaucracy to go out and seek the tax. Does that make sense? On that side? So that's on that. And Mr. Mayor, can you explain, this is where I don't know where we're at right now, just hotel occupancies. There's just this one page. The Bayou Fest. Somewhere, and I'm sorry, at the afternoons, I get confused as to where I read this, but the issue still is that Waste Management supports Bayou Fest as well, or is that part of this contribution that the city is making? I'm not too sure as to the numbers.
So Bayou Fest is funded through donations being one, the hotel motel tax fund being the other, and the third source of funding is contractual agreements that are made with entities that enter into partnerships with our city, primarily. And the biggest example of this is in our waste management contract. Waste Management is the company that handles our refuse collection. So we entered into, let's say, a 5-year contract with them. Part of the negotiation was that this council, not this council, but the previous council, insisted that they be good corporate neighbors and good corporate citizens. That's one of the things that, and Casey can attest to this, being here with me for this time. One of the things that the previous council wanted to do was any entity that seeks to do business in and with our city, that they would be good corporate citizens and good corporate neighbors, right? So as they are taking taxpayer dollars, we want them to leave our city better than what they found it. Historically, we've had pipeline applications for companies to dig underneath the surface of our city to extend pipelines, and we asked those companies to do things to make our city better. One of those companies built a walking track out at Highland Bayou Park that has since been grown over, but they did build the walking track. So Waste Management then entered into a contract with us where they are required to expend $50,000 a year toward Bayou Fest and $25,000 a year toward youth activities, whatever the council would deem those to be on a yearly basis. And so $50,000 a year of the Bayou Fest budget comes from Waste Management, right? And so that's part of where the funding comes from. This line item suggests to us that $88,000 comes from the hotel motel fund. So if you do the math very quickly, now you're at about 100 and is that 30? almost $140,000, Susie. Now Bayou-Fest's budget has been reduced this year to about $150,000 for a lot of different reasons. So that's where the potential funding came from, and that's where we are with it.
And the other piece is we also get contributions each year from Amico for the fireworks.
Mhm.
That's about 11,500. So all that adds up to $150,000. And how that $150,000 came from, it came from one of the council meetings when, I believe it was the last one, when it was brought up. So, you know,
It used to be close to $190,000,
it used to be like 200,000.
200,000.
Yes.
And Colleen Martin, public relations specialist, asked the council within the last, I guess, month to give her a budget. And so last meeting, to Susie's point, the council basically gave her an amended budget of $150,000, knowing that it's COVID and all sorts of other things that were happening.
Right.
And I believe that this council has decided that we are going to try to make Bayou Fest more of a family affair, less about the talent that performed at Bayou Fest and more about the families that would attend Bayou Fest. And so that allowed us to reduce the budget a little bit too, to cut the talent expense out. Still will have talent,
Right.
but just not to the amount of financial obligations that we had in previous years. But we still, while they're looking, we still have to figure out what we can do for the July 4th celebration.
And what dollar amount would you?
What dollar amount, what we can do for a potential Founder's Day celebration. And we have to make sure that if this council chooses to move forward with a Juneteenth celebration, we have to make sure that that's reflected in this budget as well.
Mr. Mayor, I would want to enter at this time. We have a unique situation, not a unique situation. Tri-County Black Chamber is one of two chambers in the state of Texas who is now able to certify businesses in the state. There's only two, one in El Paso and Tri-County. And they have asked to partner with the great city of Lamarque. And that cost would be at $10,000. And they are willing to certify anybody, regardless of race, as long as they're a Lamarque business, to get them ready to be a hub certified business. I want us, Mayor, to consider that, to be a member, as we are a member of Texas City Lamarque Chamber of Commerce, who are just now developing a diversity committee, and we still don't know what that's going to look like, and which a committee that I'm on, but I don't want us to lose out on an opportunity to certify our businesses in Lamarque right now. So I would ask that we consider, as the council of a city that is a majority minority city, that we consider that, and if we can find it, so we can help our Lamarque businesses, all of our Lamarque businesses, the ones that qualify to be qualified as a hub, if possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Susie, this on page 128, this negative well, the request, the negative for the fiscal year 2022 comes out to a negative of $218,000. The city manager's proposal is a negative still of $127,000. Assuming we do all these expenditures, the negative would have to be covered from the general fund. Is that accurate?
No, it would be covered from the fund balance of the hotel motel fund.
The fund balance.
The fund balance of the hotel motel fund.
What is the fund balance?
Let's go back to, let me see that page where we had all the funds. On page 9,
Okay,
okay, hotel motel fund is Fund 10. As of September 30th, 2020, it was 331,678.
331.
What
I
page is
see.
that? I'm sorry. Sue.
Page 9 for Fund 10,
Page 9. And fund what?
Fund 10, 8, 9, 10, number 10. And the beginning balance for fiscal year 2021,
Okay.
which is equivalent to the ending balance of fiscal year 2020. And the reason I brought that up is because that number has been audited. And that's $331,678 in the fund balance of the hotel motel fund.
And what you're saying, on that same line item for line 10, the last number there, that last figure for the projected 2022 ending balance, the 197,000 figure, that takes into account taking out this revenues over expenses. I'm sorry, expenses over revenues.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we would
Exactly.
still end up with that balance of $197,000 after covering this.
Correct. Now, it depends on what events that council would like to add
Right.
after the workshop on
If we
top
add
of this.
Juneteenth, if we add other things, that will drop down.
Right, exactly. That's true.
So what line on this hotel motel fund is the,
Do you find that?
it's where, no, it's where you find the $10,000 contribution. I see the
I think it was in
Crawfish Bash
professional.
sponsorship, but which line was for the Juneteenth?
We'll have to create
Celebration.
one.
Oh, you have to create, it's not there
Yeah,
yet.
it's not here right now. That's
So,
correct.
so the 10 is coming from what, professional fees right now, or
No,
what?
it'll be an event, a line item called June 10th or whatever event that
Uh-huh.
council chooses. We'll create a new one for that event and then 10,000.
So what's the fees branding for? 50,000 here.
It could be anything and it doesn't have to be the 50,000. We just put it there, appropriate some money in case council wants to do anything on the branding, but if not, we can remove that.
Well, what does, just define branding for me. What does that mean?
Like
Promoting
logo,
what?
Promoting Lamarck.
logo, Promoting Lamarck.
Oh, so could that be like Wayfaring?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okey-dokey.
And Ms. Martin is well aware of this too, so, you know, that's part of her side. Mostly it's her side.
I honestly don't remember that being, I don't remember being aware of that in the, obviously it was there for last year, but that's a pretty substantial increase in it from what the actual expense was in 2020, but I love the idea of that money being used to keep talking about it.
And honestly, I do not have a good number. $50,000 is, you know, I kind of estimated, but I have no basis for that at all. It could even be $5, who knows, you
Yeah.
know?
What kind of signs did you say those were?
I was suggesting maybe
Wayfaring,
signs,
yeah.
like, so new road signs, new.
Oh, road
welcome
signs.
to Lamarck signs. So something Colleen brought to us years ago was, nobody knows where the limits of, nobody knows once you've entered into Lamarck, and she came up with an entire Wayfaring package for us about how to better identify the perimeters of our city, in addition to putting up new street signs, which obviously we keep hearing about. And I think
And directing to,
yeah, Wayfaring's like, here's where City Hall is, here's where the library is.
right,
But in
important
addition,
businesses, right,
street
right, right.
signs,
right.
too, just normal street signs. But I think, oh my gosh, like, let's prove that, let's get going.
Yeah, I think we need to, we have a lot. We're already
In the red.
in the red. So some of these things, not what, I'm not talking about what Casey's talking about, but some of these things we're gonna have to trim down, and some of these other things we're gonna have to just table because we're already in the red. And so we have to then start to really drill down on what we were told by our constituency. And we know that Bayou Fest is an important part of what we do. Do we fund it at $88,000? That's a question we have to answer like right now. We know interconnect transit system is a viable piece of infrastructure. And folks get around on that. And so we know that's not something that we, in my recommendation, we need to really touch. Hold on, let me finish the point, Joe. Just a minute. Here's what I want to ask you, Susie, and I want to ask it in a way. Let me see how I can ask this without. So Casey spearheaded Juneteenth like 3 years ago. And I guess my question is, it was spearheaded by Casey. We were told that it's coming out of the hotel motel tax. We've celebrated this and expended this for now 3 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So how then is it not in?
You know what? I'm glad you asked that because it's been always budgeted in the city manager's budget in the general fund, which I don't know why.
I was gonna ask the same thing, and I remember that it was the city manager. I think it's the same as like that training. I think it was.
Yeah.
We got to the end of budget
And just start heaping up
where
stuff.
can we pull this money from?
Okay.
Out of the city manager's budget.
Maybe.
But again, I think.
Okay.
We gotta move it in.
Got to move it now.
Yeah, that's why this year, if that's the case, yeah, we're gonna budget in here, but what's the best dollar amount of, just use past history, what we spent or?
Was it this year for roughly $10,000?
This every year has been roughly, to my understanding, $10,000.
Okay.
I would say if council wishes, keep it to that level. But here's the thing, here's the other thing. So the community has expressed that they want other celebrations. And that's community driven. So the community wants a celebration for Independence Day. I just brought up this idea about Founder's Day, which is a tool that we can use to bring us together again. But the community wants the old Fair on the Square to come back.
Oh.
So that's a perfect blend. We can recapture the Fair on the Square, and we can change it and put some bells and whistles on it and call it Founders Day. And so we can accomplish that quite easily. Okay. Those are the things that I think are pertinent to the consideration right now. I wish we can consider more. This is just me talking. But we're already at about $127,000, to Joe's point, in the red. So we got to get in some of the things that we need to get in that are community driven, but then we also got to try to trim this budget. Don't want to take all of the professional fees and branding away, because that's something that's near and dear to Casey's heart. I think we should do something with the wayfaring. But we probably need to eat into that a bit to get some of what the community wants into the program. So having said that.
You know what? I think I know where that 50,000 comes from. I think way back in Miss Butler's days, didn't we talk about something like a
she wanted a sign.
Yes.
A huge, yeah.
Right.
You remember that sign?
I do remember that.
Okay.
Well, that means,
You just reminded me of that.
Rolling over. Let's turn. Poor Colleen's been asking for Wayfair signs.
So let me ask you this.
Let's turn it into that.
You know what? In this discussion, I don't want to make this as deeper than what it needs to be. But council needs to consider this. And Gus, I need you to hear this. Susie and I. Listen, Gus. Stop playing on what you over there? Stop playing the Sims, Gus. The Sims. Making like $700 an hour. Anyway. Susie, you and I had this conversation about waste management. And they told you, and I don't want to make anybody mad, but they told you because we didn't have Bayou Fest last year, that somehow resolved them of their obligation to donate $50,000. I didn't find it in my reading of my recollection of the contract. You said you didn't find that anywhere. I think maybe Gus took a look at it.
That's correct, we did. And without getting too far into detail, we agree that there is no provision that relieves waste management from not providing the $50,000 for Bayou Fest.
Okay.
And that all is in the, as the mayor said, the refuse collection agreement with Waste Management.
So-
But to be, sorry, to be
Go
clear
ahead, go
though, is it specifically earmarked for Bayou Fest, which did not occur? That's the issue.
It is earmarked for a Bayou Fest festival. There is no requirement that that festival occur every year.
So it's no, it doesn't say the 2020 Bayou Fest, it just says Bayou Fest.
So they could, we can understand why they would think they're relieved, but we could also have a conversation with them about how we'd really like them to contribute that to this year's Bayou Fest and give us $100,000.
Exactly.
Exactly. There you go, Casey. And that would then make our obligation to Bayou Fest as a council out of the hotel motel, that would chop that down to $50,000.
Exactly.
Because the budget's 150. If we can get them to give us the 50 they give us every year, the 50 they owe us from last year, then we can contribute 50 from the hot tax. And that would cut that obligation down to about $38,000.
Right.
Is there a way, so one of the things, we briefly talked about Bayou Fest when they came before, and we had to sort of make that decision on the budget, and it felt very much like, I feel like I'm making a decision on a budget when I can't see the line items in this budget. And I don't feel super cool with that, but obviously time was of the essence in order to get this moving, so we went for it. But it's a way for us to make like a tentative decision here, but with the caveat that I'd really like the Bayou Fest committee to talk to us.
Okay.
So that, because I just don't feel totally right telling, I would like to cut this budget because I liked the suggestion that came before us that day of we could reduce this budget more and not focus so much on getting the highest, most expensive talent possible.
Mhm.
And we could cut down our cost big time. But that was a very casual conversation, not with the whole committee. So it doesn't feel like I liked that, but I don't want to act like that was their will. You know what I mean?
Right.
And,
So-
and Mr. Mayor Casey, to be clear, especially for our residents, we are not making any decisions now on anything that we've agreed upon. We're not doing, this is not, there's a process.
Yeah.
We'll ultimately come back and agree on our preferred recommendations,
Yeah.
which will be subject to public hearing, and then we'll take action at that time. So what you're really saying is you have a desire.
Yes, I'm not saying I'll approve this, but only if, just
Yeah.
saying, obviously we have to give direction now so that we can move things forward. But yes, I think I'm inviting them to come back so that we can have a little more detail about what are the brass tacks of that budget? Because I don't know.
Right. Right.
And if we're the ones assigning the funds, I'd like to know a little bit
Let's,
more.
our regular scheduled meeting in August.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get Colleen to submit to us a basic budget for that
Mhm.
$150,000 to look at, and for us to, again,
Yeah.
to question to see if we feel comfortable supporting and start from there.
And then I was gonna.
Would that work, Casey?
That sounds
Okay,
great,
okay.
yes. And then to your point of like, okay, we have to get creative about how we can skim some things here, but also try to find a way to work in these new events. This is just a suggestion, but I really like and support the idea of bringing back a fair on the square.
Okay.
It's definitely something I've heard many, many times. And I think that would be very easy to roll into a Founder's Day celebration as well.
Right.
In the interest of not having too many new events in one year, because granted, it's like, who's going to plan those events? We want it to really
Absolutely.
knock it out of the park, right? If we have that as the main focus for this year's budget, and we also throw some fireworks in. Because I think that's your main thing behind July 4th. Like,
Yeah.
especially since like I personally, I am personally I want our Juneteenth celebration to gain more and more momentum.
Sure.
And for me, I would prefer to see that happen and add a fair on the square instead of a Fair on the Square and a July 4th thing and keep Juneteenth going.
Sure.
But just a suggestion.
Oh, no, July 4th historically have been, to your point, in almost every city, there's been a parade and fireworks, right?
Mhm.
So I'm sure this council has enough muscle behind us to find someone to donate fireworks. Same as Bayou Fest. I'm sure there's a partner out there that'll donate the fireworks display, and then it would be just an organization of a parade, right? So that cost will, I'm sure, be very minimal.
Okay.
Very minimal. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we seeking to take this line by line to give Chase and Susie some direction? Well, thank you. Let's do that. Interconnect transit system. We just heard that is the way that our folks who don't have access to transportation get around the city and beyond. Doctor's appointments, grocery store visits, things of that particular nature. Does anybody have a problem with moving forward with that?
No.
Okay. Let's go to professional fees branding. Susie has, for food for thought and discussion, placed $50,000 in that line item. We know that one of Colleen and Casey's passions, which means it's one of our passions as a council and community, is to have better wayfaring. And so I don't know what that looks like, Casey, initially.
I don't either. I think we should let Colleen take point and speak with the city manager and make a plan for how to actually expend those funds. Because I
Do you have
clue.
and I know you don't, I mean, none of us really know because we're not experts, but what level of funding would you suggest, at least initially, to give them the room to even start that?
I mean, I think I wouldn't say we should do more than 50 that what's in here. I mean, I think if we wanted to be, truly, I have no clue. So, because I don't have that kind of research, and if Colleen was here, we could ask her, but I would say just to keep things conservative, I would say either keep it at 50 or drop it to slightly less, just
Okay.
so that we're not, since we know there's some other things we want to work in.
Okay. What you think, Mike?
I'd keep it at 50 because that way it gives them a limit or like a point. And if we come under, that's even better.
Okay. Kim?
You're talking about for professional fees? Is that
Yes,
what
ma'am.
we are?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see how you're gonna do that and do Juneteenth at the full amount.
Okay. So you're suggesting
You're gonna have to drop it.
drop it and so that we can add Juneteenth in? Okay. So Juneteenth is $10,000.
So drop it to 40 and add the 2.
For the time being, and then we're gonna have to figure out what we want to do with some of the other stuff as well. While we're there, we just heard that seems like at least two of us, maybe more, would like to explore the possibility of having a Founder's Day / Fair on the Square celebration. If that's true, if there's at least one more person that's interested in that on this council, then what does that initial funding look like? First, is there one more person that's willing to support Founder's Day Fair and Square? Okay, Kim, good. Now, what does that look like? Is that another $10,000?
Well, if we put 10,000 towards Juneteenth, 10,000 towards something else, it should be equal.
Okay.
And maybe we could make that up by right now suggesting we drop Bayou Fest funding by 10.
Yeah, because of what we were
Because
talking
of what we were
about
talking
legally.
about, we
Right.
might be able to, because even if Waste Man, they've been a good partner.
Right.
And even if they're like, woof, we can't match you a full 50, but even if they did 50 and 25,
Right.
we'd be in much better shape.
I agree. Okay, So that would, so we would add 10,000 for an initial Founder's Day.
Now, I'm a history teacher, so
Yes, ma'am.
I can't let you get away with July 4th without giving something to July 4th.
Without giving, oh, yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
just can't,
ma'am.
I can't let you get away
Yes,
with
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am. So Kim is wanting to add, it's not like Kim. Kim is proposing, because I'm sure all of us want
We
to
have to
add.
put something.
All right, what are we doing with July 4th?
Can we give that
10,000.
10? Can we give that
10,000?
10?
10,000.
Okay.
You know, if we're gonna be equal, we gotta be equal across the board.
You're accurate. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, this is clarification. The city doesn't, this is a question I should say. Is it the case that the city puts on these events, or is it accurate to say that the city entertains requests for financial support from another organization to do that event?
That is such a good question. And it actually, what I was just going to ask was, so Juneteenth, when we did Juneteenth that first year, the city did not organize it.
Right.
I and myself and Chris sat with Geraldine Sam and Tracy Staines and Wayne Hobgood and a bunch of folks, and they organized it.
Right.
You know, we sat in there as liaisons because I was like, you know, we want there to be eventually a city sponsored Juneteenth event. You guys have already been doing work to have these events. So that first year, we fiscally sponsored some things, but all the direction came from those folks, the community organizers. Next year was COVID. And then, you know, this year we had it again, but it was fully city sponsored. And you and a bunch of other folks were actually internally city folks and community partners organized it. So I think it's not only when we assign funds to these things, we have to be cognizant of the fact that, like, who are we inviting to co-organize these with us? Because
Right.
we can put, I mean, we've seen here already, we can put money in the budget for it all day long, and it might not happen if we don't also say, who's going to take care of this?
So good point. Good question. And Joe, we make monies available for community celebrations, but we also invite planners. And what I envision us doing is, as these events, I don't know, 6 months out or whatever the council would designate, that this council would every year designate a committee to organize that. And it would be one appointment from each member, right? So when we get to, let's say, the Founder's Day celebration, maybe 6 months out from that, or whatever the council would designate, then I would say Citizen A is my person who I'm appointing to this organizing committee. And we all would then say that, then we would have 5 folks that would be responsible for organizing these events. But to Casey's point, the monies that would be needed would be there. In addition to, you know, those committees could be tasked with fundraising and sponsor attraction and all of those things to grow the event. This is just seed money, in my opinion. It's saying that our community wants this type of celebration, but it doesn't end with that. It just begins with that. Did I answer your question, Joe?
Well, and yes, the bottom line, yes. I'm leery of that approach.
Okay.
Why am I leery of that approach? First, I'm not looking for an additional tasks for our city staff. I don't want to see that. We're stretched already. And what I like the model of, we have an RFP model that says the city of Lamarque is seeking, or nonprofit, and we can set out the parameters that we want, right? But is seeking nonprofit organizations, if that's the language we want to use, to organize and coordinate a 4th of July, an event coordinator for a 4th of July celebration that is going to include a parade and a fireworks display of some sort. And then we get these requests and staff decides which one's the best that fits the requirements and let them embark upon them and report to us. But like I said, my hope is that we're avoiding additional duties to police, additional duties to our already stretched thin. Does that make sense, Mr. City Manager, as well too?
Yes, sir, it does. I mean, many times, especially with Bayou Fest, if it wasn't for the chamber and certain things, that would be very difficult
Right.
for us to hold that event.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm more than willing to help with any of them with our staff. I mean, that's not a problem. We'll do what we can. But what you're saying is accurate. I mean, we are stretched, but we'll do whatever it takes.
And I don't know that I have a particular issue with that approach, Joe. The two things that I was considering, just with the idea that I brought out, and again, this is a discussion, we can go whatever way council chooses. The one thing that I see down the road that our citizens will have an issue with that approach is it possibly will be seen as, okay, so now we're paying somebody extra funds to put on an event for our communities. There are going to be some folks in our community that won't like that idea that we're paying Susie Koo $3,000 out of the $10,000 to organize the entire event. Number one. And number two, the other thing that we would be leery about in that approach is there's so many, to Casey's point, her historical point, there's so many people in our community that want to be involved and they want to serve on boards and commissions and ad hoc committees and things of that nature. So this would have been another way to introduce them to volunteerism in our city. And maybe if they enjoy and they're effective being on the July 4th committee, maybe when there's an opening on the Building Standards Committee, we might be able to move them to that place and that space. Those would be the two issues, but I am open to any suggestion. None of this for me is etched in stone, other than the community is wanting more engagement and more celebration. That's my only goal. However that looks for us, I'm willing to support it.
I feel like there's got to be, they're almost the same idea. There's got to be a happy medium there that allows for us to make sure that city management has some oversight over the process, right? We don't want to just say like, here's the keys to the kingdom, we'll pay you $10,000. But at the same time, we want to alleviate burden on staff as much as
True.
possible. So I wonder, gosh, again, I wish Colleen was here.
If I could make a suggestion, I think it's establishing those standards. Like one of the standards would be for me, it's not an individual. It's an organization. It's an organization. Preferably, it's a nonprofit. I know that Keep It More Beautiful, we had at times in the past we've had a 4th of July parade. We have worked with it with the not American Legion. What was it? The VFW. VFW was part of who we in the past. So it's establishing some guidelines with your contact at the city level, and then the committee structure you're suggesting. And this is just in my mind, Mayor. I mean, I don't have any problems with that in terms of engaging more people, but I would also point out probably that's going to require a charter change because our committees are established by charter.
Well, this would be an ad hoc. Yeah,
we could form ad hoc committees, but I do think it does get kind of into murkier territory of like, okay, do they start needing minutes? Do they need a staff person to be there or whatnot? Yeah. But maybe, I think that we can, okay, so again, like the very first Juneteenth, that is like exactly what we did though. I mean, it was, 2 council people and library staff too. I mean, we always held them at the library. So Amy was involved, but basically it was council people who sat in listening and was relaying stuff. I handled like delivering things back and forth, which even that sometimes got a little weird. And at one point I'd be like, do I need to hand this off? But if maybe we could have ideas about particular commissions that we could ask to take this on? Like if we say, hey, KLMB, would you guys take on the organization of the July 4th thing this year? Are you amenable
Parks
to that
Board.
as a group?
Parks Board
Or
too.
Parks Board,
Yeah,
or,
right,
you know,
right.
and just ask the folks that are already within our
Yeah.
parameters first. And then if no one arises within that, then maybe we can make a public request for, hey, whatever associations are out there, whatever nonprofits, if you're interested, please reach out because we want to partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. And then of course we will have to figure out, there will have to be some kind of city staff liaisoning, but maybe the biggest burden of that would be relieved.
So
But I
let's,
bet we have people within I bet our boards and commissions would take on among these
Yeah.
three.
I agree. I think we can have, and I think, you know, you said it earlier, Casey. I think it can be probably some sort of partnership with both, right? Maybe those nonprofits do, maybe they do a certain part,
Totally.
certain function.
Yeah.
Maybe our volunteers, whether it be ad hoc or whether it be existing
Yeah.
committees, can do another piece of it.
Yeah.
And I think we can probably get the best, you know,
Yeah.
the best of both worlds in that. Today, the good news is all we really have to do today is look at, not even etch it in stone, right, Susie?
Right.
Just kind of vision cast what those fiscal obligations will be.
Yeah.
So we are at 10,000 for 3 of our events. And that means we're at about 20,000 for our wayfaring so far. We'll recoup that, Casey. We'll get it back. And now we are at city promotion. Texas City, Lamarque Chamber of Commerce, 25,000. We heard from Paige this morning. We know that those monies are being accounted for with Chamber. Bayou Fest line item, we just said earlier that they owe us 50,000 for this year. We're going to try to recoup the 50 from last year. And Susie and Gus will give us an update on what that's going to look like. I believe on Tuesday, Waste Management will be here. So we can speak with Shauna directly to see if we can get movement on that issue as well. Christmas event, $18,000. I have no idea. I don't know why that would be other than lighting, because it's primarily and essentially a parade, right? So I don't know how we, I don't know. I don't remember.
I know nothing.
Why are we spending $18,000 on a parade?
Do you know?
Decorative stuff?
Yeah, the decorations.
The decorations, that makes
Repairs
sense.
And the Christmas tree and there's
Okay.
lights.
Well, I don't
and-
want to touch that. It's
So let
pretty
me-
lean.
So there was there was a $53,000 disbursement here for 2021. Is that because we purchased new lighting and all that?
I believe so, but Susie, do you remember that? I thought that was a couple years ago.
No, actually, it's out of, well, we budgeted 53,000. Yeah, probably a couple of years ago.
A couple years ago, there was a tree purchased and other things were purchased, but
But I don't know why we budgeted this year for that.
yeah, no,
I mean, that was done by city manager's office.
yeah.
So then why are we budgeting 18,000? If we got do we have new tree? We have a new tree?
It's fairly new, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And how that 18,000 come about is because you look back on the actual 2020, it was around 18,000. So that was the actual expenditure.
So but for what though, Susie?
And we've also paid someone to help us set things up
Yeah.
and do
Yeah,
certain
we have to
things.
pay somebody
Okay.
a contractor to help us put the decorations up and design the different decorations, art designs.
We pay contractors to help us put the decorations up.
I believe so. That was a Colleen thing. Yeah,
Charlene thing.
I wish she's here too.
Do we not have
Yeah, we can
the,
get some clarification for that,
Yeah.
Mayor. And- Oh, Patty was listening.
How do you just ran
Thank
it?
you.
I have the answer.
Thank
Yeah.
you, because I don't know the answer.
Okay.
So every year, because it's so much of it, we
Yeah.
had so much about 3 years ago. So that's what that
Okay.
So Miss Patty,
Thank you.
is. I heard it so many times. Sorry.
Miss Patty,
the answer.
are we paying a contractor because we just don't have enough manpower to do it
He
ourselves?
stores some of it, helps take it down and puts it up. And it's all the park, EDC building, all across City Hall, fire, and library, and police,
EDC too, right?
EDC.
You wouldn't be able, I mean, in your previous position, Chase, you wouldn't have been able to do that with your crew?
I mean, in the past, Mr. Henderson and he would go around and he was barely able to put up the signs around the little, I
And he
forgot
had
what
to
they're,
put up new brackets
yeah, brackets around the entire, on the poles around the city. And it was difficult for him to get that done.
Puts up a big Christmas
So-
tree, the one on City Hall, and all our decorations.
Plus they stored those decorations too.
Well, they helped take it down and helped us store it. And some of the things, I think the Christmas tree he stored because he had to redo it because it was,
Yeah, he had
the tree we
to,
bought a couple years ago didn't last, so it had to be wire it and stuff. So
Oh,
Okay.
your guys, Public Works, saw all that, so he didn't miss the witness to, because they had
Right.
to help take it down. But
Right,
His
right,
truck,
right.
he has the big, what do you call the truck that takes it?
yeah, the big old boom truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he bought all his equipment, because our guys didn't have the correct, to reach the pie and
Sure.
stuff, whatever that's called.
Cherry pickers and whatnot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean,
No, you did, you're right on time, Miss Patty.
thank you.
You're right on time.
I
Why don't you
didn't
take
know
a
the
seat,
answer.
Patty?
I mean,
Why don't you help us out with the cure for cancer and some other stuff we've been wondering about? All right, council, we're looking at $18,000. We have the explanation. How do we feel about that?
So Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this Christmas event has nothing to do with our Christmas parade, right?
It sounds like what this line item is primarily is the hanging
lighting.
up of the decorations.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
the
it.
lighting, which I mean is part of the parade. 'Cause
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They take the route, but
because the chamber people said
Yes,
they did
They're
the,
active in
That's
the
correct.
Christmas, yeah.
they did the Christmas parade.
with the
Yes.
parade, yes, sir, with the lineup and everything. They do the registrations.
Okay.
That's correct.
So this is for the lighting. the-
Yes, ma'am,
and the
around town and
decorations.
buildings and
Okay.
everything.
I mean, to be honest with you, I get why it sort of sounds like a hard pill to swallow, paying $18,000 to put up Christmas decorations, but I do know that's one of the things that a lot of citizens love.
I know.
Sure.
It does look really good. And in the interest of us talking about not stressing out our staff even more, like,
Right.
I mean, I would just imagine some of this equipment he has is some of the very things that we need to buy, like, or similar kinds of things that we,
And it's specialized towards
right. So it's
what
like,
they do.
it's a professional service that I think we should just pay for. And I think, again, without knowing all the things about Bayou Fest, I feel more comfortable saying like, let's just find that in over there.
Yeah.
Instead of cutting this
Just,
out.
here's a suggestion, just to, remembering this is the hotel motel fund. And the Keep Lamarck Beautiful consistently has a unspent amount year after year. And I think that this speaks to beautification.
That's a very good
And
point.
I would suggest that we maybe half the amount and take the other from the Keep Lamarck Beautiful budget.
I think that's a really keen
That's a
suggestion.
valid. I say take up.
So potentially take it from
Keep them beautiful.
18,000 to 9,000 with the idea that we'll add that 9,000 back from Keep Lamarck Beautiful,
Okay.
which is a pretty cool suggestion because we were just having some thoughts about what Keep Lamarck Beautiful, what more they can do. And so I'm sure they'd be open to hear that.
I think
That
it goes in
suggestion.
line with the Christmas, the
Decoration.
decoration judging, the lights and.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So let's take that, sounds like, and I hear Kim saying, so it sounds like she's in agreement. Carlson, what do you think?
I agree.
You agree? Okay. Let's take that 18 down to 9.
Okay.
See if our friends at KLMB see add the rest of it. I have no idea, forgive me, what MWL sponsorship is.
Magical Winter Lights. We just have that.
And they are no longer in business.
That's correct.
So we don't need to worry about that.
Yep.
So Wreaths Across America, that's obviously a popular program in our city. Sounds like we're gonna keep that at $3,700. Anybody have any objection to that? Now we're at the Crawfish Bash sponsorship. Doesn't seem like we sponsored them this past year. Is that right, Susie?
Yes, sir.
And now I wanted to ask about that. Didn't we?
No, we did.
We did.
We did.
It's
not reflected here, but
That's what I'm trying to say.
could have
Yeah.
sworn that we had a meeting 3-4 months ago and he came and asked if we would sponsor at
It
$10,000.
was on Zoom.
And then he
Yeah.
turned around and donated the 10,000 back to the city.
Right, but I mean, we did.
But, yeah, we
approve
fronted
it.
the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We donated
Yeah, I
it back.
remember that too.
Yeah.
Well, what was the other group that,
The group that hosted the Crawfish Bash, they're the ones that gave us the $10,000 back.
I don't really remember what that was about, but
Yeah.
I do remember that we did. It seems like it should be
Right.
reflected here that we did.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. And I don't have to do some more research on that one because that looks kind of weird. Because I remember charging it to here for $10,000.
Well,
So
I mean,
what are we thinking, guys? Are we adding money to that line item? The Crawfish Bash actually holds a world record. It really is a tourist
it's
attraction.
a tourist, that is.
Yeah, it's a tourist attraction. It holds the world's record
It
for the
is.
largest crawfish.
Yes.
I don't even know what it is. It's the amount, the most amount of crawfish eaten. Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cooked. The most.
Cooked and eaten.
well, I mean, we should, without having more detail, like maybe I mean, yes, we should put it in there.
Let's put it in.
Same amount.
let's put it in.
Yeah, I
Same
think so.
amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the group, Michael, that ended up going to Hitchcock?
That
It
was
was a
another crawfish.
difference. Yeah, it wasn't,
That-
It wasn't the
that's
same
not
one.
this one?
no, that's not
This
this one.
still happened in Lamar.
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Yes.
And I ate my fare of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It happened. This happened in Lamar.
Mhm.
And
I
they're interested in maintaining it in Lamarck?
Yes.
They are at the Highland.
And that event is an event that raises money for charity.
Yes.
And so this is not an event that any entity receives a profit. All of these monies go to, and forgive me, guys,
Camp Hope.
Camp Hope, and then there's a couple
There's
others.
another
Couple
one.
of veterans groups, right?
Yeah.
The post and the deliveries. And, there's another group that for child trafficking.
Sex traffic,
Yeah,
children, right.
that one going last year. There's several others. They're smaller, they're not as well known, but they're all 501c charities.
Gotcha.
So Mayor, they donated 5,000 back towards the kids.
Gotcha.
So was
Gotcha.
it 10 or 5?
I believe it was 10,
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure.
That's so weird.
Yeah, but they were, you're right. I did see that shirt. They were sponsors of our Kids Fish.
That's a weird thing to do. I don't understand why that would have been that way. Why would we have? I don't get that.
Which part, Casey?
So we would have sponsored them at 10 and then they donate 5 back to us. That's super weird to me. I can't really see the sense in that.
Yeah, I
It
don't know
makes me
what.
wonder we should just say, now we'll just sponsor you at 5. Like,
I-
I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not gonna hit that good.
I would assume it's used as seed money, and then once the proceeds of the ticket sales and the entries of the
Okay.
crawfish teams come in,
Okay.
based on their,
And they get good promo by being a sponsor for Kids Fish.
yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I'll chill out. That's fine.
Plus they supported that function still.
Right.
So we took 9 out from the Christmas event, and we are adding 10 back with the Crawfish Bash.
Yes.
All right, so the last thing on this this line item is Bayou Fest. And what we said earlier, I thought, and perhaps we can get consensus, is that we would make that line item $50,000 contingent upon receiving 50,000 from Waste Management for this year and attempting to retrieve the $50,000 that they should have expended to us from last year, which would make $150,000, which would meet the budget that we gave approval for in our last meeting. Anybody have any problem with that? So what's the damage, Susie?
What's the damage?
Where we at in that line item
That line?
with all the changes?
Oh.
I think we're
How
still
much
in
time
the
are you gonna
red.
give me?
Yeah, we're still in the red.
We're still in the red.
Yeah, we should be still in the red, but hopefully, well,
Actually, it should be.
In the black now.
Better than 127,000.
yeah, because we're taking 38.5 from, from that $127,000 number, right?
But we added 40.
Hmm?
We added
We
40.
added events.
We added 40,000.
No. We were taking that money from the 50,000. The money for the Founder's Day, the July 4th, Juneteenth,
Right.
all those monies went from the wayfaring, from the branding, and that leaves branding with 20,000.
Oh, I see.
Using, okay.
Right. And what we're gonna do is we were gonna see if we can get those monies back and see if we needed to build more. Because to Casey's point, we don't know yet what Colleen, what that wayfaring project would look like, even in its infancy.
Right.
That may not be but $10,000 to get all of the You're in Lamarque signs together. Maybe that's phase one. We don't know.
Yeah, I would say that, since we don't really have any details attached to that, the fact that we haven't expended any really meaningful funds in that direction yet would say whatever we can give it would be good.
Okay.
So
You good
if
with the
it's not-
20?
I totally am without having, if we could give more to it later, great, but I think 20 is a great place to start.
Okay. So where we at, Susie?
Well, I'd say if Waste Management is willing to work with us and give us $100,000 for next BioFest, we probably would be ending up with, instead of 127,000 in the red, probably like 77,000 in the red, which is better than 127,000 in the red.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That works.
I do want the record to reflect that to my constituents, that I did ask this council for Tri-County Black Chamber
I have that.
to
here,
be added.
2,000.
And it was not. Because what it says is you'll put 10,000 to a party, but not 10,000 to help me with my business. That's what it communicates. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's not a more apt place to pull it from.
I don't know. I just want it on record
Because
that
this is supposed to be, I could see the justification for it out of this fund, but maybe we can find it out of
somewhere
a
else.
different fund.
Okay. Because this is a time where people our Lamarque business owners need help. This chamber there's only 2 chambers in the state that are certified to help with those type of certifications. This is one that's saying they're willing to come in to help any business. So we're putting $30,000 into parties and not $10,000 into helping Lamarque business owners with their businesses. I just want to make sure that we don't forget that we need to help in the time of COVID, help our business owners become certified.
And Kim, I'm not opposed to the Tri-County. However, I don't think it's appropriate out of this fund. Why? The fund itself is directed at promoting your city.
Right. And they do that too.
I do think that yours is more, and this is a business opportunity development, which I think we need to discuss with EDC.
Okay.
That becomes part of the resources that they have in terms of attracting a diverse business community and historically being able to help historically underutilized businesses.
They sent it back here.
Yeah.
They sent it back to the council. We did send it to the EDC and they
Oh,
said,
they
they sent it back here. Yes, that's why it's here. The Tri-County will help us with promotion of the city.
They will help us with the trucking department as well. But I have a constituency that I have to answer to. So I just wanted to be known that I did ask and that I am trying to help our businesses to develop in District A.
Well, let me say this. Ms. Yancey. I respect what you're saying. I do. What I don't want to happen is I don't want us to, what's not happening here is that we're choosing to throw a party or several parties and not choosing to help our businesses. I wouldn't say that that's.
And I know that's not what we're doing, but I just know
Yes,
our
ma'am.
community.
Yes, ma'am.
I know
Yes,
what
ma'am.
they would try
I
to
get
say.
I get you. I just wanted to, we all are independently elected
Right.
officials and we all
Right.
have constituencies to
Right.
represent. And I respect you for
Yeah.
that. I do. I just want to make sure that the council
Right.
isn't, and I know that
Yeah.
wasn't your
Yeah.
intention. I don't want the council to be misrepresented in a way that would suggest that we would rather throw a party than help businesses. That's the only clarification that I'd make. But I respect you. I respect what your ask was, and certainly I'm sure the rest of the council does as well.
And you know what? Based on the way Paige represented herself this morning, I think we should take this to her and say directly, like, because you could easily see how Texas City Lamarck Chamber could see that as like either a threat or an opportunity.
Oh, no, we
or,
talk-
I know, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, if we as a council say,
Yeah.
we want you to talk to them because we'd like to work on a deal where we work with both of you and
Right.
you guys work together.
Right.
And
Yeah,
you make
sure.
each other better. Like,
Right.
let Tri-County make you better and teach you some of the things that you
Right.
want to do.
And I met with her last week on that very thing, and she's
Awesome.
willing to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I think,
Yeah.
and
And that's the reason for her diversity committee, but it's still developing.
totally.
So that's the thing. We don't want to lose out on opportunities
Yeah, I
that are
don't want that
happening, right?
either.
There's a window of opportunity that will close.
Mhm.
And we're trying to make sure that our businesses in Lamarck are ready for what's getting ready to come.
Okay.
And
Well-
so, go ahead, Casey.
No, it's also just as like a point of clarification, and this kind of goes back to what Joe brought up earlier, because it is hard, Susie, to look at this and look at the red, but also keep in mind that we've been red in this fund for years, right? So it's not like this is like all of a sudden an emergency, and we're red in this fund because we draw down on this, but we also have a fund balance from this fund every year that has accrued. So the idea that we're exceeding revenue it's different than in other funds, right? So
It is.
it's good. It's always a good idea for us to reduce red,
Right.
but we still have what was it, $140,000 that's in that fund balance. So I just want to make that clear because
Yeah.
when we talk about red and black, it
Right,
gets
right.
kind of scary, but
And we could wait until November when we
Mhm.
have more funds that may come in. I have people to answer to. People
Totally.
are texting me now. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to know that we're doing the best that we can. But of course, we can't get everything we asked for, but I want you guys to know people are watching every move that we make. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Totally accept it, Kim. Totally respect it. Certainly, we hear you, and we hear your constituency, my constituency, all of our constituencies, certainly. And so we'll do what we can as we move down this road. Maybe not this year, maybe next year after, whenever that looks, wherever that opportunity may present itself. But then there's the other side of that of our constituency, right?
Mhm.
That would ask this question. The good news is it sounds like the Tri-County Black Chamber of Commerce, according to your offering, would help any business,
Any business.
anyone, right?
Mhm.
But let's look at this from a realistic perspective. That's true and that's good news. And if that is true and if that is good news, why then call yourself the Tri-County Black Chamber of Commerce? Now, I know those reasons, you know those reasons, and perhaps the rest of us do as well. But the taxpayer that's sitting at home may not understand that.
Right.
And so they may have potential problems with their dollars being invested in an organization that's that's named to specifically target, according to their name, one demographic. And so that's where that problem will come in. And so in the future, there needs to be more education on what that looks like. So that if this is presented in the future, which I'm sure it will be a clear understanding in the mind of the taxpayer what's going on. Does that make sense?
But as you said, this is not a property tax. This is a sales tax, correct?
It's a sales tax.
And
It's a
this
sales
city,
tax.
this city is a
Actually, it's a
majority,
hotel motel tax.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
but it's a majority minority city, correct? Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it is hotel motel tax. That's true. It's given to an entire community,
Right, right,
not just African Americans. It's
Right.
given to an entire community.
correct,
That's the one area that we have to be cognizant of.
right. I agree. We do it the same thing.
And the again, the goal is to educate. That's all I'm trying to say, is that whatever we do moving forward, we have to educate
Right.
so that folks don't misinterpret what's happening. That's all I'm trying to say. And this is
Just
the
be
first
fair.
time.
Right, just be fair and open.
Yeah. No, that's the only thing that I'm suggesting that we do more work on,
Right,
is to educate on what this is about.
okay.
So again, I thank you for what you brought. We have a lot of work to do. Absolutely. All right. I think that we beat up the hotel motel fund as much as we could.
Yeah, we did.
Penitence, y'all got something y'all want out this fund? How about you, Ms. Laura? You want to get some slushies or something afterwards? All right, guys, I'm teasing. All right. Does anybody else have anything about the hotel motel?
I just got one question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mike.
If we're backfilling it, how do we replenish our coffers as far as that goes? Or once we're out of that reserve money, are we done?
Exactly. That's why we try not to get too close to the bottom.
Okay, so if we're 70 in the red right now and we got 140, that'll drop us to 70 left.
And if you
Okay.
need more, after that, it will have to be general fund.
But that wouldn't drop it. No, that I
No,
think
no.
Susie, you didn't hear his whole question.
Because
Right.
right now, it's at 140 if we
Yeah.
were drawing down on 127.
Right.
So what
If.
we just
Okay,
did
gotcha.
is fill it back up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but once we're out of that money in the
Yes.
coffers, that's it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we
So-
have to be careful.
So
Okay.
Susie, the monies that we get in November or October, from the American Rescue Act,
Oh,
the
that's.
4.2 million.
Uh-huh.
That's a one-shot deal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That can cover whatever is not covered with this budget, correct? Like whatever we,
Well,
Not necessarily.
okay,
depends on what it is.
Depends on
Depends on what
it
it
is.
is.
Okay.
That's correct.
Very specifically.
And there's a list of criteria that you have to meet in order to use that funding.
Okay.
And I believe our interim city manager just signed off the terms and conditions that we agree to comply
right,
with the rules.
Mm.
And we will.
right.
One of the things about these types of funds is that when they're one-time shot, what has to happen is that there has to be one-time expenditures to match, right? So if we're not getting 4.2 every year, we're getting it 1 year.
That's
So usually and historically, you find things that you can buy one time.
One time.
Street sweepers, pothole patching machines, grade alls, one-time purchases that'll last us a long time. So as we think about that, council, let's think about things of that nature, because we can't add more people to the finance department because that's payroll and that'll happen annually.
Right.
So we have to try one-time
Capital
purchase.
project.
There you go. Thank you, Casey.
Cannot be operating.
So Anywho, if we're through with that portion, we can move to a quick break, guys, of about a 5 minute, so that we can regroup and give the parks people a chance. Tamara, are your friends planning on attending? Not your children, because they're already here.
Tamara is the.
You are the brigade.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not officially the brigade. I just came because.
To give us a piece of your mind?
Yes, always. No, Matt McGaffrey was supposed to show up. Mike Rockbach was here, but he had to leave. I was just coming just to listen.
Yeah. Well,
So
guess
I-
what?
But we were gonna sit in the car, but they were like, let's go inside, so here we were.
I think it's great.
Well, Mike sent a message that you were here to represent the
Oh,
park.
Mike.
Okay.
So let's give you about a 5 minute break, Tamara. And I know you got babies, and hopefully Rashard will help you back there with a microphone or something. So in case we have any clarifying questions or
Okay, yes, I do have to go to my truck because
We'll give you-
they're grabbing all their stuff. I forgot my.
okay, let's take 5 and regroup at about 4:15. All right, we are back in our budget workshop. We were scheduled to move into our parks operation, but we're going to clean some things up with our hotel motel fund, and one area of that fund. Colleen Martin is back with us, our public relations specialist, and she's going to help us as much as she can with this idea of wayfaring. It's something that she has historically recommended to this council to fund and move forward with. So she has the most knowledge about what we're envisioning. So we were discussing, Colleen, what that would look like, what the initial funding could be. We left about $20,000 in the hot fund for that. So just speak to us, if you can, about historically where that came from as far as the idea and what that would look like, and can we start with the 20,000?
Okay, is it on, Kyle? Can y'all hear me? Okay, so thank you, Mayor. The wayfinding program, wayfinding, like find your way, wayfinding, would be a comprehensive program from what I recall. Now, it's been a couple of years since I brought it before council, and I do have a plan for it prepared in my office. I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what you needed me for. I just heard Colleen come over and I'm here. So there was 3 sizes of signs proposed. The first one are large welcome to Lamarque signs. The middle size would be for our municipal buildings, and the smaller signs would be for our city parks, for example, and just smaller locations around town. They would all be branded using the brand style guide, and of course could be approved by council. There's several options. You could do brick signs with black lettering, for example. You could do colorful blue wave signs if you want to. There are corporations and companies out there that partner with cities on a regular basis to develop. They have to look at your entire community, all your community assets, and make recommendations on a multi-year implementation process. So they do the study first, then they help you design the signs. A lot of it has to do with TxDOT. So we have to partner with TxDOT anytime there is a sign in a right-of-way. And we have a lot of right-of-way, Highway 3, many of our roads are partnerships with TxDOT. So you would build a plan. So if you would like to invest the $20,000, you could probably get the plan for that. These signs are not inexpensive, but they last for a very long time. And they help, one of the big problems in Lamarque, I always say the biggest problem in Lamarque is a perception problem. And then right behind that is people don't know they're in Lamarque when they're in Lamarque. And so it would be a great opportunity to maybe start on the outside and come in. We focused on what we can do, right? We focused on what we can get accomplished. So we were able to get that elevated sign at the corner of 45 and FM 1764 with our new brand. I think that was a great partnership with TimeWise when they came in to develop their new business. They partnered with us, and it was cost savings, and we have city identification now up off of 45. So we could continue that as well to partner with new businesses. Another example is Mancuso. When they built their new location off 45, they put Lamarque on their sign. So there's many different aspects in a wayfinding program. It's city identification and also wayfinding for citizens to get to and from. We also can partner with TxDOT on some things that are already paid for in our tax dollars, like signage around town along Texas Avenue. We need all of our signs updated, and we already pay for that through our state tax dollars. And I've been trying to get them to update those street signs for 5 years and haven't been able to make much progress. But if we have a comprehensive plan on wayfinding based on need and wants of council, then we could talk about funding. And I will reiterate that I think a welcome to Lamarque sign would be amazing. We've identified a location. Once the 45 construction at the flyover is completed, there's a beautiful open spot where we could either do a mural on the bridge, or we could invest in a large just brick sign that just says, Lamarque or welcome to Lamarque. people are going, 70 miles an hour. So you got to keep it simple out there. The slower the traffic, the more you can have on the sign. So it's science and data based on need. But I think the 20K could definitely build a solid plan for council review. I don't know if it would necessarily be enough to get signs up, but we can start with some options, like I mentioned before, replacing our street signing along, street signs along Texas Avenue, and working with TxDOT where we can, finding our street signs that are no longer visible and starting with that simultaneously while
If-
working on the plan.
If we, so the original line item was 50 and we, in order to accommodate other things, we were whittling it down and that's why we ended up at this 20 to see where we're at. I agree. It sounds like 20 would be enough for us to put together a plan, but not do a whole lot of concrete work
Right.
yet. Do you think that if we were able to make it go back up to 50, that would enable us to do some concrete work as well as put together a plan? I know that that's a question you're like, don't have the data at hand to answer, but.
I really would be more comfortable if I had an opportunity to go check in with a couple of these vendors. They're national vendors that specialize working with municipalities. If I had just a chance to pull up the bid that I got before and provide it to you, I would be more comfortable doing that. I don't know the answer to your question.
Yeah.
But I'll find out.
Well, I just want to say that, maybe we keep it at 20, but we keep in mind that, pursuant to the conversation we had earlier about how we got to be careful about drawing down that fund balance, but at the same time, we've kept that fund balance pretty similar every year because we do fill it back up. We don't ever draw it down super far. If we could potentially, for something that would be a plan and getting some of these things that citizens are telling us they want, and it's a one-time expense for a pretty long-term investment, upping it, drawing down another 30,000 might not be so bad once we have more details. Maybe.
Also, you could start with like all the parks. They have nice wooden blue signs. If you want to go back in with something like that, Marque is misspelled on the Mahan Park sign, for example. The park sign at Highland Bayou Park has a bad phone number on it. Like, let's fix the things that need immediate attention. Those can definitely be banged out with $20,000 investment for sure. And we could probably get a plan on top of that and go from there. But if you're willing to invest $20,000 in wayfinding, we will come up with the program based on citizen need and accuracy. And absolutely, that's encouraging and thank you. So we'll get it done. Was that helpful?
Colleen, two follow-up questions. Speaking of signs, and I don't know if this has been addressed or not, Chase. Out at Saltgrass at our new fire department, the electronic sign that's out there has not been working for a long time. And if we can use this money to fix that sign so that we can be able to get messaging out again on activities, that would be very helpful. And maybe that's a start here.
Yeah, exactly. What is the highest and best use for the investment that we have available? We could look at we can even build a plan internally at the most need for 20,000 and start. Like, let's get started.
And I think the library sign also has their electronic one, but I think that's working.
Absolutely.
Right,
The library sign's a huge community asset. One that the police department sign is no longer functional. It hasn't been functional the entire time I've worked for the city of Lamarck. It's got Lamarck mashed together. It has an old logo that hasn't been used in a decade or so. And the plastic pieces that hold the letters are no longer functional. So if we could fix that, or perhaps do the same process that we did for the library sign and get a digital marquee for them, I think that would be amazing. That's right in the heart of downtown,
I agree with things of that nature, right? Those are the little things. What is it that they call low hanging fruit in the corporate world?
Yep.
So, and then I just forwarded you an email, and I think that it will touch upon this. It's from the Houston Galveston Area Council of Governments, but it's a survey that they are asking, how can we make public transportation better in our community? And for me, public transportation, accessibility a part of it is signage. How do we make sure that we know where you catch this bus that we're going to be help funding with the interconnect here? And so, Chase, I think you got it too. And we should let people know that there's a survey that they can complete online to give their input as to our regional transportation needs and in our communities. They're going to be focusing on Galveston County, I believe, on Galveston County focused, and this can be done on your computer, will be on August the 10th is and then you can also fill out a survey online if you go to the HGAC. And I hope we can post it and get the information out.
Sure, not related, but if our bus stops in Lamarque aren't shaded and sometimes they're just not very pretty.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, as far as equality for all people, I would like people to feel like they can go and sit and hop on public transportation and at least be out of the weather
Well,
and have, a nice surroundings or it doesn't take a lot to make a bus stop more inviting, more people may
Absolutely.
use them. And so that's something very simple that
Yep.
builds community pride. Just an idea. I'm full of that.
very good. Thank you.
Y'all have Bayou Fest? No Bayou Fest?
Oh, yes.
I'll buy you first.
Casey was asking, all of us were, but Casey brought it up, what your budget looks like. And again, you don't have it in front of you, but just an idea. We allotted 150,000 because you asked us to give you a budget so you can begin working. Could you briefly, just off whatever you know, Colleen, off the top of your head, we won't hold you to it, but give us a rundown of what, kind of what the budget is looking like in your head or on paper?
Absolutely, yes, sir. So in years past, Mr. Getty was asked to help with the entertainment piece of Bayou Fest because of limited city staff availability, bandwidth, and et cetera. So Alex worked with a member of the finance team for the past several years. It was Misty. Misty is no longer with the city of Lamarque, and now we're going to be working with Quincy, which I'm excited for that. What we really would love to have is there's a spreadsheet that was created by finance, and it's got all the internal workings of Bayou Fest year-to-year expenditures. And when we have our internal Bayou Fest meeting, that is used to make projections on things like, Chase, please help me, overtime, fencing, materials for everything from like plywood, police overtime, EMS overtime. It has all of it on one spreadsheet and it has year to year. Yes, sir. Thank you. It has year to year data, and included in that is a marketing budget. And so I always wanted more, of course, because I'm a PR person. So we want this year, however, we're holding our Saturday. We're having a festival for the people of Lamarque and our community and our neighbors and our friends. But we're not going to, we're also still in the midst of a global pandemic. And so we're not going to spend as much on advertising. Our bands are not, number one hit bands. These are going to be more local acts, et cetera. So that spreadsheet will be very important in setting that. We have an internal Bayou Fest meeting on Monday. We're going to switch it to Zoom. And I think we'll have more information then. But cutting the marketing budget is fine. Whatever whatever the pleasure of council is, we will use those funds and market the event here locally. Usually we do things like advertise in Houston Press. We do a comprehensive Facebook marketing campaign. We do a campaign on Instagram. And all we're doing is the entertainment piece. The chamber, they're our partner in the event. They usually tend to focus on the community or the kids' activities and those aspects. I would like to cross promote kids fish at the fishing tournament at Bayou Fest. That's a free way for us to, let our citizens know about Kids Fish if we've set the date for that for next year. So, and then also like Mr. Bach, he helps with the mutton busting, and there's cross promotion availability and opportunities. We can go grassroots this year for sure. But I don't have the answer. I always wanted more. I think it's $5,000. Please don't hold me to it, but that spreadsheet is going to answer all those questions.
And so I think what I said to Casey was that at our August regular meeting, we were going to ask you to have for that meeting detailed itemized budget so that we can officially and formally approve it for you.
Is it okay if someone from finance presents that
Sure.
instead of me?
Sure.
I'm not trying to pass the buck. The
No,
buck
ma'am.
stops here, but it's just cleaner on the finance side.
Absolutely.
I will be there. I'm going to try to bring my plan to you, so I'll be there anyway.
Absolutely.
And I'm happy to answer any questions, but
Sure. Absolutely. We just wanted to make sure that we let you know that we're going to want to look at the budget in August and get you to answer any questions that we had about wayfaring and Bayou Fest.
absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Colleen.
Any other questions for Colleen? Off you go
Okay,
down
bye.
the road in your little car. Zoom, zoom.
Thank you, Colleen.
All right, we have now moved to our parks operation. And so this is a little bit of Susie and Chase and a little bit of Mr. McGaffey and Miss Smith. Mr. McGaffey, you can approach. You can approach Ms. McGaffey. Who wants to start? Susie, where are we at? What page are we, Susie?
137.
Okay, page 137.
137. Council, do we want to talk about the line items, the Parks Fund line item first? Do we want to talk about the donations, or do we want to talk about the usage fee? What do we want to do first?
Let's go line items first.
Line items first. Very good, very good. Page 137. It looks like the parks donation revenue, that would be the donations, Mr. McGaffey?
Yeah.
Okay, those are the ones that you voluntarily opt into on your water bill. Used to be, yeah, let me help speed it up for you. Used to be that our water bill was itemized in a way that those donations were automatically a part of the bill and you would have to opt out of them. Somewhere down the line, they switched to where now they are now left off of the bill and you have to manually opt into them. And you are going to tell us that you have realized a decrease in revenue because of that. When you had to opt out and it was automatically in, how much money did you all realize per year?
Well, $1,500 a month before they changed it.
Mhm.
Now it's down to $400 a month. So that's how much it dropped. On the water bill, it clearly stated that $2 was added for the park board, and at that time it was volunteer park. Now it's a clean city commission. And that was put on a water bill, and it says, if you prefer not to give that, just reduce the $2. We gave the people an option. Well, they came out with an idea, was saying, if you don't, if you want to give, then you add the $2 to the water bill. And that's what caused a decrease in the income for the Parks Board and the Clean City Commission. So we'd kind of like to see it go back like it was originally. And we're giving the people an option that you can take that $2 off, but very few people are going to add $2 on. So we lost a lot of revenue there. And that's really the only income that the Parks Board have coming in to do things.
And that had to do with the park's user fee, right? I mean, wasn't that part of why we made this change?
What?
Oh, that's the donations.
I know, but wasn't, well, actually, maybe it doesn't matter why.
I think the change happened during Ms. Butler's tenure.
Oh, okay. Forgive
Yes.
me. I'm sorry, I was
I
confused.
wasn't going to name, but it was Ms. Butler.
And I don't even remember, Casey, I don't remember if she thought it was a legal issue. I don't even remember. Is that what it was, Kathleen? I see you shaking your head in the back.
I think it was where some citizens had complained because they felt they were being misled. That's what that was, and that's when it was trying to research, but the wording was changed.
Okay.
It seems to me a very reasonable request, but maybe we can just, maybe to cover ourselves, ask for some further research around how
Maybe
to best
maybe a
word
legal opinion.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, get a legal opinion about how to best word it, but also, like you said, more people are, if we make it clear that you need to take it off, that's one thing, but like you said,
It's on the
much
bottom of the water
much
bill.
harder to,
It was very clear on the bottom of the water bill. If you do not wish to donate, deduct $2 off your water bill. They had Artico counsel for that, the lawyer for us that time. He looked at it and said, either way it was clear because you gave them an option. So the only thing it did was hurt the Parks Board budget.
So if it sounds like, council, an objective, if you disagree, it sounds like one of the things we can do to try to understand this better is to ask Gus to research this and give us a legal opinion on either way. What would it look like legally if we were to go back to the language of, go back to the billing that automatically has the donation incorporated in it and allowing the resident to opt out?
Right, and just so I'm clear, I assume there will be a total that includes, like you're saying, the $2 parks fee, and then language at the bottom that says the total includes the parks fee. If you don't want to pay it, deduct $2, correct?
Right, that's what we just need an opinion so the council can then decide which way they want to go.
Are we talking on a donation or are we talking on the park?
This is just the
users fee?
donation
just the
piece.
donation. yeah.
Okay, we're not talking park users.
Not yet, not yet,
Okay.
not yet. It's just a donation piece.
Okay.
I think, and I don't disagree with Max because we did see the decrease in the, obvious decrease in the contributions. But part of the issue is that we have now individuals who automatically pay their bill by online, electronically. And so they have their, just like I do with certain things, whatever the bill is, it's automatically taken from whatever account or card on that side. And so I really don't even, I couldn't tell you what my what my phone bill was last month because it's just whatever it is, pay it. And I think that's the issue, is that those that are on the automatic draft, and I don't know how many of the 6,000 connections that we have are in that category, because they're, to say that you can automatically deduct that is not really a reality if you're on an automatic a draft system. So that's something that as we look at this.
But would it, isn't this on the same token you talking about, the automatic pay, how would they add to it? So it would hurt the system more.
Well, the way the bill is now, it's back to, and I had been arguing about this for a while, it just gave when they transitioned off, it was actually an amount, and Mac, you remember this, that did not include the $2, right? So if your water bill was $70, it said $70. And then it said, if you wish to voluntarily add on $2, you can add on the $2. And then there was no other total of 72 then. Now the bill says, if I'm mistaken, and I thought I had brought one of my bills for the water, but it's back to the basically the old way. You've got your subtotal of the $70, and then there's a line that says add $2, and then you have another line then that says $72.
Right.
And so I just monitoring that, I did see an increase somewhat in terms of the voluntary contribution. So I just point that out that it is a challenge in terms of the
Yes.
proper language.
And
And maybe what we have now is the best method is all I'm saying.
It just don't help the Clean City Commission or the Parks Board,
Yeah. It does.
the system you got now.
Mm.
The Clean City Commission, they use that money for a lot of things. And the Parks Board does also. And if you take that away from us, maybe you can put $20,000 in our budget each instead of doing the dollar donation, and clear that up and just give us money. What we would have got, $1,500 a month. Just put it in your budget for $1,500 a month for the Clean City and the Parks Board. That way we solve the problem also.
Yeah,
We
but
trying to get money.
Here's my confusion, though. I have to say this, Susie. This ask for both the Parks Board and then later, when I get into the Keep Lamarck, is only, the request is only $4,000. And I've never, I guess I didn't keep up with it in the FY budget for 2021, but I can tell you that the actual in 2020 was not $8,600. We had our budget with between the contributions and what the city gave us from the was approximately $35,000. So this is, I don't think this is accurate. And I don't think it's accurate for the Parks Board either.
It's not.
It's not. And I'll say right now that I'm absolutely surprised to see a $4,000 figure in terms of a request for fiscal year 2022.
Let's get some clarity.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think that line item is a reflection of the donations.
Yes, sir.
It's not a reflection of any expenditures or any other additional revenues. That line item looks like, according to when I read it, and I don't have any other knowledge that you do, it says parks donations revenue. And I think that line item is tied to the actual donations
Yes, sir.
only, not all of the monies that they were able to realize.
Exactly.
But so clarify this then for me. This is the request. In the other categories, it's showing their need, I guess. I guess I'm confused then.
Yeah.
It says request.
You see the top of it says revenues.
I know revenues,
on
but
the upper left.
But the way I look at this are requests. I see this, interest earnings and park donations revenue. The revenue is set. Those are voluntary contributions during the course of the year. That's not a request, that's a donation.
Yes.
The request, when I see request, is what's the need by the department, just like when we went through police and fire, what was their particular ask? And that's what we were looking for. So now we have this other category that I don't think is accurate.
I think, Joe, you hit the nail on the head with why, we had discussions at KLMB over the last, pandemic aside, but how we started having before the pandemic. I remember I came as the ex officio and said, we need to have a KLMB budget so that can be taken to council, because my suspicion is because there has not been a budget submitted that's formulated by KLMB, and I can't speak for Parks Board. I know we're kind of mushing the two together right now, but what Susie's operating on is if she's not giving anything, she's just putting in there as a request.
I guess.
Because she hasn't been provided anything.
Well, Casey, that's very interesting to say so. And now I'll be for 2 years. When Tink, and Susie, you were there in the room with Tink, we would go in, and Vivian Allen was there with me for both. We did go in and present the budget. Remember, you had it up on the big screen. We went in and we said this and this, and that's ultimately what I was being told, that it was 30, and the Parks Board, the total amount with between the donations and stuff. So I hope that we take this opportunity to clarify all of this,
Yeah.
the request. What's the need that's there? Because I don't think this is accurate. I don't think it's accurate here. I don't think
It's certainly
accurate
not
in
the whole picture. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. And maybe I think, I honestly can't remember if if KLMB this year approved a budget or not, Alana. But yeah, like it might have been an oversight of like not being fully clued in about how they needed to submit that so it would get reflected. But
Remember, I did mention that this has not been a normal
right,
year with the
definitely.
normal budget process. Yes, you're right. The previous year, we did go through that process, where this year, we simply did not have that opportunity.
Mhm.
In fact, we didn't even have that opportunity to get together with each department. So the 30,000, it just purely come from what we budgeted this year, and because I had to get the book done.
Where are you seeing the
delivered.
30,000?
I don't think he's talking, Susie, here's what's actually happening.
Uh-huh.
Here's what's happening. So when you are a police department or you are a code enforcement department, you create a budget and that becomes your request, right?
Mhm.
The Parks Board is working off of donations.
That's correct.
And so what maybe I think what's giving Joe some heartburn is this $4,000 line item, clearly a donation, clearly a series of donations, but it is categorized as a request. It looks like what the police department presented, what the fire department presented, and that's not what it is. It's just a donation.
Mhm.
I think he's having heartburn with the idea that $4,000 is sitting under a line item that says request, and it's not a request. It's a donation.
Mhm.
So when you have KLMBC and the Parks Board, because they get other monies, right? What we might want to do is we might want to make sure that there's a line item that clearly delineates donations and a line item that looks at requests. And if the requests are zero, then they're zero. But we put donations, and that's not wrong. I'm just saying, just to clarify it, we put donations underneath a line that says request, and that looks confusing.
The reason why we're seeing 2 columns for 2022, fiscal year 2022, in the proposed budget version is because we want to show to everyone this column, request column, is what originated the numbers from each individual departments versus the furthest right column, city manager's proposal, what city manager has cut or leave it alone or whatever. We want to show you, here's the original point, the original request, here's what we cut. Now, when it comes to the finalized official budget document, you're not going to see this request column because this is only for proposed, this is a
But
workshop.
Susie, that's not the problem.
Yeah,
The problem is
Okay.
Parks Board and KLMB don't have their budget request
Right.
reflected here,
Mhm.
probably because you don't have them, right? And so that's why you carried over what your estimated revenue is going to be. You put it straight into requests, and that's not a problem,
Right.
but it is confusing because it doesn't reflect the same kind of relationship we have with all of the other budgets.
It doesn't even show the projects that were expended during the
And
course
that's
of the
not
year.
your fault.
That's
Like,
not, that's not your fault.
I mean, and to be honest, this is an issue we have talked about before, because that's why I went to KLMB a few years ago and was like, there has to start being a budget with projects so that we can talk about them at budget workshops. And I do remember that KLMB did that. I don't remember what happened this year.
And I guess that was my confusion, actually, Casey, because I'm saying we did that,
Yeah, we
but
did
it wasn't
that.
communicated.
But obviously right now, the kerfuffle of this year and last year, I think, is reason enough to say like, okay, But moving forward, definitely, I think there is a communication that needs to happen between finance and the different boards and commissions that says like, yeah, you need to submit that budget. Tamara wants to say something.
Yes, sorry, I'm forgot to talk. It was, and Matt, please, let me come first. So, Matt, I was under the impression Amanda was getting our budget together.
No,
No?
that comes under a different thing.
Okay.
Years ago, we was invited to the workshops. That stopped. In other words, the Parks Board would say, we're going to use 10 loads of sand, 20 stacks of thing, and we would put that plug in for a regular thing, and that would be handled by the utility department, not by the Parks Board. The utility department would spend that money on what we suggested. That has stopped. Now the utility department, Amanda and them, will make up a budget about how much it would cost to operate the parks. That's their budget. But the Parks Board has nothing to do with things. Like right now, we have a crisis out there. And if we would have had a chance, well, I got a chance now to tell council, here's what we need in the budget to take care of this problem. Then that's a proper procedure to go.
Right.
The only thing the dollar donation does, it gives the Parks Board the right to spend the $1,500 if it comes in, not the council and anyone else. So my saying is, if we had a budget that is put together by utilities and by the Parks Board, that would eliminate a lot of the problem. Say,
There should have been a time where the Parks Board toured the parks. Y'all should have toured the parks. Y'all should have made notes, and it's nobody's fault. I don't want to sound like I'm chastising or lecturing anybody. So forgive me if I do. But I'm just trying to get to a point. The Parks Board should, on an annual basis, at least tour the parks, look at the issues, take notes, do some research on what it would cost to resolve whatever issues you find. Work with whomever that designated person would be from the Public Works Department. Work with your ex officio council member. At this point, it's Mr. Compion. And there should be a request in that line item. And it should be, again, generated by the Parks Board, because you all know what, your parks need, what needs to be repaired and replaced. It should be worked on with Public Works so that they can get some of the dollar amounts on what's needed. And it also should be worked on by our ex officio council member, so council can be aware of, some of the things that will be coming to us during budget cycle. Now, obviously there was a breakdown, and you're right, Mac. It used to be, and I can remember this, where the Parks Board would come, and it wasn't a whole lot of money. So remember, it wasn't a whole lot. Sometimes it was just $30,000, $40,000. You needed new swings. You needed new benches or whatever it was that you were asking for. And that process, there has been a breakdown in that process. You're right.
now Amanda
We
set
can
up.
get back to that, Mac. We can go back to that.
Yeah, I will say this, Amanda did, they have a worksheet, and the Parks Board report things that are tore up, need replacing, and Amanda take care of it. I guess that would be out of her budget that she scheduled.
Yes.
But the whole thing here is I go out to the parks every day, every one of them, just to look for unsafe conditions. And instead of bothering with the city's supposed to supply the maintenance of all the parks. And the Parks Board supply the extra needs with their dollar donation. So we haven't had anything in there to budget it. And that's all we asking, if we could join the budget in that.
Sure. And Mac, we do have the Highland Bayou shoreline, that issue.
Yeah.
We have that as a request, and we also have the pavilion in here as a request.
Okay, well, them two items worried me because for years, and I'm not going to blame any administration because they keep saying I wasn't here. Well, this time our shorelines are eroded away. And we've been trying to get Kathleen years ago, and I went and got a bunch of bricks donated for my schools that was being torn down. We took some of them out to Highland Bayou to save the shoreline. The other administration said you can't do that unless you get a clearance that is clear. They clean stuff before you dump it in the water. Went back, got them send Kathleen a letter. Y'all get a copy sooner or later of saying this is clean material. Well, then it came up to the other administration that it cost $40,000 for a permit to survey the park. Well, again, I took it on myself, and I was dealing with the Corps of Engineers. And after they came out there and looked at it, they was concerned too. She said, y'all do repair the 500 foot with no permit. So I got a letter from the Corps of Engineers. I got a letter that we had that the material is clean and we can shore up 500 foot of shoreline without a $40,000 survey. And this is where somebody's missing the boat here. Either the Parks Board not explaining themselves good enough, or the employees are not out there doing their job. I'm sorry. But we need to be informed more, the Parks Board does, of what's going on. Because right now, the Corps of Engineers, when they seen this, they seen what I seen. As you come in the back entrance of Highland Bayou Park, the water is a foot away from the road, and it keeps coming back. Once you cross that road, then you got a levee, and that's what the Corps of Engineers looked at. So she thought we should do something with it also. So I turned the request last Parks Board meeting, made copies of each councilman to look at the papers we got and see if we couldn't get them corrected. We also sent them one on the repair of the pavilion. 5 years ago, the wood is rotten all the way around the pavilion. We had pictures and everything else. The pavilion is still the same way it was. A good wind will lose a pavilion. So these are the things that the Parks Board worry about. And we work with the utility department, and they do what they can. But they only limit it to a certain amount also.
Yeah, you mean the Parks and Amanda?
Yeah,
Parks Department.
right.
The two
And
gentlemen.
we don't have a budget, so we can't do anything with y'all.
And Amanda did explain all that Monday.
She
That you just said, Mac, and about the
Yeah.
pavilion and everything Monday. She explained that to
Well,
me.
that's what the communication, I think, between the Parks Board and the employees
Sure.
should be a little bit more clearer. So
Yeah,
that
and it'll
we
get
can
better
work
going
with them.
forward.
Because they work with us on the maintenance of it. Every month we go through a list, and it shows the projects that they're doing, the project that complete, and all that.
So, Mac,
I just want money.
at this point,
Don't we all?
at this point, there's $4,000 anticipated from donations. We're gonna get, just so we can clean this up, Gus is gonna give us a legal rendering on whether or not we can go back to the other way. That doesn't mean that we will. Then council, if it's legal, we'll have to deliberate on what that looks like. First. Second, if the council is aware that we have to repair the pavilion, we are also aware that we have to do some work on the shoreline. We were told, and this is what, we don't have to talk about it because we have to get into our parks usage fee after this. And it's 10 minutes after 5. But we were told by Amanda that the bricks that you collected, that if those bricks were to be utilized, and she didn't say that they could not, but she basically said to us that would only cover, the bricks that we have out there will only cover about 150 feet of the
I
500
can't
feet?
remember exactly what you said.
Y'all
I'll find
remember?
out
I don't know
though.
if it was even that much, but it was a
It was
fraction
right.
of what needs to be done.
So we're gonna need more material to finish that 500 feet that we need to finish. So we're gonna have to get Chase to work with Amanda, yourself, Parks Board, to identify where those other materials would come from in order to finish that. But the council's aware, we need to do something about our shoreline. We need to do something about our pavilion. I believe that we're willing to take action on that here as we move through this budget process.
And what holds it us too is really the procedure that we have to follow. On some items, now on this parks, the line erosion away from it. We've been working on that for years. We've been working on the pavilion for years. And it shouldn't take us 5 years to get something done. So I don't know if we're not communicating to y'all or you're not getting the information we're trying to get out there or what, but we're
Well, we did
missing
not.
something.
We did
And-
not.
And sooner the action is taken, the better off we are.
Yeah.
Because the Corps of Engineers might change 2 weeks from now.
And we did not in
We
any,
have concrete out there all the way around the park now. There's 5,880 feet of bulkhead we need for the shoreline. Well, bulkhead's running about $200 a foot. So you can see we'll never get that unless we have the user fee to get a grant to do this. But meanwhile, we can do up to 500 foot of shoreline to protect what we got. And that's
And
all
we-
we ask.
and we are willing, and if any council member can jump in and say that they're not, but from what I've seen in this workshop, we are willing to move forward with the shoreline repairs. We're willing to move forward with the pavilion repairs. The only thing that we have to look at now is money. And I say that because Susie continues to remind us, and she rightfully so, that this is an exercise, a workshop, and none of this is etched in stone until we get our numbers back from Ms. Johnson. So, but you have 5 folks that are willing, and as much money as we can expend to get those projects resolved this year, we are willing to do just that. So the wait is over, my friend, unless, and Susie keeps reminding me to remind us, unless something in the numbers suggests it is not.
Well, Mr.
You
Mayor,
got
can I-
money?
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm gonna, I don't want to, well, I have to, because
Go
it's
ahead.
just in my mind it's not how I would do business. We understand, I understand the need. I understand, I think members all know, especially with regard. But I also, Mac, are you aware of this $73,682 U.S. Department of Interior Sports Fish Recreation Restoration Grant by the U.S. Department of the Interior?
No, we was not, because we was not informed. The only thing we was informed of is a master park plan. And we agreed that the Parks Board would pay $15,000 and y'all would pay $15,000 and we'd have a master plan before us and then we would go for it. Well, the money has already been taken out, but we have no master plan. We don't know because we're not in the circle with y'all.
Yeah,
So-
and Mac, that's a totally different issue. I'm focusing
I
right
know,
now
I know,
on our
but
bulkhead. And
since you
right
brought
now,
in
you're
the-
telling me that you and the Parks Board don't know anything about a city being rewarded a sports fish restoration grant in the amount of $73,682
No.
for planning activities needed to install a new boat ramp, renovate the existing boat ramp, 2 courtesy docks, 200 feet of bulkhead, parking area, concrete picnic area, picnic tables, benches, trash cans, solar lighting, and utilities at Mahan Park and Highland Bayou Park. You know nothing of that.
Nothing. The Parks Board was not informed of one of them items.
All right.
not one.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think we have bigger challenges right now. with this.
I think that our city, I'll say this, and I'll won't spend a whole lot of time on it, but just to keep drilling down on it. One of our members of our city staff said to me personally, and perhaps maybe to us separately, that our city has operated for a good number of years in silos. The library doesn't really know what Public Works is doing. Parks Board doesn't know what KLMB is doing. The city administration doesn't know what the council's doing, and the council doesn't know what the city clerk's doing, right? We get that. That's where we have been for a few years.
Yeah.
And so today is the day, and this is the season that we bridge those gaps. And so we're gonna move forward in that. So today, you have our ear. We would like to educate you. When I say we, perhaps Mr. Carey or this council on the opportunity that we have with the boat ramps at Mahan Park. But we want to let you know, we hear you. We hear there's an issue with our shoreline. We are dedicated to resolving that issue if finances permit. We hear that there is an issue with our pavilion. We are dedicated to resolve that issue if financing permits. So moving forward, we are also dedicated to encourage our ex officio member to engage you on a regular basis, as well as Mr. Carey or whoever ends up in that seat, to develop a budget so that next year at this time, Susie can have something to put in this line. And we can begin to discuss this intelligently, right? Today is not that day. Today is
too long.
Today is the day that we reassure you that we're on the right track. And if there has been any communication, miscommunication, or lack of communication, we apologize to you as a city because you and every other committee deserve better from our council and from our staff. So moving forward, Susie, we're going to need some numbers. Would you please work with Chase and Chase, would you please direct Susie to work with you and Mac on that shoreline and on the pavilion so that we can give Susie what she needs to give us a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
On those two items. Let's quickly move because I'm trying to make sure Casey gets as much of this conversation as she can. She has some other obligations. She's holding on to try to hear you and hear KLMB before she leaves. Let's move very quickly to this parks user fee. And I know there's been a lot of questions surrounding the parks user fee. The parks user fee is the $2 fee that's assessed on all of our water bills. And it's put into an account, Susie. And it's supposed to be there to leverage other sources of funding so that we can totally remake our parks. That's what the design was. Now, there's a lot of ambiguity and questions around it, but that was the original design. So let's try to make headway. Susie, today, if you know, how much money do we have in that fund?
As of September 30th, 2020, we had $142,425.
$142,425.
Seems like it should be more than that in there.
As of September 30th of 2020.
Oh, 2020. Okay.
That's the audited number.
When did that start, Susie? What?
October 1st, 2019. That was the first year.
Okay.
2019?
So we
Yes, sir,
could,
October the 1st.
so we could assume that it's not quite double that now, but
Yes.
it's more close to that.
We should be at least a little over 200,000.
Yeah,
Did we say that?
222,000.
Mac, man, you more than a plumber. What in the world? What did you say again?
We try to keep up. We
200
try.
what?
When I had my voice, we kept up more, but right now,
What did you say? Two what?
222,000.
And
think
I'd
that's
like to make a request. So I also feel like there has been some haziness around, like, I'm so in favor of this Parks Master Plan because if we can use that to then leverage big money that we are totally deserving of, I want it. But there has been a lot of haziness around the process of how this plan is coming together. And I fear that there's way too many people, myself included, in the city who don't feel included in the process enough. And so I trust the consulting firm that we're working with, but I'd like to invite them to come to our next meeting, whether it's a workshop that includes Parks Board, or it's just an item on our agenda. I know that it was part of the original plan that we would get updates, but I just, the temperature I'm getting is that there's just too many people going like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Did I miss all the times? Is there more? Is there more opportunity? What's going on? So let's have them here, lay out what they have, and let's give us an opportunity to tell them the ways we feel there's holes.
If that's what you ask me to do, I'll have them here and
Sure.
they'll give us updates.
That's my request.
I'll reach out to them.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yes,
See,
sir.
that's why we was kept out of the ring, because people come to us, we were put the Parks Board.
Of course.
So what about the master plan?
Yeah.
We know anything about it?
And yeah, and it's one of those things that
Well,
obviously
why are you
takes
taking money
time.
out before you give us the master plan?
Yeah.
You started collecting this, the Parks Board voted to put the $15,000 in there after we get the master plan, so we could either support it or reject it. Well, to this day, we have yet got a master plan. So when the people come up and ask a Parks Board member just as weird as you are, lady, because we don't know.
Okay.
So there are many questions.
So let's get this on the record. You, as the chairman of the Parks Board, are saying to us as the council that you nor any member of your Parks Board committee, individually or collectively, ever met with the consulting firm doing the master parks plan.
Well, I'll take that back. One day I did go out to the park as a volunteer to find out what the people wanted. We heard there was so much on the internet. As y'all all know, I'm not an internet person, so I don't keep up with that. But they said there was a lot of referrals and things came up. We've had skateboards brought up to this Parks Board. We had dancing water fountains brought up to the skateboard. Our areas in the park, our biggest area is parking. Like Feigl Park, there's no place you can park.
So Matt, listen to what I'm asking you so we can get this on the record. You, as the chairman, or any member of your committee, individually or collectively, have any of you, to your knowledge, ever had a formal meeting with the consulting firm as it relates to the
No.
master park plan?
No,
You've never had
Never
you are the
have.
Parks Board chairman and you've never had, okay,
never. I met the two guys out there because
you went
to
out
the
there.
park. Yeah,
Because you
But
decided to
I've
go,
never
not because
had-
they set up before, okay.
they didn't ask.
I was just gonna add that Tanya might have spoken to them, but again, I don't think that was a formal setting. I know Ms. Griffin went
And attended one of those meetings.
to
Yes.
the
Hearing.
parks.
Yes, that's
thing that
the
they had.
value.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
Gotcha, okay,
And I
Tanya,
never met with anybody.
gotcha.
well, Tanya and Bo Hunter and Mr. Franklin and myself, we met them with our different parks, but there was no mention of what was going on.
And they should have
The
been.
only thing I did ask a question, did they do a survey before they started this park plan? Because our kids are moving out of the neighborhoods and we got to prepare for senior citizens with picnic tables instead of swings. And the guy said, well, we'll get to that later. I said, well, it seemed like you should get to it before you tell us what we need to do. So that was my only suggestion.
So that's a failing.
And I don't think they ever made a survey.
And I don't, I think from what, still in the state, they're not the plan yet, but that's why it's like, it's not too far to bring this back around, right? And make sure everyone feels included in the way they should. It's not too far gone.
And I'll bring them here and they can speak to us and tell them what they were told to do.
Sure.
Mhm. And we can,
How they
we
were
have the
directed.
power to
Exactly.
direct it further.
Well, we wanted them at the Parks Board meeting to expand to all the Parks Board because we got to tell the people whether we support that master plan or we reject it. We work for you people. We just recommend. Now, if we recommend it's a good plan, it goes a long way. If we recommend it's a bad plan, we're hoping y'all will listen. And we're left out of the circle again.
And that's why I'm specifically asking, let's bring it so everyone feels included,
Thank you.
because it is silly to move forward with something if if it was then gonna come to your table and you say,
Okay.
no, we reject this parks plan, that would be pretty foolish.
How
So-
long have we been working on this?
On what,
Parks plan?
2 years?
Yeah, it take 2 years when,
But people was complaining about when we told them it was for a parks plan, master plan. And we was even, one of our members asked one of the employees, well, when do y'all start taking out this money? And they said, probably a couple of years from now. Well, 2 weeks later, they started taking out the money. And people telling us, hey, we ain't got no plan. What are y'all gonna do? So it seemed like we jumped the gun.
I wonder if that was again another miscommunication.
And that's why people
because
upset
we
with it.
obviously would have had to pay the consulting firm up front to start the work.
Yeah.
But I wonder if maybe the miscommunication there was not making clear to you that this money is going to come out right away to pay this firm, but the monies that are accruing in the usage fee fund, those will start to come out well
Right.
after the plan, because we're going to use that plan to apply for grants. Those funds will be matching funds.
Yes.
It's just a whole mess of miscommunication. And I'm sorry too, Mac. That
It just-
I can only imagine how frustrating it's been for
It
you
just
guys.
said with the people saying that we taking $2 out of their water bill and they get nothing for it. And a lot of them has come to the Parks Board. A lot of them has called the Parks Board members and said, when you're gonna do something with that $2?
Sure.
We have no answer.
And
We have
again,
no plan.
failing of miscommunication on our part as an administration, because we
Sure.
have to tell people it's not gonna happen super fast.
Yeah.
But they have to feel like they're communicated with about that. And I
Right.
think that's legitimate.
and that was an ordinance that was passed in 2019, the
Yeah.
user's park fee. So I believe once that ordinance was passed, it started.
Yeah.
And part of the problem, and then we'll open it up, we'll see if, if council has more questions for Mac or just about the parks in general. But part of the problem was, even in the inception of that, people thought, okay, so if I pay $2, then somehow at the end of the year, when this money accumulates, then I should start seeing new stuff.
Yeah.
I should pay this $2, I should see a new slide or a new picnic. When the whole time the intention was to
Right.
build a fund that would leverage grant funding to fundamentally transform all of our parks.
It was never part of. before the
Great
public.
dream, great vision, but if the people don't know, then they're expecting swings and picnic tables tomorrow. Right,
Yes, that's where the problem come in.
right,
Then you create a lot of chaos out in the fields
right,
before you get it.
right. Anybody have any, go ahead, Joe.
Coach, Mac,
Yes,
did you and Casey were able to facilitate a call from Coach Walker to Casey to get that?
Yeah,
You
Coach
got
Walker
that, all
called me.
right.
We got to
I'm
talk.
glad that. And Susie, go to page 9 of our budget book here, under summary of all funds, please.
I'm on.
You're on page 9. Look at line 81, Park Fund. This is what I was looking for. There's the 4,000. There's the 30,000 requested expenses of 30,000 with the projected ending balance of 31,444, right? For 2022. And that's the same thing for Clean City Fund. You see there, that's what should have been carried over, I think, to the other cover
And
page.
honestly, I had no idea. And that's where I need directions.
Okay. Oh,
So
I see you're saying there's that $30,000
That's the
budget.
30.
did you know, Mac, that the Parks Fund had the ending balance this year is supposed to be $57,000?
well, we had it until they took out the 15,000 for the master plan.
That's not what this suggests. This suggests even after that, you still have 57,000.
That's wrong.
And there are 30,000 that's so what is the 30,000, Susie, that's being proposed today? What does that make?
That would have
The
been our
last time-
contribution from the general fund.
Last finance report came out to us.
It says
I think took
requested
the 13
expenses.
Right, the 30,000 is supposed to be for something, some kind of project in case they need some kind of project. And if they don't, we can always.
It's just a blanket, 30,000.
Well, Mayor, it's from their past projects. They take it from the past.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And then and that's the same thing with the
It's the
Queen
same
City.
number that we're talking about.
That's
Yeah.
the piece that I need direction from.
Yeah, no, I was just asking the 30,000 that you put in the budget for budgetary purposes. If Mac had any plans, did he even help develop those plans? He didn't even know that there's 30,000 that are being put
Because
toward
we
it.
didn't get anything.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 30,000, according to this unfinished document. It can change.
Is that with our donation? Cause we have 47,000 left in our donation. And that's a separate fund. Do we have 30,000 plus?
But if you don't have any projects lined up for next year, we
No,
can strike that
cause we
one
didn't
out.
know we had the money for it.
Okay, then we don't have to put the 30,000 in the expenditure. I just didn't have any idea.
No.
Yeah, let's not do anything because we still have this pavilion and this shoreline.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever you put in there, Susie, if we can hold it in there based on, our figures at the end, based on what Mac just said, as far as the other monies, sounds like that's about $70-something thousand, right?
Right.
So maybe that can go a long way to get some of these issues resolved.
Okay.
Well, would
So
it
I
be
would
all-
hope what we got.
would it be all right if we took that $30,000 and get right on the shoreline right away?
That's what he's
No.
saying is we have to consider it.
That's what
Look, Mac, look at me, Mac. No. No, I'm teasing, only because
Well,
Susie
I
is
didn't know
really.
we would have
Yeah.
done that before.
And the only reason I'm saying not yet, because Sue's really drilling in our heads, none of this is real until it's real. Soon as she says it's real, then the answer would be yes.
And Mac, we also need, on our part, the follow-up on this fisheries grant that I
Yes.
talked, that you didn't know anything about, right?
Don't know a thing about
I
it.
don't think it's
Okay.
fair to ask Mac for that.
I know, but no, but
That's the first I
but it's
heard
not
about
him,
it
but we
today.
need to find out who's doing it, or,
Yeah, we do.
all that stuff there.
I can find that out.
Hey,
Okay.
Suzie, can you refresh my memory on line 66, the park surcharge? That's the park user fee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that balance of 3.6,
That was
is
in
that,
the,
That's the line above that. The 65,
yeah, no, 66.
Fund 66.
66 shows 3.9.
42,000.
Say that again, Susie?
The beginning balance for Fund 66 park surcharge should be 2,425.
No,
I
that,
think
no,
I
I
gave you a
got,
corrected pay for the,
okay.
Yeah.
that was a mistake.
Okay, so it's not
That's
the
one of the ones that
3.9.
had-
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's the-
Yeah.
the corrected
I was gonna be
pay should
like,
replace the one
dang.
that you're looking at.
Yeah, that's why I was
The numbers
questioning
got
that.
shifted.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so the park surcharge is the park's user fee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions about parks? It seems like we have a lot of work to do. Matt, looks like we're gonna ask this consulting company to come and visit with council. We're gonna ask them to visit with the interim city manager. We're gonna ask them to visit with the Parks Board. And perhaps we're gonna probably call a town hall or workshop style meeting before any of this gets to a final vote. So we're gonna have them moving around the city and trying to get some more information. Any other questions about parks in
Yes.
general?
Just know, Mac, District A, we want a park. Don't forget about District A. We don't have one.
I know, and I talked with you about that, and we've been trying to deal with Bobby Beach Stadium, but there's a lot of legal fees into Bobby Beach Stadium. For years, we tried to get it, and the way the Reeds wrote, I have a copy of the deed, that they wanted the parents to participate. And if they did not participate, they didn't want the city to be involved in it. So it would result back to the owner of the property, which was a Beach family. We had two other lawyers on this, read them, and legally we could do anything. 1 year we got in trouble from the state because they needed a $17,000 road. Well, they didn't have the money and it wasn't a park. So the city purchased a pocket park and put a swing and slide up in that park and got a paved road to that pocket park. And the state came down on us on that because you cannot use public money into public property. And that's what we're trying to keep from. But we're working on a parking district, guys, as long as it came available. Now, the Park Board will work with them as individuals, but not as a park board.
Thank you.
I've been over there many days donating work. I put the wires up for the scoreboard over there, but we only can do so much legal.
Have you, and this not even necessarily your job, but has anybody, to your knowledge, outreached the Economic Development Corporation as it relates to maybe helping the city acquire that property?
No, because really for the last 10 years, every administration thought it was a lost cause to pursue it any further because of the legal terms, that it would result back to the owners and that would end it.
But I mean, going to the owners to say.
Well, if you can get to the owners, then you might be able to purchase the land and go from there. That's what we was talking about the other day. That would be the only legal way we could do it, is let it convert back to the owners and purchase it from the owners.
Shouldn't this all be part of that parks plan?
It should be, it should be, it should be. Kim Yancey shouldn't be screaming at the top of her lungs that she wants a park for her district.
Yeah.
That should all be in the plan.
And I do want to echo what I think Kim is getting at too, which is just, we all love Highland Bayou and it is a jewel of our city.
Yes.
And I think, but I know I can speak for District D in saying that the aspiration of that master parks plan and the funds that we could get federally, I sure hope they result in more accessible, beautiful green space for play and for families in all areas of Lamarck and not just Highland Bayou. Not to say that that's only what's happening, but it's just,
Well, the reason,
I hear what she says.
the reason the park board like to be more involved with council and the people of Lamarck is their big talk about having a bigger pavilion in the back
Right.
of there. Well, I don't think a lot of people know this, but before we took it over, the park board, we had septic tanks in the whole back half. So there's nothing but septic tank underneath that ground back there. And we brought in the sewer and the pumps to direct it. So if we're more informed, then we can inform y'all.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we'll get those relationships back.
Yeah.
We'll get
Thank
them
you
back.
so much, Mac.
We'll get them back. All right, guys. Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Tamara. Thanks,
Thank
kids.
you. Everyone.
Thank you, Mac.
Let's move quickly for the sake of time to KLMBC. Mr. Loftus is here. I'm putting you on the spot, man. You here.
He's a newest member.
Come on, Rashard.
I guess you're gonna have to say.
Just out of curiosity, were all of the chairs informed of their time slot?
I'm not 100% sure, Casey.
Okay.
I know certain people
In
were.
future, we definitely want to make sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure Alana would have made.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, where's my chairwoman at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Alana
And
would
we
have planned
can-
to be here.
And we can, you know, if they're, and yeah, Kathleen, you were part of that group too. Come on. Well, Chase, would you ask Kathleen to come on up here?
Yeah, but you know more than me.
Just the city
Chase, can you get Kathleen up
representative?
here, please?
Come on up, Kathleen.
The perfect city representative for KLMB. Come on.
That doesn't mean you leave. Ah.
Come on.
What page, Susie?
Page 140.
What I was gonna say, Casey, was, and if in fact, we can always revisit with Alana on Tuesday if we need to follow up. So we got time. 121 what?
140.
140.
And from what I've seen, it's pretty much the same boat that we were in for Parks Board, where there's not info here. It's just the roads that we expect carried over as a request. There's no budget. The one thing I know that we can't add to is that we have, proposed taking $9,000 out of their budget to help pay Christmas lights.
Right. Where'd that come from, Susie? Is there a line that we need to look at?
That's gonna be a line that we're gonna have to create.
We have to create?
Yeah.
What do they have in their budget?
What do they have in their budget? Let's go to page
9?
9. 9, Fund 87. And it did we changed from Clean City to keep Marque was due to old home. I'm sorry.
Fund 87,
Yes, sir.
23,000.
They closed the year 2020 with 40,88. Okay, so projected is 49,000, so they do have a little bit of money. And that 30,000 is just a placeholder because, again, we did not have a chance to get together with them and just put it there just in case there is some project that they may need and we can discuss it now. So if not, like 9,000 would be one of those now.
Okay. Out of the 30, we could take 9 and do Christmas lights. So that leaves them 21,000.
I think, would it be more appropriate to start with what we think their estimated balance, since we, so we could say they've got to $50,000.
Yeah.
I know they have ideas for budgets that, there's a marketing budget they have and stuff, based on stuff I remember that Joe and Kim and everyone working on.
There are approved expenditures that they have not used yet.
Expended, because there's gonna be fall sweep.
Yes, ma'am.
There's gonna be some cost for Bayou Fest materials, but I wouldn't assume that any of that would add up to more than.
No more than $10,000.
Yeah, no more than 10.
We still have a couple of months more of this fiscal year, so I would say close
to 50, but if we guess that maybe they'll end with 40 based on these expenses we know are coming, does that sound right?
Right.
And then, so if they end with 40 this year, going into next year, then we know we're going to take, it's so hard without having their budget in front of us, but I'll stop.
Refresh my memory, and Mr. Pennington's here, and he can also help me out here. Because when I first joined the commission, Dave was the chairperson of the Queen City. And David, if I recall, when we had year-end balances, unspent dollars, those were carried over to the following year. And at some point, that practice changed. And so that we could actually start accumulating that's how we kicked off the Paint the Town program. We had this nice little nest egg there. And so we were able to go ahead and save then the 20-something thousand that we needed to start that off originally with the first group of homes, which we otherwise would have not been able to do had we been using this particular process here.
I don't think I understand, Joe. What about this doesn't signify that the funds are going to carry over?
If the balance right in the beginning balance is estimated entity balance $49,000, right? But for purposes of our budget, and Susie, if I'm accurate in this, for fiscal year 2022, the budget for both Parks Board and Keep It Mark Beautiful is actually the 4,000 plus the 30,000. Is that accurate, Susie? Yeah.
Yes.
The 4,000 plus the 30, so it's 34,000. It's not taking that ending balance of 49,000 and adding it to, say, $4,000.
Yeah, but that's the surplus, correct, from the year before.
Yeah, that's right, the estimated ending balance. It was, we would add to the ending balances as opposed to then taking out from the general fund every year and adding these amounts. You see, you understand?
Yeah, but I don't
Basically,
know
it's
if I agree yet.
Yeah, but we can still use it. It's because it's there.
No, because it is adding that, Joe. If you end with 49 and then you add 4 and then you say, okay, let's estimate we're minusing 30,000. That's how you end up with that balance of
Because that's
23.
after the expenditures.
It is adding that 4. It is taking the year before and adding the expected revenues. The only thing that's imaginary,
Expected, those are requested expenses.
but proposed
Those
revenue is that
revenues.
4,000. So they are adding it to that and then subtracting
What they
the,
spent.
the budget number that is the
Right.
one that's loosey-goosey, that's 30,000.
That's exactly right.
So it is carrying it over.
50,000, 57.
The biggest missing piece is just not having a firm budget in there.
Right.
But it's doing it.
Okay, all right.
And in past years, you know, we would.
We would start from zero.
We would sit down with each board and it was coordinated through the city manager's office. Because I never go straight to the
Sure.
board members. And then we would sit down and discuss this in details. Well, this year it didn't happen, so not a normal.
So maybe
year.
you started going back to our old, at some point because I do definitely recall going in there and being told, we're starting from zero. And I'm just shocked. And so you're back to our old process, which I understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I have a question. Can some of this money be used for street signs from the KLMB budget?
Street signs.
Anything
Faded
that
stop signs, street signs, that's missing.
I would say
Lighting.
anything that would beautify the city.
Lead lights, as Kim like to call them.
I would say anything that would beautify the city that we have control over. I don't think that we would be able to do street lighting because that's
No, I just threw the
that's
street
Texas
lights
to
in there,
Mexico.
but
What did you? I'm sorry, Rochelle.
I said I just threw the street lights in there.
Oh,
but-
okay,
but
okay.
the-
I think it's a
the-
brilliant
the
idea.
Signs,
Absolutely.
It sure does. I mean, they already do the house
could,
numbers and.
They, right now, provide the no littering, no dumping. They provide the no littering, no dumping signs. And they actually also make signs for house number signs for
Yeah.
people's houses. Of course, they charge $20, I think, for a sign, but that would
good,
fall
Kate?
under the scope of the Keep It Mark.
I'm so sorry to have to leave right in the middle of the one I'm expressing. I am in so, I was thinking the same thing. I think whether we make that suggestion to KLMB and we take it out now, or we say, hey, KLMB, approve this and then do it, but.
well,
Yeah.
for the record, I'm okay with that. I mean, it's not my money, but I just thought, that suggestion needed to be made. So I just throw that out there that if we have the monies that's being left over, not spent, then let's put it somewhere that is
Absolutely.
useful, that a lot of people want to see happening. I'm a big proponent of the missing signs, faded stop signs, which falls under safety hazards.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of it. I just want to be very clear that that's coordinated with the city administration and
Well, that's why I put it out there.
Kathleen there in terms of.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kathleen.
I completely agree with you. They provide the no littering and no dumping signs right now, but Public Works installs those signs. Also, the street signs and everything, Public Works makes them.
Yeah.
So we would also have to coordinate with them, but in order to use that money, we need to put it on the agenda. And then the commission So just you would have to vote on it. And I don't have a problem with doing that. We can put it on the agenda for next month if you would like.
I was about to do that because I did get the email asking if I had anything to suggest, and that was one of the suggestions. But since Mayor
You're
Bell
fine,
put me
you're
on the
fine.
spot,
Yeah.
I thought about it.
Before we finish the discussion, Councilwoman McAuliffe has another meeting that she has to go attend, so we're gonna go and excuse
So
her.
sorry, I have to go change hats now.
We're gonna excuse her in case we'll reconvene
Yeah.
Tuesday. Remember, Tuesday is also picture day.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so glad I will
Yeah.
not wear my hair like this. I wanted to, something I noticed earlier about the agenda for Tuesdays, just because we have a big day ahead of us, I noticed there wasn't a time that I could tell was like the time where we're gonna get serious, because we still have lots of presentation times, and I just wanted to bring that up in case, would hate for us to get to Tuesday and realize we don't have enough time to do all the hard work.
Yeah.
And that Casey's got a little, I was thinking about the same thing too. I think that after all of this over, we're going to have, I hate to say it, but
An addition,
another
yeah.
Another day.
Well,
day
I'm
for
just
us
saying,
to-
if we, as much as we can to make our presentations shorter, so we have at least half the day on Tuesday.
Yeah.
To hash things out.
I got you.
Okay,
I got
thank
you.
you so much, everyone.
Thank
I
you.
apologize to everyone.
No, you're fine, you're fine. So really quickly, the $9,000 for the Christmas event, and then somebody brought up something else of a tune of about $10,000 that you all were needing. Did I miss that? Casey, what, it was 9,000 for the Christmas event, and then what was the other monies that we were?
Paint the town is usually your largest.
We were talking about how, I'm sorry.
Paint the town budget is 15,000 this year.
Yeah, 15,000.
Okay, so that's
It's already been
24.
approved.
That's 24 of the 30. Okay?
Okay.
Everybody got it?
Yes.
There's still 6,000 left in there. I have a couple questions in what Susie put out.
Mhm.
In that
Yes, sir.
Susie afforded 30,000. So 9 and 15, that leaves another 6 for the KL&B to be able to look at the signage and things of that nature based on whatever the commission.
Also too, just for my information purposes, can some of this money be used for equipment for like public works? If there's some left over?
No.
I don't think that would fall under the scope.
Okay.
So let me ask you this really quickly. I want to ask something, and then now if council asks questions, we'll revisit. I want to talk a little bit about waste management, if we can. The first thing that I'd like to talk to us about is and we thank KL&B for this, but it sounds like 2 times a year, we put the dumpsters out on the City Hall parking lot, and we have this event where folks would be able to bring their discarded items to these dumps so that we can keep our city beautiful. Problem with that, great idea, great work, but the problem with that is between those 2 times, people have to drive 30 minutes to Alvin to dump, right? And so 2 times a year doesn't seem like it's working out. The result of that is a bunch of illegal dumping that you've been chasing and you've been chasing, and I'm sure the rest of the committee has been chasing along with Public Works for years and years and years. So I don't think that that's working. What I have asked Shanna to do is when she comes on Tuesday, is to provide this council with what it would look like for the resident if we had a monthly biosphere. So for example, every 3rd Saturday of the month, there would be 3 dumpsters placed in City Hall parking lot, and every 3rd Saturday, every citizen of this city would know they would be able to come to City Hall and dump their items in hopes that we would curb the illegal dumping. Now, that may be a charge that may be passed on to the customer, or that may, based on how much it is, be a charge that could be passed on to our budget, or that may be a charge that Keep Lamarck Beautiful is paying for 2 times a year. Maybe those 2 times go away, and maybe those monies are absorbed into this larger program that will allow us to dump on a monthly basis. We got to do something about this illegal dumping, and if we're serious about having a clean city, which we are, I'm not saying we're not, then that might be the first opportunity. Texas City has a fully functional biosphere that operates every day. So clearly a city our size can have a portable biosphere that operates at least one day a month. What say you guys?
So, that's something that you and I've talked about extensively. I even mentioned about the old service center, maybe using that. I mean, that's for you guys to figure that out. I don't know if you had mentioned it, to council previously, but the idea of what you just mentioned, bringing it to City Hall parking lot more often would probably help. And I've been saying it that, in my opinion, I don't think, and I'm not down talking the commission, but I don't feel as though we're doing enough. The twice a year is really not touching the base of the problem. On top of that, I believe waste management, the people they have on back of these trucks are doing us a disservice. I mentioned to Kathleen just yesterday how they come down the street, pick up a few of the limbs, and they scatter them across the road and they keep going. And no sooner as I sent her that message, I went right to Facebook, and there was another young lady in this same town that had posted the exact same thing, that they're coming, picking up this stuff, half of it, and leaving it. So now we got a whole nother cycle that this stuff is going to be down there, just there, and it's all over the city. So how can we keep up and make the city better if they're leaving half of it? So I believe when y'all do have that discussion with them, y'all have to, put it on their minds that the people on the back of these trucks have to do a better job. And on top of that, the citizens who's putting this stuff out there have to know when to put it out there and how to put it out there. Because if they don't, then we keep getting these piles that these guys are going and trying to pull limbs out of the pile. And quite frankly, if I'm on the back of that truck, I'd get frustrated too and tell the driver to drive off too. So that may be what's happening, that they're saying, you know what, let's go.
People are trying to pull limbs out the pile?
Well, if you got and Kathleen can attest to this, if you just got a big old pile there, how can these guys on the back of the trucks, get these piles, into the truck?
I got you now. Yeah. I say, so when you say people trying to pull limbs, you're talking about the workers.
The workers.
I got you.
If it's not piled up in, the right size bundles, tied or whatever those rules are, then we getting what we getting. When you drive down, and you can go down my street right now, and there's a pile out there that was left from yesterday, and the neighbor next to the pile was out there throwing limbs back onto the pile because they were strewn all over the street.
I got you now. Yeah.
So we have to educate the citizens on how to put this out there, what days to put it out there, because if they put it out there today and the people ain't coming for 2 weeks, then it's out there for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And now we're calling Public Works saying, hey, y'all come get this. Or Kathleen's getting a lot of request trackers.
Yeah.
No,
There's a lot of other factors to that when it comes to waste management. He is right. It is a selective choice sometimes on the trucks when they come through for heavy pickup. And what my staff has reported to me that it has been it's the driver who determines whether or not they're going to pick this pile up and nothing else, or they're not going to pick any of it up. They'll pick this one up or they won't pick up the rest on the street. The understanding, Colleen actually put a public service announcement out to all the citizens about your brush and your tree, cutting your trees and not stack it on the side of the road that you need to haul it off. A lot of it, the citizens are hiring these tree people who charge them less to cut and trim the trees than they charge them to haul it off. So there's a lot of other factors to this whole environment, but as in having a biosphere, I think we'd need some EPA permits or something if it was going to be a true biosphere, but to put the dumpsters out and maybe do it more than twice a year, I think that's a great idea. I mean, and that way then Colleen could put it out there and say, hey, come this Saturday, bring your brush and all, but it would need to be done in the times of the year when the citizens are cutting their trees like now. As soon as we put the PSA out there about the hurricane season, the piles show up. illegal dumping, you're never going to stop it. There's no city in the United States that can ever eliminate that. But a lot of it is coming from out of our city. So, and a lot of that, we need the citizens' help to catch these people. You've even said that.
I told you before that if I, and this goes out to any citizen out there listening, if I happen to see you illegally dumping, I am going to turn you in. I don't care if you're my friends, family, or whatever, I'm going to turn you in.
Yeah.
That's just the gist of it.
One alternative may be when we talk to Waste Management, maybe negotiate with them on these roll-off dumpsters in the next contract.
Yeah, and we're gonna get some rates. I think I'm just one person, and we have 4 other folks that have to consider this. But I think that that's something that needs to happen sooner rather than later. We need a monthly opportunity to dump. We have to do something about these limbs. At one point in time, we had 2 guys riding around the city, 2 folks. You remember that, Susie? They were picking up whatever they saw, and they were city folks. I don't know if we returned back to that fully, but we have to do something about this selective picking up of branches based on a driver, which nobody's saying that they're doing it maliciously. I don't know that to be true. Maybe they're not trained, or maybe they haven't been given direction. I don't know what the problem is, but there is a problem. You're right, Mr. Loftus. There's a problem when you pick one pile up and then you miss the other pile, or when one driver A picks up and then driver B comes, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's lack of inspiration or lack of information.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that, and Kathleen said she had put it out there some years back about the grapple truck, and that's why we brought it up again, her and I, and Chase knows about it, and I've talked to pretty much all of y'all about that, and that's why I said that would be a great asset to this city, because we can do it in-house, and our people can be trained the correct way to do it, and not go and leave this stuff all over the streets. They know that, hey, we have to pick this up, and we're not going to leave limbs strewn all over the street, because the citizens are going to call in, and it's going to be, there's some drawback to that when you're not doing your job correctly compared to these people that's on back of the truck. We don't know who these people are. They just work for Waste Management, and when they gone at the end of the night, they're gone. Yeah. Now we can call Waste Management, but it's 10 o'clock or whatever, they ain't coming back.
Yeah.
So, that was just something that her and I really feel would.
While David is approaching, David is a former Clean City Commission chairperson. The other thing I noticed, Kathleen, is this. Here, right down the street on Bayou, there's an apartment complex. You listen to me, Kathleen?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, no, you're fine. I just want to make sure that you were hearing me. There's an apartment complex. There's an apartment complex right down the street on Bayou, right this way. They have historically had problems with their trash overflowing. They have mattresses, couches, furniture, all. And so when you pass by there now, I don't even know that I see a dumpster out there. They just have trash piled into the area that's designated for the dumpster. That's a problem.
Yes, sir, it is.
That's horrible.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know where they are in the process, Carlson. I don't. That's your district. I don't know where they are in the process of code violation, but I know that they are repeat offenders. And we're talking about Clean City Commission's budget. What is, if any, the opportunity for Clean City to step into those apartment complexes and help with messaging, with programming, and the like, to help steer these apartment complexes in the right direction?
Clean City's mission is to promote, or keep Marque Beautiful's mission is to promote the cleaning of the city and revitalizing and improving it. As in them shooting education material out there, absolutely they can. And I think they have in times, and I think they do that at a lot, like the Bayou Fest, they set up tables and they hand out information and everything. when it comes to that apartment complex, there are other issues involved in that. And Mr. Carey is also aware of these from the past several years. We've actually been to court on this. So, but the code issues we can take care of, but the education part, Mr. Loftus can put that on the agenda and they can absolutely do whatever they would like to do. And Colleen would be more than happy to help with that.
I made that to her today on one of the posts on Facebook about that, putting out, even mailers in the water bills.
They do that.
Okay.
They do that.
I've never
It's like
gotten
with the
one.
hurricane season coming, trimming trees and things like that. They do that. They've actually already approved monies in their yearly expenditures for a lot of these things.
But what she's talking about is targeting marketing,
Mhm.
meaning taking the flyers, going door by door and taking them to the families that live there. Because what'll happen is they'll begin to communicate to us about what's really going on at the unit. And it's probably a lot of things with the landlord. And then you'll get more information. I think that's what.
Most of these landlords do not live in this city. They don't
Right.
even live in the state.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would have to be a door-to-door thing because they're all, usually, most of them have 1 meter. So they're getting one information and they're not going to walk around and give it out.
Right.
So if the door-to-door would be good, and Clean City could do that
Right. Right.
if they had time, because they all work too.
Right. Right.
So, but they could do it on a Saturday. They could do it whenever, if they wanted to do it, but that'd have to be put on the
Just to clean it
agenda.
up, that would take 30 minutes.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah,
to-
and we need more volunteers. So anybody out there listening on the YouTube channel that want to come and volunteer, y'all feel free to come on
Because you
and
lost
help
your
us out.
Your best to bottom note.
Mr. Pennington.
Go ahead, David.
What I want to know is what does our contract with the waste management company say about picking up bulk trash? I mean, if I remember right, the last time we negotiated this, and I could be wrong, but I believe they said that we could put out as much as 3 cubic yards, which is roughly the size of a Volkswagen. Five, whatever it was. But if our contract says they're going to pick that up and they're not doing it, maybe we have a legal issue here. I mean, maybe we need to be holding our waste management company's feet to the fire. Maybe our city attorney here needs to write them a letter or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think we need to look at what the contract says and see if they are upholding their end of the contract. Because if they're not, we're paying for something that we're not receiving.
Right.
And I think somebody needs to look into that. The other thing I wanted to say is y'all were talking about dumpsters.
Mhm.
And you and I may have talked about this, I don't remember, but putting a dumpster down at like the old yard on Municipal Drive over there. One of my main concerns was about having a dumpster out where anybody could just throw anything in. If you put them down at the yard, that is a locked area. So you would have control of that one Saturday a month or whatever you decided to open it up on. So that would be a good idea. Also, the city may consider purchasing a dumpster, because once you purchase a dumpster, then all you have to do is pay to have them empty. So that may end up saving you some money in the long run.
Yeah, I agree. And we're gonna have Ms. Lopez from Waste Management will be here Tuesday. And part of what we're gonna allow is we're gonna have Gus to have some questions for her. And some of these things, I'm sure he's gonna be able to question her from a legal perspective to make sure that they're following the contract to our expectation. Go ahead, John.
One area that maybe this is part of what Dave's speaking to, is the contract. This is an extension of these rental units. People are stacking mattresses, and landlords are using, in effect, our city streets to stack up furniture and things when tenants do move outs. And I don't think that's part of our obligation under the contract to pick up. I think that's a responsibility of a landlord to either call Waste Management, set it and get a bid of, and pay the monies that are necessary for the pickup, or alternatively, go ahead and find another private pickup company to do that. Is that accurate, Kathleen?
Yes, sir. Waste Management does pick up furniture mattresses.
Okay.
It's just that they may pick them up at this one site in front of this apartment or in front of this residence, and then it fills the truck. It's just like the brush, it fills the truck. Then they leave, and then they may not come back until the next heavy pickup day. And by that time, probably Public Works, or we've contacted the owner and told them to remove it.
Yeah.
Which we do. But they do pick up furniture. I've watched them pick up mattresses, furniture, toilets. They do. It's just they don't pick up construction debris. And sometimes when they empty an apartment or something and they put out on our city right away,
Yeah.
the trucks can't hold it all. So they tell them, we're going to take this much and we'll pick up the rest next week. Or we'll pick it up the next time they come through. That's not good enough for us because we still go after the property owner. But that's what they tell a lot of the residents. But they do pick that stuff up, and it is in the contract. And it is in the flyer also.
Once a week or every 2 weeks?
Depends on the area. There's
On
a
the
heavy
area.
bulk pickup once a week somewhere. in the city.
Somewhere. Other observation.
It's on the city website also.
Yeah. Other observation, Mayor, in terms of these dumpsters, and this is just something that I think that we have to revisit in general, is the dumpsters that we use for the cleanup events here in front of City Hall are causing unnecessary wear and tear on our parking lot. Every time they are unloaded, there's damage to the parking area. So I think somewhere in planning, we need to look at some alternatives. Sure. and maybe it's just space that the school district might have or something, or I don't know. I'm just, it's an observation.
Sure.
I want to preserve our parking lot here in front of City Hall.
They do damage the parking lot, but it's better on concrete than it is on asphalt.
Yeah. So we'll look at that, look at appropriate places. If in fact the council chooses to add that once a month, find a place that'll be better for our infrastructure.
At council's direction, I would be happy to bring it up with Alana and have her ask if she put it on the agenda. Council would like it on the agenda for them to consider. We'll be happy to do that.
Jason.
Sure.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, guys. Cemetery. Nobody's here. They're all dead. Cemetery, what page, Susie?
141.
Yeah. 141.
All right. All right, guys. Susie, you want to talk to us about the transfer into the general fund? What's that about?
The only source for the cemetery fund is the general fund. Okay, that's the only source of revenue. No place else, like the parks donation, you would get a fund donation, but the cemetery fund, whatever expenditure that's for cemetery, it has to come from the general fund.
Okay.
And honestly, I do not know too much about the cemetery survey, so I'll defer that to Mr. Carey. I don't know if it's completed.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that survey was completed.
It's completed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how many cemeteries do we have in Lamont?
One.
And that's
One city.
One
off of
city
Oak.
off of Oak. That's the only one. So the Rising Star is privately owned.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a privately owned.
I believe though, Councilwoman, that at least when Pennington was the chair, I believe y'all actually participated in Reese across America for Rising Star as well. Is that correct?
And
I
we
think
still-
that's what she's getting at.
And we still do.
We still do.
We take wreaths out there.
Okay.
Yes, what happened was one year, they sent us extra wreaths for our cemetery. I don't know how we got them, but we ended up with like 30 or 20 or 30 extra wreaths. I wanted those to go to a cemetery in our city. So what I did is I called Rising Star and says, hey, can we bring these over here? And they said, sure. So we did. We took them and put them on the graves over there at Rising Star. And then the next year, at that time, we were collecting donations to pay for the wreaths and all. So I asked them if they would like to participate, and they said yes. So each year we tried to collect from them, plus the other donations we got for our cemetery. And that's how Rising Star got involved with us. And this year, well, several years ago, the city decided to go ahead and take that over and just pay for the wreaths. And that has worked out real well. And we still support Rising Star.
Right. My degree is in government and African American studies from the University of Texas.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
My degree is in government and African American studies from the University of Texas. And there's a movement because of segregation and the issue of privatization. They were separate. You know, you had the black cemetery and you had the white cemetery, but now they're trying to kind of bring those back up under cities to properly maintain it. I was just trying to see. So the one over here is city maintained, but the Rising Star one is not city maintained. It's privately owned by Rising
private.
Star Baptist Church. Okay, because I know some cities are coming together to try to bring that back together. Again, I don't know if that's the movement here. I just know that that's happening. That's why I wanted to ask to see, did we have 2 or 3? We just have one.
One that we own.
One
as a
that we
city.
own.
One city
Yes, ma'am.
cemetery.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, about the history of it.
Yeah, I'm not aware of them or any movement to try to combine the two or anything. I think they're happy with their.
No, not combine it. Cities are using taxpayer funds to maintain the separate cemeteries. That's what I mean. I'm sorry if I didn't say that.
Oh.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Not combined. We can't move bodies.
No, I'm not aware of that. I think Rising Star has their own caretakers.
Right.
That actually do the work to maintain the cemetery and all. In fact, I think they're expanding. Last time
Yeah, they are.
they're opened up a few more acres back there.
Yeah.
So, but no, we have not been involved in that to my knowledge at all. Other than wreaths across America, it just remains a private cemetery.
Dave, if you know, how much space do we still have available at our cemetery?
I don't know. We only sell out of the southeast side of the cemetery.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly how many spaces are left out there. Back when I was involved with it, we probably sold maybe 10 a year at the most.
At about what, $700-800 last time I visited?
It was last time I heard it was $525, 500 for the plot and $25 for the filing fee.
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
And where is that reflected in our income stream here? Wouldn't that be appropriate to have any sales of plots on showing under the cemetery?
So Kiera just informed me that we have not been selling. And since I took, to my understanding from the survey, we have not been selling from the cemetery. And that survey was completed about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago.
We stopped selling because we were doing a survey?
Correct. Yes, sir. To figure out exactly what we had.
Yeah.
And Pierre, if you want to chime in, please.
City clerk's office maintains those records. There were some discrepancies in what the surveyors found and what the city records were. So that the last administration advised us that it was okay to stop selling out of there until that was all
figured out.
Because it was causing some troubles with that. So that project had stopped. That's why you don't see any sales, because there haven't been any.
However, I'll just go back and rephrase the question then. When we were doing sales, where was the income being booked in? Anybody?
To my knowledge, it was going into the general fund.
No, to my knowledge, I think we created that account to go into the cemetery fund. Way back when we were receiving some money, not a whole lot, right?
We didn't get that many, but
Yeah.
we also don't take in money, so I'm not sure.
I only recall like one time from Robin, and that was it. And it was put in the cemetery fund. But I'll research that some more and confirm that and come back to you on that one. We haven't
Okay,
had a lot
so
of
if we
transactions.
could, a little bit of homework is to please confirm what our census is for souls, future souls at our cemetery.
Okay.
And then to confirm that when we have sales out there, that the income is being booked back into the cemetery fund for there. Would that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And who manages that? Who manages the cemetery?
That's our volunteers, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The city manages the.
So
Correct.
right
The
now,
plots
like,
and
Yeah, it goes
Oh,
through.
yeah,
All
they do the sale.
paperwork is done by my office, but the physical upkeep is done between the contract mowing service and.
Public Works.
so no one has been buried though there in the last 2 years?
So if they already owned space out there, of course, we
Okay.
accommodate, but as far as like purchasing new plots and all of that, we're not doing that right now.
And but do we have room for it?
There is some spaces out there, some clear and open space out there, where no one is in the area, but I would need a little bit of time to look up about.
Because I just drove over there yesterday. It's a beautiful cemetery. It's beautiful. Y'all do a good job keeping it up.
Yes, we can look into it
Yeah.
and figure out the available space that we have.
I mean, with COVID, I hate to say it, but.
And I will tell you this because my family's involved in, unfortunately, funeral homes, but there have been some burials out there,
Out there,
people
yeah.
that have owned plots.
Yes, we'll go in, my department previously, we would go and mark those graves when the families would notify us there's gonna be a funeral.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a lot of work for Public Works. Goodness, man. Oh, in parks and to the cemetery.
Yeah.
Goodness. Any other questions about the cemetery? Oh, Susie.
Yes, sir.
So sounds like you're Xing out that cemetery survey line.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now that I know it's completed.
What would the cemetery board expenditures entail?
Same thing as the other funds, just kind of putting some money in there for whatever needs that they may have.
So when Reese Across America come, they can use that money? Do they primarily use only donations? Or?
Yes, but I do need to confirm with Public Works. There has been some mowing activities at the cemetery, and I don't know the cost of that. In the past, Charlene used to put in some money for this, so I don't know if she did it this year or not. So we need to check on that.
Okay.
Yeah, the mowing.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look into it.
Who buys the wreaths? Wreaths.
Okay. We don't have any money budgeted for next year, but that's because it's out of the other fund, the hotel motel. So if we
You're right.
need to
There
put
you
in
go.
here,
No, you're right. I saw it. I saw it in a hotel motel.
okay,
That's where the wreaths come from. You're right.
right.
You're right. Okay. Okay, cool.
But on your page 9, the cemetery fund,
They do have some.
they have money, they have balance, and they're carrying over
Right,
32.
but I do need to check on the mowing because I'm not sure how much that is.
Does a temperature rises at a certain time in this?
No, in this right, right? Thank
God,
God.
it gets hot like
It gets hot
right.
here. And
And
that's not my heavy breath.
Anything else on the cemetery board? Cemetery fund, I'm sorry, not the board. Well, gang, if there's nothing else on the cemetery fund, we are at 6:25 and we are done for the day. Any closing or final comments?
I want to remind, and anybody that has time as well too, Queen of Peace will have their food community distribution this Saturday. It'll begin like around 9 o'clock. And we also welcome volunteers. If you have time to volunteer, that's at 8 a.m. at Queen of Peace Church there at the corner of Cedar and Laurel. And that's all I have there.
Say again, Joe, I'm sorry.
Our food
Is it this
distribution.
Saturday?
This Saturday, yeah,
Okay.
at Queen of Peace.
10 o'clock?
10, yeah, that's when we start, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say something on record too. In the 4 weeks that I've been the newest rookie here, and reading some of the reports and knowing what I know in my background, riding up and down Lamarque and going through District A with Richard and seeing some of the disparities, my heart is saddened by some of the things that I've seen, things that you read about, but when you actually see it, and then you see it in the reports, and some it's almost as if, so when you see some of that passion from me concerning certain communities, I feel as though we finance our own oppression. And I want to make sure that here in Lamarque, that we are a community that's truly open for all Americans. I love being an American. I've taught history. My background is in government, and I truly love my country. That's why I wanted to make sure that we have a July 4th celebration. I just want to make sure that every child feels like an American. And that's why I asked a question about the cemetery, because cities, there was a time where cities did not support certain people and their burial grounds because of their race. And we're trying to change that. And that's why cities are now saying we will honor that now. In the past, they would not. And so riding around town and seeing parts of Lake Road, on one side of Cedar Lake Road, the easements are great and they're clean, the ditches are great. And then the other side of Lake Road, the easements are not cut. There's grass growing, there's abandoned buildings, and that is just not right. And I want to make sure that we stop that we try our best to be equal and fair in the city of Lamarque. I represent a part of Lamarque that historically, in some cases, and the previous representatives did the best that they could, with demolitions, and they did their part during their season. I want to complete the work because it's not yet finished. So y'all bear with me. I know you're like, oh my God, but just bear with me because I'm reading a lot. And I just want to make sure that we're the best little city in the
I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work, the city staff, the boards, the commissions, the people that have come up and spoke. It's refreshing to actually understand and hear by their mouths what they want. So I thank everyone for that, and continue the hard work for all the city staff.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much.
Let me say this. Y'all have heard me say this before. Each council has its own personality, right? This council is different than previous councils. This mayor is different than previous mayors. Each mayor has a vision and a way that they go about accomplishing what they believe the constituents of Lamarque are asking for. And that happens with each council person as well, right? Joe Compion represents District B differently than a Christopher Lang, but both of those persons are friends of mine, and I believe in both of them. I know that Chris has done, and Joe will do tremendous work. So, Ms. Yancey, let me say this to you. You have a district to represent, and by all means, you better represent it. And don't think that, and don't think that myself and I hope that I can speak for Casey, Michael, and Joe. Don't think that we want you to stop doing that. You have to speak out. You have to represent, and it's our job to represent other parts of the constituency, right? And so sometimes those visions and goals will align, and sometimes we have to flesh those out a little more. So feel comfortable representing your district with your heart, your passion, and what you see, right? I won't be offended as the former representative of District A. My approach was different. And without my approach, you wouldn't be able to then come in with your approach, right? Because we are taking steps, right? Without what Bobby Hocking did and what Geraldine Sam did before, and even Larry Crow before her, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm trying to do as well. So you will never, from me, and sounds like from the rest of this gang, you won't ever get any pushback on your style and on the things you're bringing to the table. We all have to consider it, and we all have to vote in our constituents' best interest. So feel free, feel comfortable. We are definitely with you and definitely going to support your right to do that.
Thank you.
No doubt, no doubt. Chase Carey.
Mayor.
Why don't you write a check and get this all resolved?
Yeah.
Now, you have anything you want to say, Chase?
No, sir. It's just, it's an honor being here to serve the citizens and serve this council. So whatever y'all want me to do, direct me to do, I'll do it.
Yes,
and
sir.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chase.
Yes, sir.
Guys, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jim.
One final thing. Our residents may have noticed many of us today wearing these masks. And on my person, I said to council yesterday in a text that today I would be wearing my mask, even though I'm vaccinated. But because I have in my past health been dependent upon a ventilator, and waking up with that thing down your mouth and realizing that you have it is not a pretty feeling. And so I want to do everything that I can do to avoid that, and certainly also avoid in any way bringing this to my home and my family members, of whom many of them are older than myself, much older, in their 80s and 90s as well. So I hope that we recognize that we're still not out of this pandemic, that this new variant out there is dangerous. And I appreciate those staff members as well that have also been up here. I saw that earlier. I think Michael said, what happened? Did I miss the memo? Is it mask day? But I just wanted to say that's why I am here masked up and so on that side. Thanks.
Good deal. Let me mention two things. That one thing is this: the difference for most of us is that, at least for me, I got wind that the CDC is recommending that when you're inside of buildings, that you should wear a mask. This is not a mandate. This is not a mandate from this council in any way. It's a personal choice based on the information that we receive and how we feel about that information. And so the CDC has recommended that when you're indoors to wear a mask. And if you don't, it's okay. No, it's not a big deal. You won't be jailed or anything like that or fined. But that's what you see out of many of us. Let me say along those lines that there is one of our firefighters, I don't want to say who, I don't want to violate any HIPAA laws, but one of Lamarque's very own firefighters is fighting for their lives in the hospital as we speak from being infected by COVID. And so I said that only to say, please keep the Lamarque Fire Department and that that staff member in your prayers as we continue to support that person and that family, and we continue to monitor that situation. Anything else, guys? There's nothing further. Remember what Ms. McAuliffe asked us about on August 3rd. Quick, if at all possible, or we'll have to add another day, which we can do that Monday before the meeting, before the council meeting. It's up to y'all. It's up to how fast the council can do their work. Lastly, I want to remind council that Tuesday, August 3rd is Picture Day. Picture Day. So however you want to be memorialized on the in the foyer of the City Hall, that's how you're going to look. We're going to take individual photos, and we're going to take a group photo with Mr. Carey. And so be mindful. At least bring a change of clothes if you don't feel comfortable wearing them all through. Make sense? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure this week. Go home and get some rest. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.